Yeah. From so starting position is what where you could see Greenwich and Haynes, and then I could walk and show on what would be considered a fuller length, a good length, and just short of a good length, or categorized as a 6 to 8 meter length, is what bowlers would aim for more often than not. There was a proliferation of balls in that area, and they accounted for 9 of the 14 wickets yesterday. Let's have a look at one of the wickets in question. And then I ending here. So when I end, I looking at the drone.
Long day yesterday.
Good? Yeah. Yes, I can. Okay. Okay. Wait, let me get a little dab. Dab, dab. Yeah. All right, cool. Day two, the part that matters, the pitch. 14 wickets on day one. And if you can have a look up from the drone. Okay. Day two, and we're looking at what matters, the pitch. 14 wickets on day one. This wicket gives us the perfect mix of full length, short of a good length. And we can see it from the drone. This is categorized as 6 to 8 meters when you're talking bowling plans, and you ask for a proliferation of balls in that length. That's what the bowlers did yesterday, and they accounted for 9 of the 14 wickets. Let's have a look at a couple balls that resulted in the wicket of Casey Carty. On a fuller length, just around 6 meters, going through mid-stump height, and the next delivery just shorter, but well above the stumps, and they accounted for the wicket of Casey Carty. And if you can have a look at the difference in landing positions and the difference in where it passed the stump, you can see why it is so difficult. Now, I'm slightly taller than Casey, but I can show that that picture paints the perfect picture of why it's been so difficult to score, and why, if you're bowling in the right areas for a consistent period of time, the bowlers are in control. They're definitely in control after day one, and on day two, they want to copy and paste. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, you ready? Let's go. Justin Graves alongside me. Justin, Australia bowled out for 180 on day one. Tell us a little bit about that bowling performance from you guys.
It was really good from the guys. You know, the guys have really been putting in the hard work at training. Both Shamar and Jaden, you could have seen from, you know, their opening spells, they really put the pressure on the Australians, and it was really good for us to actually pretty much bowl them out because, you know, in the past, we've gotten to 6 and 7 wickets, and then the tail would have actually put on a pretty decent score. So for us to get to bowl Australia for 180 was really good for us.
And then with the ball, you had that important wicket of Travis Head straight after tee, and you were removed thereafter. What's the thinking behind that?
You know, 5 wickets is very hard to come by in international cricket, and, you know, for me to just get the wicket of Travis Head, which is pretty much a game changer for Australia, you know, Shamar just went to the captain and he was like, well, Skip,
give me the ball.
I think it's my turn to get 5.
And in terms of the catching in the slip, you took a couple, there were a few that went down. How challenging is it really in that position?
I think it's a new position for a lot of guys in the slip cordon. You know, Ross and Chase usually at point, and then Brandon King, his first game, he does it for Jamaica, but you know, when you get to this stage, you know, you want to hold on to everyone. We've been doing a lot of work with Coach Sammy and Mr. Griffith, who's our fielding coach, but you know, you catch some, you drop some, but you know, we keep encouraging each other.
4 wickets down, still a challenge ahead. What's the projection with the bat then?
Just positive mindset. You know, it's one of those pitches where, you know, the ball's still doing a bit. So for us to get back in, Ross and Chase and Brandon King, you know, give us a really good start, and then we take it from there.
Well done yesterday, all the best today.
Thank you very much.
ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Cricket West Indies, we once again welcome you to Kensington Oval. It's now day 2 of the first test of the Cricket West Indies series between West Indies and Australia. Some cloud around, but we expect to have a prompt start at 10 a.m. this morning. And we invite you to just sit back and enjoy another entertaining day of cricket. Welcome to Kensington Oval.
What's the background? The clouds up there?
Sorry? Nah, yeah. Yeah.
Josh Hazelwood alongside me. Josh, winning the toss, opting to bat first on day 1, shot out for 180. Assess that day 1's performance for me, please.
Yeah, it was probably maybe a bit of a surprise the way the wicket played. I thought the first hour and a half, even the first session, Windies boys bowled very, very well. It was pretty testing for our top order. Got some really good balls in there. So yeah, I think the batters will have a think about that, come with some plans for the second innings. I thought the wicket played pretty similar all day. There's definitely enough there for the quicks, up and down movement and obviously sideways as well. So yeah, friendly bowling conditions.
A batting lineup that for the first time since 2018 doesn't feature either Manas Labuschagne or Steve Smith. Almost 15,000 test runs between those two. What are the expectations of the batting group, a group that's in transition during this tour?
Yeah, it's obviously a different look lineup. To not have Smithy and Marnus there, probably Smithy in particular for me, played every test match that I've played pretty much, so he's sort of that stable base there at number 4, which we probably missed yesterday. A cool head in those conditions, but yeah, it's opportunities, isn't it? It's opportunities for the the top 7, but a couple of young guys in there and a chance to impress, and they'll get another hit maybe today or tomorrow.
Yeah, the expectations on this surface on day 2, particularly at the start?
Yeah, I think it'll be similar. It's quite an early start, 10 a.m, so there might be a little bit of moisture there potentially. But I think there's going to be a little bit of nip or seam or swing all game, and I think it's a wicket where the batter's not going to quite fill in, even if he's on 40, 50, 60. So you always fill in the game, I think, as a quick, and I think it's going to stay like that today, definitely.
Balance of power, Australia, West Indies or even Stevens?
I reckon it's pretty even at the moment. Probably a crucial first session, as I think it's going to be throughout the whole game. Every session's important, but yeah, first up this morning, very important.
Thanks, Josh. All the best.
No worries, thank you.
Under no circumstances, any person at the ground use a mobile telephone or other kind of communication device to communicate or in any way use or transmit any form of commentary data, audio, video, photograph, text, statistics, results or other material in relation to the match taking place for any unauthorized commercial purpose or for any kind of improper betting or other product or unlawful purpose. Such action will not be tolerated and is likely to result in ejection from the venue, the imposition of other sanctions such as being banned from the venue in the future, and possible further action, including criminal prosecution. Patrons are reminded they are not permitted to enter the playing arena at any stage. Anyone entering the playing arena will be removed from the venue and may face prosecution. Thank you for your cooperation.
Good morning, once again, ladies and gentlemen. As we mentioned, day 2 of exciting cricket, Australia versus the West Indies. Listen, we've got some karaoke for you today. You know, some karaoke bands, some singers, so at least, you know, singers in your shower, your heart, or carpool karaoke. We're gonna put that to the test today, because this is cricket. So get your chops warmed up, and momentarily, hours of the day, we're gonna have a nice karaoke competition, some fun in the sun at the Open.
The battle for the Frank Worrell Trophy bowled off at Kensington Oval yesterday, and it was a day for the Pacers. The West Indies rocked Australia early, with Shamar Joseph rattling the top order with probing pace and unerring accuracy, while Jaden Seals was equally impressive, with a 5-wicket haul ensuring the visitors were toppled for a modest 180. But the Aussies' seam attack also made the most of the Kensington surface, grabbing 4 wickets in the final session to ensure parity at the close. Bright sunshine greets us for day 2 of this first test between West Indies and Australia here at Kensington Oval in Barbados, and it promises to be an action-packed day. Shakira Selman and Greg Blewett are here with me. Thank you very much for bracing us. Australia won the toss and elected to bat first. They were rolled over for 180 with Travis Head 59. Seals and Joseph, the stars, Shamar Joseph that is, and the West Indies reduced to 57 for 4, trailing by 123. Greg Blewett immediately to my left, as well as Shakira Selman here. Shakira, good morning to you. A bowling day yesterday, always a great thing for Test cricket.
Yes, certainly a display of pace, skill and movement from West Indies bowlers, led particularly by Shamar Joseph, but also backed up well by Jaden Seals, who was eventually able to get his 3rd 5-wicket haul.
That's all 10 wickets. Why don't we give Shakira first half and let Greg do the second half? Because there's a lot of wickets to talk over. Yeah? Yeah, because we don't have to speak to the wickets directly.
Just generally.
And then I'll bring in Greg to say, well, yeah, it was tough. Da 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 da. Yeah. Spin to the end. No problem. And that was the end of the Australian innings. Greg, your thoughts on how Australia went with the bat, given the conditions, given the bowling?
I thought it was a nervous start, Bish. They won the toss and elected the bat. They probably didn't assess the conditions. And then when West Indies started bowling, I thought they bowled particularly well and put the Australian new-look top order under pressure. And that obviously 3 or 4 wickets down early. Good partnership, which got the Australians going. But I thought the West Indies, in general, would have been very happy with what they did.
What was that, Craig? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, all right, okay, all right. And then we move from that to what? Uh-huh. Right. So Australia had their say with the ball a little bit later on. Da-da-da-da. Shakira, what was the challenge for these West Indian batters? Yep.
Yes, certainly. The pitch behaved the same way it did in the first innings for Australia, and it particularly is because of the 238 matches between these 3 great bowlers.
All right.
Yep. So that most of the wickets in between the 8 and 6 metre mark. So that seems like the correct length to bowl on this particular pitch. So yeah, tough day for the batters.
And we're going to the interviews now, right? Right, thank you very much to Greg and Shakira. For the moment, let's get some thoughts from both teams about what transpired yesterday and also looking forward. Samuel Badri, what up?
Justin Graves alongside me. Justin, Australia bowled out for 100 and
the moment. Probably a crucial first session, as I think it's going to be throughout the whole game. Every session's important, but yeah, first up this morning, very important.
Thanks, Josh. All the best.
No worries, thank you.
Let's react off this, or we go straight to the picture, bud. All right. So it was great hearing from Justin Graves and Josh Hazelwood about the surface. Let's now ask Carlos Brathwaite to give us his assessment.
Day 2, and we're looking at what matters, the pitch. 14 wickets on day 1. This wicket gives us the perfect mix of full length, good length, short of a good length. And we can see it from the drone. This is categorized as 6 to 8 meters when you're talking bowling plans, and you ask for a proliferation of balls in that length. That's what the bowlers did yesterday, and they accounted for 9 of the 14 wickets. Let's have a look at a couple balls that resulted in the wicket of Casey Carty. On a fuller length, just around 6 meters going through mid-stump height, and the next three just shorter, but well above the stumps, and they accounted for the wicket of Casey Carty. And if you can have a look at the difference in landing positions and the difference in where it passed the stump, you can see why it is so difficult. Now, I'm slightly taller than Casey, but it can show that that picture paints the perfect picture of why it's been so difficult to score, and why, if you're bowling in the right areas for a consistent period of time, the bowlers are in control. They're definitely in control after day 1, and on day 2, they want to copy and paste.
Dab, 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 dab. Brandon King is still there.
So I can hear them, just can't hear each other.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot better.
You know what? If Hawkeye can hear me? That's fine, yeah. The guys can talk over all of that. Tell me something. Can Hawkeye do a beehive of Brandon King's delivery space so far with the scoring shots in a different color? Like through the offside? How many of his runs have come through the offside? No, just for me. Just yeah. Sweet. Thank you. Which overlay? Oh, that in item 9. All right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Thank you. And thanks to Sachin for you being able to hear the pre. Yeah. Oh, there's no break.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Leslie will count me to what? Uh-huh. Right. All right, okay. It's not a break, okay. No problem, no problem, no problem, no problem. No problem. That was nice. That was much better. Thank you. before the Frank Worrell Trophy bowled off at Kensington Oval yesterday. And it was a day for the Pacers. The West Indies rocked Australia early, with Shamar Joseph rattling the top order with probing pace. And
want to tolerate it, and is meant to be served injection from the venue in the position of an succeeding man in the future, and possible further actions, including criminal prosecution. You are also reminded that individuals are not permitted to enter the playing arena at any stage. Anyone entering the playing arena will be removed from the venue and in face prosecution. Thank you for your cooperation.
battle for the Frank Worrell Trophy bowled off at Kensington Oval yesterday, and it was a day for the pacers. The West Indies rocked Australia early, with Shamar Joseph rattling the top order with probing pace and unerring accuracy, while Jaden Seals was equally impressive, with a 5-wicket haul ensuring the visitors would topple for a modest 180. But the Aussies' seam attack also made the most of the Kensington surface, grabbing 4 wickets in the final session to ensure parity at the close. Things moved very quickly on day 1, so we are expecting another entertaining day, day 2 of this first test between the West Indies and Australia here in Barbados. As we welcome you to Kensington Oval, we're hoping for another glorious day of cricket because the weather conditions up above are absolutely superb. So an update on where the test match stands. We mentioned things moved very quickly yesterday after Australia won the toss and elected to bat. They were bowled out for 180, Head getting the top score. Seals and Shamar Joseph were outstanding with the ball, but the West Indies 57 for 4 in response, still trailing by 123. And of course, so happy to have the pleasure of Greg Blewett to my left, and to his left, Shakira Selman, the former West Indies seamer. Shakira, as I say good morning to both yourself and Greg, what was it like watching the West Indies do so much damage in those first couple of sessions yesterday?
Well, it's not often enough you hear about a West Indian pace attack being relentless, but yesterday, Shamar Joseph, Jaden Seals and Azari Joseph, to a lesser extent, they were incessant on the length. It was pace, movement, and there was some significant extra bunks that aided Shamar Joseph, in particular in the initial phases. But what was really good for Shamar Joseph was his patience and then the way he set up batters. Even Sam Constance to start with, he spoke about swinging the ball away, and then nipping one back in. And he credited Avinash and Ravi Rampal for the planning. It's really good to hear about good planning from West Indies, but even better to see good execution.
And the batters had it tough.
They did, Bish. It was a bowler's day, there's no doubt about that. Pat Cummins, I thought, was really honest in his interview before the game. Asked about the pitch, he said he had no idea. And he really didn't, because he won the toss and elected to bat, and it was really challenging right from the word go. And as you can see from most of the dismissals, a lot caught behind. There was a couple of bowled, but it suggests that there was some significant movement in the pitch, and I thought the bowlers, the West Indians in particular, were just had the right attitude, but they also had the skill level to be able to deliver for their captain and for their country. So it was a great start to the day for the West Indies.
When you move further into the day, though, Australians, pacers, they had their say.
Yeah, they did. I mean, I think there was always going to be a response from the Australians after being bowled out for 180. And the pitch really didn't change in its conditions for the whole of the day. So they knew they were going to get some favourable conditions. And we know that this pace attack of the Australians is so consistent. So you've got Stark, you've got Cummins, and you've got Hazelwood, who are just so relentless. So it was always going to be tough. And they've got their team back into probably an even position in this game.
And Shakira, this confirms what both you and Greg were talking about, the consistency of length.
Yeah, certainly that good length area, 6 to 8 meters length, and you can see how many wickets they were able to get from just keeping the ball in that area for consistent periods. And what was more impressive was the fact that they were able to make batters play often, bring them onto the front foot, and then entice a drive, and that resulted in lots of wickets being caught behind in the slips or rather by the wicket keepers. Then there were a couple of balls, like Greg said, but the areas were consistently good.
Absolutely insightful stuff there. So we'll just pause it there for the moment, because we get a chance now to get some more insight from within the team. Samuel Battery caught up with a couple of key players a little earlier.
Justin Graves alongside me. Justin, Australia bowled out for 180 on day 1. Tell us a little bit about that bowling performance from you guys.
It was really good from the guys. You know, the guys have really been putting in the hard work at training. Both Shamar and Jaden, you could have seen from, you know, their opening spells, they really put the pressure on the Australians, and it was really good for us to actually pretty much bowl them out, because, you know, in the past we've gotten to 6 and 7 wickets, and then the tail would have actually put on a pretty decent score. So for us to get to bowl Australia for 180. It was really good for us.
And then with the ball, you had that important wicket of Travis Head straight after tee, and you were removed thereafter. What's the thinking behind that?
You know, 5 wickets is very hard to come by international cricket, and you know, for me to just get the wicket of Travis Head, which is pretty much a game changer for Australia. You know, Shamar just went to the captain and he was like, well, Skip,
give me the ball.
I think it's my turn to get 5.
And in terms of the catching in the slip, you took a couple, there were a few that went down. How challenging is it really in that position?
I think it's a new position for a lot of guys in the slip cordon. You know, Ross and Chase usually at point, and then Brandon King, his first game, he does it for Jamaica, but you know, when you get to this stage, you know, you want to hold on to everyone. We've been doing a lot of work with Coach Sammy and Mr. Griffith, who's our fielding coach, but you know, you catch some, you drop some, but you know, we keep encouraging each other.
4 wickets down, still a challenge ahead. What's the projection with the bat then?
Just positive mindset. You know, it's one of those pitches where, you know, the ball's still doing a bit. So for us to get back in, Ross and Chase and Brandon King, you know, give us a really good start, and then we take it from there.
Well done yesterday. All the best today.
Thank you very much.
Josh Hazelwood alongside me. Josh, winning the toss, opting to bat first on day 1, shot out for 180. Assess that day 1's performance for me, please.
Yeah, it was probably maybe a bit of a surprise the way the wicket played. I thought the first hour and a half, even the first session, Windies boys bowled very, very well. It was pretty testing for our top order. Got some really good balls in there. So yeah, I think the batters will have a think about that, come with some plans for the second innings. I thought the wicket played pretty similar all day. There's definitely enough there for the quicks, up and down movement, and obviously sideways as well. So yeah, friendly bowling conditions.
A batting lineup that, for the first time since 2018, doesn't feature either Manus Labuschagne or Steve Smith. Almost 15,000 test runs between those two. What are the expectations of the batting group, a group that's in transition during this tour?
Yeah, it's obviously a different look lineup. To not have Smithy and Manus there, probably Smithy in particular for me, played every test match that I've played pretty much, so he's sort of that stable base there at number 4, which we probably missed yesterday. A cool head in those conditions, but yeah, it's opportunities, isn't it? It's opportunities for the top 7, but a couple of young guys in there and a chance to impress, and they'll get another hit maybe today or tomorrow.
Yeah, the expectations on this surface on day 2, particularly at the start?
Yeah, I think it'll be similar. You know, it's quite an early start, 10 a.m, so there might be a little bit of moisture there potentially. But I think there's going to be a little bit of nip or seam or swing all game, and I think it's a wicket where the batter's not going to quite fill in, even if he's on 40, 50, 60. So you always feel in the game, I think, as a quick, and I think it's going to stay like that today, definitely.
Balance of power, Australia, West Indies, or even Stevens?
I reckon it's pretty even at the moment. Probably a crucial first session, as I think it's going to be throughout the whole game. Every session's important, but yeah, first up this morning, very important.
Thanks, Josh. All the best.
No worries, thank you.
Thank you very much to Josh. Thank you very much, of course, to Justin Graves and Samuel Badri. It's a glorious day here at Kensington Oval and in Barbados. So let's get into a little bit more granular detail about the 22 yards with Carlos Brathwaite.
Day 2, and we're looking at what matters, the pitch. 14 wickets on day 1. This wicket gives us the perfect mix of full length, good length, short of a good length. And we can see it from the drone. This is categorized as 6 to 8 meters when you're talking bowling plans, and you ask for a proliferation of balls in that length. That's what the bowlers did yesterday, and they accounted for 9 of the 14 wickets. Let's have a look at a couple balls that resulted in the wicket of Casey Carty. On a fuller length, just around 6 meters, going through mid-stump height. And the next delivery, just shorter, but well above the stumps. And they accounted for the wicket of Casey Carty. And if you can have a look at the difference in landing positions and the difference in where it passed the stump, you can see why it is so difficult. Now, I'm slightly taller than Casey, but I can show that picture paints the perfect picture of why it's been so difficult to score, and why, if you're bowling in the right areas for a consistent period of time, the bowlers are in control. They're definitely in control after day 1, and on day 2, they want to copy and paste.
Thank you very much to Carlos. Greg and Shakira still here with me. I don't know why, actually. I don't know why they haven't run away and just left me here, to be honest. Greg, based on what Carlos has just said there, how are you going to cope with that if it plays the same way on day 2?
Yeah, I think you've got to have a real plan as a batter. There's enough evidence now to know what the conditions are going to be like, and it's no doubt it's going to be particularly challenging. I think if you're going to drive on this pitch, it's got to be really, really full. Driving on the up is fraught with danger, and I think a lot of the batters have got to be sweating on anything short and try and get the scoreboard moving that way. But also, I think it's going to need someone to be a little bit brave in each batting order, just to really take the game on, whether it's like a Travis Head or it's a Shea Hope, almost T20 style. Just try and get some momentum in your innings, because I think, I agree with Josh Hazelwood, I think it's going to be challenging again today. So hopefully the West Indies have got some plans.
That word challenging is reoccurring because Brandon King on Test debut had his challenges yesterday.
Yeah, certainly. It started indifferently for him. He got his cap first Test match after playing so many white ball games, but then in the slip curtain, particularly, yeah, this was the moment when he got his cap in the slip curtain. He wasn't very good in that gully area. Put down Cameron Green quite early, put down a few other batters, dropped 3 catches in fact. So he didn't seem settled in that area, and we heard Carlos Bradford allude to the fact that his positioning was not particularly good in that area, and I'm sure he'll work on it with Rayon Griffith as it goes on. But his batting, I think he was really good with the bat. He waited for the ball to come into his area, and we know how good he is through the outside when the ball gets too close to him, and he really capitalized, and he was positive, and that's what West Indies will need to do today.
And I'm wondering as well how much rotation of strike, trying to get off strike if the boundaries aren't there, is what Floyd Reefer might be reinforcing just there. So look, we can get some more thoughts on that at some point a little bit later on. Now, Greg, Australia, what will their planning be for this session?
It'll be very simple. I mean, this bowling attack is relentless, and don't think you have to over-attack on this surface. I think it'll all be about that magical length on this pitch between 6 and 8 metres and somewhere close to off stump. We know that Mitchell Starc can be a little bit erratic, but, you know, guys like Cummins and Hazelwood will just run in and you know, the pitch will do the rest. They just need to get that right line length, and I think just be patient as well.
Thank you very much to Greg. Thank you very much to Shakira. Day 2 is upon us, and with all the wickets that fell yesterday, today promises so much. So we will see how Ruston Chase and Brandon King get on against what we call a relentless Australian bowling attack. You'll hear from our commentators next.
Day 2 of the first test between the West Indies and Australia. Nice and cool. A little bit different to what we experienced at the start of day 1. More clouds in the sky though, so the players will fancy the conditions a little bit more. If you missed the action on day 1, this is where it ended. West Indies trailed by 123 runs. They were brilliant with the ball, shot out Australia for 180 after Australia elected to bat first. Jaden Seals with his 3rd fifer in Test match cricket, very well supported by Shamar Joseph, 4 for 46. Travis Head was leading batter for Australia. Day 2, new beginning, and of course new opportunities for everyone. This man on screen in his first Test match. You can see a bittersweet start for him. Dropped 3 chances in the outfield, but played superbly at the back end of day 1 and remained unbeaten. Now he has to start again alongside his skipper, Ruston Chase. So greetings everyone. Good morning to Carlos Brathwaite alongside me in the comm box. Carlos, how will day 1 inform? First up, the bowling.
I think it's quite simple. You have the best bowling attack of our era. What they've done for all of their career so far. Hit a good line and length. Be unwavering, be persistent. We know they have the skill and they have the history of doing so. From a West Indies persuasion, however, I think they need to break the game down into session by session, and then even breaking that session down and look to this first session I'd almost concede the first 15 to 20 minutes, potentially half hour. As you mentioned yesterday, rightfully, there is a period of time where you need to invest. But I also want to see them transferring pressure onto the bowlers. There's a reason Travis Head was the best batter on show yesterday, because he was proactive and he was positive.
Extra bounce there from Josh Hazelwood onto the glove of Roston Chase, and that's where the great challenge lies, batting on this 22 yards. You did allude to it in your pitch report, the bounce, variable, inconsistent. Still some seam movement off the surface. Beauty there from Hazelwood. And that's a probing length that we've seen generally from fast bowlers who've been successful in this test match.
And these two balls are a glimpse into the difficulty, the skill, the quality, the inconsistent bunks. That one just over the top, and the ball before racking the glove. You think back to the challenges the Australian batters had yesterday with a shorter in stature Shamar Joseph and Jaden Seals. Well, add bunks to that.
Still a relatively new ball into the 21st over of this new ball used by Australia, so Roston Chase will have to bring his technique to the fore. A little more pressure being applied on Roston Chase. Pat Cummins opting for a short leg. Three slips in a gully and a short leg. Left by Roston Chase. Next couple of words we can dive a little bit deeper on the approach to batting on this surface. You did mention Travis Head and how he went about scoring runs. Only player to score a half century so far in this test match. Inside edge. Appeal comes, but we'll wait to see what the signal is from the umpire. There is a discussion. Pat Cummins contemplating the review. And he's gone for the review.
Director, we have a play review for LBW, on-field decision, not out, check the bowler's feet, fair delivery, front on feet. It appears that the ball got inside the edge. Can I just go to Ultra Edge, confirm bat or no bat, please? Rolling forward. Just go back a frame there, please. Thank you. Roll forward. Just go back 2 frames for me, please. Slow it down, slow it down. Just slow it down there, please. Roll it forward. Got it forward. There's a clear spike. That's the ball's next to the bat. I'm ready to make my decision. Go back through to Nitton. Nitton, you can stay with the original not out decision. You're on screen standby.
Review loss, end of the over, 58 for 4. Of course, I'm sure the Australians are thinking about that spike that was shown on that ultra edge graphic. But clearly making contact with the ball, so correct decision being made in the end. Yeah, that's the ultra edge graphic confirming that the ball made contact with the bat, as is required to determine if there was bat or no bat. Nice firm push by Roston Chase. He will get a couple of runs.
And viewers will be questioning the mini spike in the right corner on the right screen. And that little spike in the frame before, I'm being told by the technology it's in between frames, so you can look at the word ultra edge, and anything between the T and the E, the center of that is what they consider to be the ultra edge frame, not the edges either left or right. And that's to clarify.
Dropped. Difficult chance. And we'll say that's a real opportunity.
One that has to stick. But you could blame the young man. Hands up, hands across. It's always a real instinct chance, and you try to get your head and your hands in the right position and allow it to stick. And I think he did as much as he could do.
That position, you need cat-like reflexes. Very little reaction time. Always very difficult in that position. Not quite sure where the ball is coming from. Yeah, just had to react to his right. Got a hand hit, so maybe a chance and not a drop.
Maybe 2 runs saved.
Tension palpable. 61 for 4. So, Carlos, we started speaking about the approach to batting in the surface, given the fact that 14 wickets fell on day 1, 9 of the 14 behind the stump. So, evidence that there was lateral movement, there was variable bounce. One of the positive things for the West Indies, though, is the fact that they have 3 players from Barbados, 1 at the crease, 2 to come, still in their batting lineup. And that familiarity with conditions is a real positive for the West Indies. I speak of Roston Chase, Shea Hope, Justin Graves. 3 West Indian batters who all hail from Barbados, who all spent a lot of time playing cricket at the Kensington Oval, and who should be familiar or more familiar with the conditions of the pitch.
Another Barbadian, Floyd Reefer, ex-West Indies captain and current batting coach. But I'll play devil's advocate, Darren, and I'd say 2 of those 3 were a part of a capitulation against Trinidad. All out for 80 when Anderson Phillip, Jaden Seals, Joshua James ran riot. So that will be lingering at the back of their mind as well, understanding the possibility, not only from yesterday, but what they would have felt firsthand at the level below. And it's all the more important where you need to stay switched on. How can you separate this session, know when to mix defense, but also add aggression? Saw some aggression in the stands there.
So again, viewers, Carlos, how could we project what the West Indies will do with the bat in this innings? We'll have a look at the 3 players I identified who hail from Barbados and what they've produced in first-class cricket at this venue. Roston Chase, an average of 43. Shea Hope, over 50. Justin Graves, he's in a purple patch, so expect more from him.
Yes, Hopper!
So if they play according to what they've delivered at this venue, the West Indies could well wipe away this lead that Australia has. And to me, a lot of that has to do with the familiarity with conditions, the approaches that they've used in the past, and what they can bring to this West Indian batting lineup in this current situation with the West Indies 62 for 4. Nicely defended by Brandon King, 62 for 4.
You referred to the Mecca, as you can see on screen, Kensington Oval, and the record of the local players. And I've been a part of some of those teams, including a Craig Brathwaite, which you didn't see on screen there, Shea Hope and Roston Chase, and I can tell you, when Barbados wins the toss and we heard that we're batting, the bowlers can go have a little bit of a sleep in the gym, because there's always runs on offer. I'm sure the Joses and Jaden Seals will be hoping that they can have a similar luxury with these two at the crease and the two Barbadians to come.
And for the West Indian batters to achieve that, they must have that approach. We heard Ian Bishop, Rick Blewett speak extensively about that in the pre-show, and the clear plan that a batter must have in his approach to batting on this surface. Just on top of the bounce. And Chase is a tall man, so not afraid to ride the bounce despite there being a short leg.
Yeah, this is what I meant when I mentioned earlier about the added difficulty of the height of the Australian bowlers. You think back to the West Indies innings, bowling, and there were a couple shots that got wickets, pulling, cross, batted, but they kept low.
Neatly played through that offside, nice and compact. Roston Chase, solid in defence.
But if you take the consistency of the West Indies bowlers and the lines and lengths and the seam movement that they had, and you add potential short balls, you had climbing deliveries because of the height of the Australian bowlers, you kind of understand the task ahead for the West Indies batsmen. It's going to be very difficult, and at some point in time they're going to have to choose which length they want to attack. Are they going to go straight batted, or are they going to attack cross batted shots?
Yes, boy!
And the other thing to note when we reflect on day one, West Indian fast bowlers, they bowled around 36% of their deliveries on a good length. Australia, 48% of their deliveries in a good line and length. So that's been the general trend. So as a batter, don't expect too many bad or loose deliveries. Got to find a way to score off good deliveries in this approach to batting. That is exactly what we've seen so far in this early phase of day two from the West Indian pair. No extravagance, nice tight defensive approaches to batting. They're getting themselves in. And there's a certain organization or foundation that is being built.
Yeah, they're doing it with a plump, these two. And the next step, once they get past this half-hour period, is how do we score? How do we bat some of those good fielders out of position? You can see from the screen top left, 3 slips of gully, short leg, leg slip.
Yeah.
Beautiful again. 3 runs from the over, 65 for 4. The other thing, Carlos, is when you look at what transpired on day one, Usman Khawaja, Travis Head, they were the dominant scorers for Australia. More runs. I often believe in a test match, the previous day informs you to a large extent as to what your approach should be. Take a look, folks, at where runs were scored by the right-handers on day one. 2/3, you can say, square and behind the wicket. And even for the left-handers, even more than 2/3 square and behind the wicket. So that should inform your approach as a batter on day two. Don't go searching to score the big extravagant drives to mid-off and mid-on. Try to set yourself up with a square game. Totally contrary to what I just said. But generally speaking, that is what your mindset should be focused on. We'll have the anomalies, of course, but just appreciate that was hit on the bounce, on the up. But the line was relatively straight, so no real risk in that stroke from Brandon King.
Yeah, fully agree. And you talk about staying in your box, and understanding where your stumps are and blocking your stumps, but being able to capitalize on anything shorter and wider. And this is the perfect example. This is the partnership between Usman Khawaja and Travis Head. You can see anything slightly overpitched, anything short, they climbed into and kind of changed the pace of play for a short period. Partnership of 89 at a decent clip, 147 balls.
Dropped. Again, Brandon King just trying to drive a wider delivery on the up. We just spoke about the high risks involved in playing a stroke like this. He gets a chance, Lady Luck on his side.
Way too short for that drive. And he has flashed at it hard, and I guess he's thinking as if I get an edge, he'll go over these slips. He hasn't. He's been given a chance. This man will feel luck is against him. But that is exactly what you were speaking about, Darren.
Not straight on that occasion. 68 for 4. Australia will be disappointed that they didn't hold on to this opportunity. Alex Carey first, and then Usman Khawaja had a second attempt. Just fingertips. Just out of his reach.
Up on the toes and punching, Roston Chase. And a question for you, Darren, as a batter, we all have our preferences, and these two guys, much like you're seeing on this replay, prefer to get on the front foot and play cover drives, straight drives. They have a better full game than a short game. How flexible do you need to be to counteract a situation like this and go against what is your strength to be successful?
Should be a couple. Tough question there, Carlos. I think this format of the game is so highly rated because as a player you can't be one-dimensional to be consistently successful as a batter. Take for example Joe Root, one of the most consistent batters in the test format, has that great ability to score runs off good lengths, but also dominate off the front foot and off the back foot. So he has a great all-round game, and he can match the conditions with that approach to batting.
Oh!
He made a great point. These two out in the middle are strong front foot players, and so too Shea Hope and Justin Graves. So the challenge for these batters, of course, is to adapt to transferring that bias to more having a back foot game in these conditions where they can pounce on anything fractionally short, look to score runs more square off the wicket or behind the stumps as against down the ground, because that's quite frankly what the bowlers are offering. Not too many half volleys, majority of deliveries off a good length.
Just have a little bit of a break, as you can see on screen. The ball not going through the gauge. Oh, no, it does. But following up on that question, Darren, in planning as a batter, do you try to then get down the wicket, which will be more difficult now because of short leg in play? Can you start to advance to try to get that length that you want, or do you concede? You'd hardly get that length. You put your favorite shot or shots away, and you then plan to play shots that aren't necessarily in your wheelhouse, but you're good enough to play, because these guys are good enough to play the pull, the cut, the punch, albeit not the strength. What is the planning that goes in then to counteracting that against your strength?
Well, it's an individual thing, and again, after you've invested time, that's a decision you make while play is unfolding, and it's different for different players. And as we get back to the cricket, we'll enjoy a piece of paradise. We're here in Barbados, beautiful part of the world, an eastern Caribbean island, one that will offer you just about everything. Beautiful beaches, lovely opportunities to enjoy the beauty of the island itself. So many heritage sites, a lot of history here. It is a tourist destination. You can enjoy the cricket as well.
The drop seas have returned this morning, this time for Australia. Sam Collins says difficult at short leg, but this one should be taken by Ant Carey, and then on the rebound by Usman Khawaja. 2 chances shelved. The West Indies till now unscathed.
So after a brief delay, the ball has been replaced, and Pat Cummins will continue. Yeah, so just to finish that discussion that we're having, as a batter, you've got to work out how you approach run scoring after spending a relatively long amount of time out in the middle, how you begin to transfer that pressure back onto bowlers, how you manage risks. That's an individual thing based on your strengths, based on how comfortable you are against a particular bowler. There are different approaches you mentioned that can be used to do so. What we've seen so far is that inclination for both batters to drop the ball, rotate strike, which is an important part of partnership building as a batting pair.
I think that's been the beauty for me this morning. They haven't stalled, albeit being watchful. They've kept the strike rotating. They've kept the scoreboard ticking over, but they have been watchful. 26 gone, 72 for 4.
Hazelwood.
Yes, Hopper!
On the right of screen, former West Indies and Barbados opening batsman Phil Wallace, who is now practicing law now. He completed his law studies and is looking after humanity and their legal matters. Swampy Marsh in the middle of that shot there, former Australian opening batter. That of Mitch and Sean. They must have had some backyard fun. Morning, Greg.
Good morning, Bish. Good morning, everyone. And Jeff Marsh, who we just pointed out, was one of my coaches for the Australian cricket team. So took over from Bob Simpson. And yeah, Jeff, normally a fairly nervous sort of character, and I remember his first address to us as a team in Sri Lanka, and he literally was struggling to talk. His voice was quivering. He was so toey. Oh, he's bowled him! Let go, and Josh Hazlewood has taken the top of off stump.
They are just relentless. So the mischance by Alex Carey doesn't cause too much damage, but what they've done is that they've bowled a lot straighter at Brandon King in particular and Chase this morning. It's not Mitchell Starc pushing the ball across. It's Hazlewood homing in at the stumps. 26 to King, 72 for 5. Shea Hope, local lad, last batted in a test match in 2021 in Sri Lanka, and so that will excite these little ones. His return to test match cricket. Number of people have so often talked about what he did at Leeds in 2017.
Yeah, I don't know what you put this down to, whether it's just a little break in concentration for Brandon King, but that's just too tight to leave. Maybe he thought it was going to bounce over, but it's just nipped back in a fraction and taken a fair piece of that off stump.
The length that Hazlewood talked about coming out of the IPL, where he said he had to bowl 7 to 9 meters to avoid being driven in T20 cricket, to coming to the World Test Championship and looking to bowl maybe between 6 to 7 meters to hit the stumps. And this is what I want West Indian viewers and young aspiring cricketers coming up to understand. When I use the word relentless about this bowling attack, they walk with their A game for more sessions consistently over a test match than I think any other bowling attack in the world. They're at you more often than not, so you cannot switch off. Very good, top of off. Hoping that one or two, if not more of them, male and female, will go on to represent this nation and the regional team in time to come up against one or two of the kids or grandkids from across the water. Successful over for Hazelwood, 73 for 5. Let's revisit a quote from coach Andrew McDonald.
3 out of the 4 in terms of Nathan Lyon added to that 4 have taken 300 plus wickets, and Josh Hazelwood's not far off that. So their resilience, their longevity, and ultimately their high skill level. It's a relentless bowling attack that's every day stands up, and it's won us some games over time, and we'll look for more of that. If we can keep them fit, who knows how long they can go for. But yeah, I'd say resilience and high skill.
He's not allowed to use the word relentless. I thought that was my word. I thought I invented that about this bowling attack, Greg, but he speaks truth.
Yeah, Pat Cummins, Mitchell Starc and Josh Hazelwood. Throw Nathan Lyon in there as well. 138 matches with 553 wickets. I mean, they are clogging up that last 4 on that list with a lot of test match wickets at a good average as well.
I
mean, there's always this debate now, Bishop, with Josh Hazelwood and Scott Boland. I think Scott Boland has pleasantly surprised a lot of us. You know, he played a lot of Shield cricket, and he was someone who was just a really good, honest bowler. And you could probably put him down as being a bit relentless as well with his line and length. And the way he's come into international cricket has been quite amazing. But as you can see by those figures, Josh Hazelwood is a serious bowler.
No run. Yeah.
Change of bowling. Mitchell Starc into the attack, starts around the wicket straight away. So he may think that the ball mightn't swing, so he wants to bowl a little bit more at the stumps. Sam Constas in there at short leg. He's quite deep. He was quite deep on day 1 as well. He's put down a difficult chance today. Something that you'd call probably half a chance, but there has been just a couple of deliveries that the West Indians have just popped up very close to Sam Constas there, so it's a dangerous fielding position for the Australians.
Oh!
They probably want to have a look at that again after that work from Hazelwood.
Yeah, the big Hoff, Josh Hazelwood there, just getting his right hand, and he's trying to avoid any sort of contact at all with that padding. And I think he's done it. That's a pretty good piece of work from the big fella.
I expect nothing less from my fast bowling brethren. Like a short leg because of the bounce, because of the lateral movement, and someone like Shea Hope, who locks himself off 2 balls ago that he faced anyway. Quite instructive, not for piracy, but and to lock himself off by committing to a very side-on position. That is right in his arc. And of the 3 seamers, Mitchell Starc does tend to give you opportunities to score more than the other 2.
Wow, serious shot. Beautiful transition into that with the balance as well. Can't fault that at all, really.
kids will go crazy with these two authentic shots from Hope.
Well, those two shots are getting this crowd going. That is just as good as the previous delivery. I mean, that straight drive, yes, it was in the air as it passed Mitchell Stark, but from a technical point of view, that is tremendous. How does he average 25 in Test match cricket when you see shots like that?
An interesting conversation. 85 for 5.
So back into the side, and you know, you talk to a lot of people, and this guy's got some serious talent, and he has played a lot of games. I mean, nudging up towards 40 Test matches is a decent go at it. And the skipper's getting in on it as well. I don't think it'll quite get to the boundary, but some runs starting to flow for the West Indies.
Some nice drives. Drive straight down the ground, drive straight for extra cover from Hope, and now a drive from Roston Chase. So now it's about these two bowlers adjusting their length to try to dry up those shots. And because of the attacking fields, what happens is that you can then, the short of a length delivery, if it comes, angle it into gaps in the field and rotate strike.
Oh!
Got the short leg, there's a chance to nudge it in the onside. There's a vacant point position, gap between extra cover and mid-off. So that's the theory. Yeah, just on Shehu, you know, those twin hundreds at Headingley were brilliant, absolutely brilliant and stunning. And then I think he went to Zimbabwe. I think he got a 90 in Zimbabwe in one of the Test matches following that, and then he went to New Zealand. And I thought that the New Zealand series was the one that drew the line with his form. Because I think West Indies ran into Neil Wagner in that Test match, and he was hostile, he was short, he was aggressive, and Shehu, I think, got injured in that series from one of the short deliveries. And to me, he wasn't the same after that team started going short at him, including, I think, Sri Lanka came to the Caribbean after that. Lahiru Kumara and company. And I think he struggled for his next 24 Test matches. He averages 19. First 15 Test matches he averaged 35. But he's always been a wonderful 50-over player. Wonderful 50 over, starting to become a better T20 player. Of course, he's captain and all of that. But I thought the short ball for a while dented his confidence and his technique.
Oh!
89 for 5. And this is my assessment, Greg, because I was fortunate enough to follow all of those stars. And you notice from 2018, post 2017 at Headingley and Zimbabwe, what happened going through the New Zealand series. So that's my theory, having watched and followed all of his career since then. Now, I'm not saying he's a bad player, and players learn. So this is another opportunity on his return to find out whether he's conquered that and he can bring some of that 50-over form into Test match cricket. He's a top person. Hard-working, diligent, focused, and understands the big picture. Point of view, that gentleman that we just saw there get a brilliant few years in Test match cricket, and as is the case with some players, one goes.
Exactly right. Marnus Labuschagne will be, well, he's facing some challenges right now after falling out of runs, really. I mean, that, you know, between 22, 23, look at some of those numbers, or even before that, 2020, averaging well into the 60s. And for a long time there, he was up there with his career average just under 60. And in recent years, it's just been a steady decline. And I mean, if you just look at his record on paper, and he's played now over 50 Test matches, averages 46, and he's in double figures with Test match hundreds. You think, well, you know, why isn't he still playing? But as you could see, the last couple of years, he's just, you know, his average has come down from just about 60 to 46. So, you know, those returns over the last couple of years just haven't been there.
But Shea Hope looks in a very positive mood. I haven't seen the short ball at him yet.
And right off the bottom of the bat there. So yeah, it looks like he's going to play his shots, particularly anything full. And we heard from Darren Ganga saying he loves dominating on the front foot. So anything up towards the stumps, he's going to look to drive.
It's a challenge Labuschagne has with that particular line. Uriah Sabre. During the World Test Championship, our ball tracking did a review of his dismissals during the last Test match cycle, World Test Championship cycle. And the conglomeration of dismissals outside the off stump, nicking off, was incredible. And that's what happens in this age of technology. If you're not evolving as a batter, teams find out and chinks in your armor. Stark has gone from around the wicket to over. I wonder if the short ball comes at any point or whether Nathan Lyon comes into the attack soon.
Go!
93 for 5.
Marnus Labuschagne on the field at the moment. Travis Head's just taking a little break. I actually think with Marnus Labuschagne, he's been so important to the Australian team. I'd be tempted, if I was the selectors, to get him home after this test match and get him home and do a proper batting pre-season. Because I think from a technical point of view, I think he does need to just make some changes, because it's all about that outside edge. So yeah, I really do think that, I just wonder what the value of him is here under these sort of conditions where he could possibly get home. Because I think the Australian selectors would love an in-form Marnus Labuschagne still batting at number 3 come Ashes time.
Cummins.
Go!
Maybe the pitch just starting to lose a little bit of pace, Bish. That last one was sort of dipping down as it got to the Australian keeper.
Oh.
We have had a lot of variation though in bounce already in just over a day and a session, so it has been challenging for both teams with the bat. There's been some sideways movement and some swing in the air, and if you add in a little bit of up and down movement as well, that's what's causing these low scores.
Got some special fans having a good view of the consistency of line. Pat Cummins and the Courts fan cabana, official retail partner, fans watching cricket in comfort and style that are cheers and we have in commentary. But to have Courts on board and I'll be down there shopping for some new furniture. I like the look of it. was going through his bowling motions a moment ago. Just got incrementally closer to the off stump sequentially, making over 93 for 5. That was my preference, Greg. Start of a new spell. My error ball was a little wider outside the off stump, and I didn't want to get too straight to be clipped away, so I'd move incrementally closer to the off stump. There's your man, Greg. Gary into the attack.
Yeah, this surface should suit Nathan Lyon. I think it will bounce. And there should be some turn there as well. So, yeah, Nathan Lyon, one of the off-spinners that are currently playing in world cricket, that probably uses overspin more than any other off-spinner.
Oh, start, Gaza.
There's that release of Nathan Lyon. I mean, it's textbook, really. If you're teaching someone the stop ball of off-spin bowling, that's it. Oh. I think over the years, Nathan Lyon has developed more variations. I think he was quite stubborn when he first started playing international cricket, particularly when he went to the subcontinent where side spin is particularly effective. So, yeah, as he's gone on and matured and played more cricket, he's got more variations.
No. Start, Gaza.
Love to give our ball trackers some work and ask them to compare his bowling style, his release, to that of the man of a non-striker's end, who's a little bit taller but conventional in his bowling, Ruston Chase, and their seam positions. Some off spinners with that seam angle a little bit squarer to get more side spin. Lyon gets a lot more overspin round the wicket.
And this is the other thing from Nathan Lyon too, be prepared to change his angles a lot more quicker as well than what he would have done more so in the first half of his career. So
Ruston Chase battling as West Indies captain with Shea Hope end of the first hour's play on day 2 in time for some refreshment. And that goes down well on the Sani water.
Yeah, half the side down for the West Indies, 95 on the board. Captain Chase and Hope trying to recover. Australia, they continue to be unrelenting. Stark with a couple, Hazel with a couple, Cummins with one. Yeah, the first hour, such an important phase of the game. West Indies were hoping that the two overnight batters can take them deep. There was an appeal. Bat first as adjudicated by the television umpire. Something of an opportunity. It went quickly to the short fine leg, the short bat pad rather than an opportunity for the wicketkeeper. And then that, leaving alone very unlike Brandon King. Shea Hope with those drives. That's his favored area. Now Australia shot out for 180, West Indies 95 for 5, still trailing by 85 runs. So it's been intriguing Test match cricket so far. As we continue to celebrate 50 years of that magnificent first World Cup win, Alvin Kalicharan, who was an integral part of that success. Wonderful performance in the semi-final against New Zealand. In his 72, seeing the West Indies surpass that 158 set by the Kiwis. West Indies eventually won that by 5 wickets and headed into the final. Live action here at the Kensington Oval. Shakira Salman alongside me. Good morning, Shakira. Your thoughts on this last over from Cummins?
Yeah, change of length by Cummins initially. Just pulled the length slightly back, but yeah, troubling Roston Chase. Yeah, just look at the consistency. Constantly in that length, probably around 7 to 8 meters. You can see good carry through to Alex Carey as well.
Yeah, and interestingly, I heard Shamar Joseph speak about it, and I know you have spoken a lot about it as well, how you construct your over and incrementally Pat Cummins was able to get a little bit closer and closer. That last delivery just beating the outside edge. But these guys are so experienced and so skilled, Shakira. It's something that you'd expect from them, how they go about building pressure and sustaining that for a long period of time.
Yeah, certainly. It's very much about that sustained pressure and about patience as bowlers. Yes, there is something on offer in the surface. You still have to construct that over. You still have to be patient and set the batters up. And we saw a lot of that yesterday in particular from both sides. Saw Mitchell start bowling the scramble, seeing delivery, going across the right-handers and then bringing it back. We also saw him do it to the left-handed John Campbell, and that almost accounted for John Campbell being enticed into that drive.
a lot of scrutiny would be on someone like Shea Hope, who's making, and as we've spoken before, return to Test match cricket. We know of his prowess in white ball cricket. White ball captain of this West Indies team, T20 and One Day International, and how he can translate what he's been able to do, particularly in One Day International cricket, to Test match cricket. Also has the added responsibility in this setup with the gloves, but really for his batting. And he mentioned before the start of the Test match that he was approached to be considered for captaincy in this format as well, but he declined to go through the process because of the workload, the heavy workload. So he wasn't considered as part of that interview process to select the Test captain, though he was one of the players they were potentially thinking about.
Yeah.
96 for 5. Still trailing by 84. It's really been a gripping Test match so far. No team really asserting themselves just yet. Lyon from over the wicket to chase. Oh. Just having our stats guy checking on how many captains in world cricket currently captain all formats for their countries.
Get.
Given the heavy workload, and when you put into context franchise cricket as well, you're not going to find too many persons who are able to do all. Yeah, it's the knee doing some damage on the surface. Yeah, too fast. Some reaction, but a little bit too slow, and goes for 4. Inadvertent for chase.
It probably is perhaps a bit harsh to call that a drop catch. It really flew to the right of Usman Khawaja. Yeah, no time really to react. Preston Chase though, he'll take every run. So close.
Oh. He's really elegant on that front foot. Both these players really has a lot of reach. Ruston Chase, tall man, so gets to the pitch of the delivery quite nicely.
I suppose this is more of a comfort zone for Ruston Chase. Does prefer to face spin.
Oh. Just having a look at Alex Carey and the way he sets up for the spinner. Very opened, almost facing extra cover. Just have a look at where that right foot is. It's behind the left foot. Yeah, just look at that. Oh, quite unique. Look at that a little bit more in the next over of the spinner. 102 for 5. Yeah, just perhaps so that he could get a better sighting of the ball. Not not too often you see wicket keepers set up like that. Yeah, this is what he was practicing before play, so obviously it looks as though this is the way he sets up for the off spinner when he's on that side. It's quite strange because you'd think that the off spinner would be turning down the leg side and he might want to be square on. Matthew Wade, assistant coach of this team, wicketkeeper himself. Did he leave that, or did he actually play at that?
And not too surprising to see shorter delivery being used to Shea Hope. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Oh, shot so early, Shea Hope. You heard Ian Bishop speak about Hope's struggles against the shorter delivery after that 2017 display with the bat, especially that double 100 at Headingley. Many teams went to short bowling, short pitch bowling at Shea Hope. Primarily the reason for his struggle thereafter.
And there's been a dearth of red ball cricket for Shea Hope, just the 4 matches, 4 red ball matches since he last played test match cricket. He's done well though in those 4 matches, averaging 98 across 7 innings against pace, where he previously struggled in that 2018 to 2021 period, averaging just 17. So there has been a remarkable turnaround for him against that bowling type. But he's going to be tested. His technique, his temperament, everything is going to be tested on this surface against this bowling attack.
It's just those patches on the surface. The ball seems to be behaving differently every time it lands in one of those patches. It's right there. That's the reason for all the struggles today. I've heard Josh Hazel say, even if a batter is at 40, they still don't seem set. They're quite difficult to get set and feel as though you're in on this surface. End of 35, 102 for 5.
Just the 1 wicket falling so far this morning. Both teams mentioned the importance of the first over and indeed the first session.
Yeah, you almost think that West Indies will be the happier of the two teams after that first over. Just losing the 1 wicket, 38 runs. Maybe hoping that it gets a lot easier to bat on this surface. Yeah, previous over was mentioning how good Roston Chase is against spin in comparison to pace. Yeah, he averages just below 39 against spin. When you compare that to his average against pace, it's just 19.6.
Come on, lads, come on, lads. Oh.
Well, it's a bowling type that he'd be very familiar with, Roston Chase. Yeah, nice to see the youngsters, really nice to see the young boys and girls come in. Today is a school day here. Have an opportunity to come and look at some of their heroes. Two sons of the soil out in the middle at the moment, Chase and Hope. The white ball captain, the test captain, the youngsters from Barbados, seeing them live.
Come on, guys. Close here, boys. Come on, boys. A little bit, yeah. Come on, guys.
You're not going to get too many loose deliveries from Lyon. 103 for 5. Bowling lineup that has caused so much problems over a long period of time. I was just talking about Alex Carey and his setup for Nathan Lyon. I suppose one of the reasons would be for something like this. He knows the edge, the outside edge would go to his right, and I suspect just giving himself an opportunity in the event that it comes to him. He's better prepared, given the surface, and I suppose not thinking that there will be too much turn on offer at this stage. Just trying to figure out reasons for that particular stance.
Yeah, but Adrian, I listened to Katie Martin do a piece about wicket keeping a few matches ago. I'm not sure which match it was, but she was speaking about a stance like that, and perhaps you're more likely to see it if a leg spinner is operating, so that the wicketkeeper can easily access the balls flying to their right. I think though, with Alex Carey set up like that, perhaps Usman Khawaja at slip can go just a touch wider. Carey, of course, covering more ground because of that open right hit.
Yeah, I've seen some wicketkeepers in the past having to sort of sway away to the right because of the stance of the batters and being hindered by the bat or the backlift of the batters. You have seen a few of them just trying to find a way to see the bowler. That's not the case though. It's a deliberate method for Alex Carey. You see 14 wickets fall on day one, Shakira. Perhaps there is an expectation of a similar sort of day of dominance from the fast bowler, a day where more wickets will fall. But so far, the West Indians have resisted quite well. 14 wickets on day one in 76.5 overs. Just the one so far, Brandon King, the debutant. Bad bit of misjudgment from him. Well watched by Chase, 105 for 5. Another lovely day here in Bridgetown, Barbados for Test match cricket. Lion continues. Down the ground. Positivity from Shea Hope. A wonderful strike.
Yeah, this is where West Indies continues to be good. They've been cautious, but then they've also been able to adjust and be positive when it's been in their zone. You need to remain positive on the surface as such.
Yeah, on.
And then this. The rotation of strike has been really good in this session.
And how often have we seen that from Shea Hope in one-day international cricket? That's such a phenomenal record in that format. Another wonderful strike, this time from the captain, Ruston Chase. Languid and elegant all the way for 6.
Yeah, these two batters, no, there isn't a weakness in this ball in the top, but on this surface, pace is probably more potent. So why not take on Nathan Lyon? Really good calculation, really good tactics, and even better execution from both batters.
What a shot that was from Ruston Chase.
Bob.
You just can't allow Nathan Lyon to bowl at you when you are presented with an opportunity. You need to score. He changes the angle now. He's so guileful.
Nice, mate.
"12 runs from that over, 117 for 5. West Indies will be very happy with what has transpired thus far. 60 runs on just the wicket of Brandon King. Looking to set themselves up in the first innings of this first test. Mitchell Stark. I was talking about his record in one-day international cricket in particular. Just look at that average of 49. He has 17 centuries to go with that. And you compare that with his test record. How can he translate that sort of form, that sort of performance in this format? I think he's long been admired, Shakira, as one of our premier batters in the region. And recently with his T20 exploits across all formats. So to see him back in the fold, there'll be a lot of, I don't want to be facetious, but a lot of hope that he can translate that sort of form to this format, and he can be a mainstay in this team.
Interesting for me is that Shea admitted he hadn't necessarily been prepared to come back into the test setup, but now that he's been given the opportunity, he's keen to be fully committed to this format. Given what he did in 2017, many fans around the Caribbean and around the world would hope that he can indeed translate his white ball form into this red ball game. Yeah, he does seem focused today.
One area that teams targeted him with was the short ball. I haven't really seen too much of that just yet in this innings. How he counters that, how he copes with that would be crucial.
Yeah, he's also been an LBW candidate, struggled tremendously with balls coming back into him. Well, perhaps isn't swinging as much as it was yesterday. Not as much seam movement either. So you just wonder how long it will take the Australians to go to that short ball plan. We've seen news not only for Shea Hope but also for Roston Chase, who's had his struggles playing off the back foot as well.
There, but in the gap. Maybe another couple. And these two run well between the wickets as well. 119 for 5.
West Indies trail by 61 runs. Very good partnership between Hope and Chase. Just 3 shy of 50. We've seen solid test match batting from these two, more so the skipper, Roston Chase. Invested a lot in his defense, his selectiveness to playing deliveries outside the off-stump is something to admire. Shea Hope, he's shown very good balance between defense and attack. Greg Blewett alongside me for this little phase before lunch.
Yeah.
Greg, how do you assess things so far?
I think that the game is really in the balance at the moment, but just talking about phases, it's a great little partnership between Chase and Hope. This partnership now nearly 50 runs.
Catch it.
We do know how difficult batting has been up until this stage, so encouraging signs for the West Indies. A little bit of toil now for Australia. Just feel like this, just a little bit of sting has just come out of this pitch.
I'm in agreement. Ball into its 40th over, so getting relatively old.
Well,
so I'm sure the seamers wouldn't get that zip off the surface. Maybe in the next over we'll talk about the effectiveness of using the short pitch delivery as a seamer against test batters and what impact that has. Because quite frankly, we haven't seen a lot of short pitch deliveries throughout this test match.
Well, lads, well, boys.
No runs. 50 partnership comes up, and that will be a boundary off the bat, so Shea Hope moves on.
Yep, 4 more valuable runs. Talking about the pitch, and you talk about the ball getting a little bit older, just the conditions in general. So the amount of swing in the first session yesterday in day 1, 1.28 degrees. Day 2 so far in this session, 0.5. So a lot less.
A great chemistry between these two in this partnership. And just reinforcing the point, they both hail from Barbados, so very familiar with the conditions. 125 for 5. Run partnership between Carty and King, and then this unbeaten partnership between Chase and Hope. 2 more significant partnerships in this West Indian innings. Yeah, I did mention Greg Blewett and Blewett viewers the use of short pitch deliveries in that day one. The red dots, just 4%. That's in this match, of course. And day two, that has increased to 10%. Is that sufficient? Given the fact that we've heard previously that Shai Hope has struggled with the short pitch delivery throughout his Test career.
Yeah, I think the way that the conditions have presented, I think that's fair enough, like up until now, because I think both sides would have fancied themselves bowling a good corridor, good line and length, and just let the pitch do the rest, which is, I think, been the correct tactic to try and get a dismissal. But as we've just spoken about, probably in the last half an hour or so, the conditions have definitely changed. So I think the Australians now, you know, Pat Cummins and the senior players for the Australians would think about, yeah, okay, maybe a change in tactic isn't too far away.
We saw that one false stroke from Shai Hope when he attempted the pull shot, wasn't in position to play it. And maybe we can talk about the impact that a short pitch delivery has on a top order batter, especially when you're batting on conditions that favor bowlers a little bit more. You've been put under pressure. Sometimes you see a short delivery and you go after it instinctively. I look back in my career and I think of bowlers like Brett Lee, like Jason Gillespie, guys who were very accurate with their lengths, but also produce that element of surprise with a very well-directed short pitch delivery. And as a batter, you always had that at the back of your mind, so it restricted that freeness of getting onto the front foot.
Very good bowler, wasn't he, Jason Gillespie? And he's got a tour group over here in the Caribbean. Now, today they're in the orange and they've got Carl Hooper's face on their shirts. So Carl Hooper is going to join the squad, now lives in Adelaide. But yesterday, I sent Dizzy a message last night, that's Jason Gillespie. He had a shirt on with his own picture. So yes, the other guys in the group, go for it, but you cannot wear a shirt with your own picture on it. That is a no-no.
That's the fashion police talking to you.
No!
I'm surprised it didn't have 201 not out underneath his picture. No shirts required there.
Five dots so far, which is just trying to build pressure, trying to lure that false stroke from Ross and Chase. No maiden on that occasion. 126 for 5. Barbados in its full glory. that Greg Blewett, the great man, Sir Frank Worrell, will be pleased with the way this test match is unfolding. Of course, both teams featuring in this, the Frank Worrell Trophy Series. Webster for the first time in this innings with the ball. Greg, tell us a little bit about him and what we can expect.
Yeah, just a very consistent contributor, really. It's just a good, honest cricketer, Bo Webster. And with the ball, he can bowl decent off-spinners as well. But I think mainly in this test side, with Nathan Lyon being in it, he will be used for his medium paces. Obviously very tall and generally bowls pretty good channels, and just, you know, he's one of those bowlers I think that you'd face, and he's just annoying enough. He just does enough with the ball, you know. So this is a little win though for the West Indies. They've got through the three major quicks of the Aussies, and they've got Nathan Lyon out of the attack. So now Paddy Cummins has had to turn to Bo Webster.
Just nearly lured Roston Chase. Definite fault stroke on that occasion. Hint of away movement too. Oh, there's a blemish. Just overstepping. I reckon Pat Cummins might be looking to Bo Webster to do something similar to what we saw from Justin Graves with the ball. Remember, he got that wicket of Travis Head. Yeah, I did speak to Roston Chase at the toss, and I spoke about that luxury or privilege of playing at home. His dad is at the ground, Radcliffe, throwing support. That was his reaction after he played that loose stroke outside the off stump. So coaching from afar. Mum Margaret also present at the ground. The last thing Roston Chase and Shea Hoop will want to do is offer a cheap wicket to Bo Webster. Seems to be a bowler that has been brought on just to create pressure, bowl to one side of the pitch, suffocate run scoring.
Just a little bit too wide at the moment. Bo Webster's just trying to get into his spell with that little bit of outswing. But yeah, I mean, he's in the side, Bo Webster, as the genuine all-rounder. Bats at 6 to try and keep the game moving with the bat. And with the ball, just being able to chip in. He's not a front liner as such, but just to bowl in these sort of circumstances, try and get the breakthrough. And he's great in the field. Very good catcher.
Indeed, we saw that with the dismissal of Craig Brathwaite. 127 for 5. Pat Cummins, the skipper, doing the bulk of the bowling so far in this complement of bowlers by Australia. And they're thinking about another wicket before the lunch interval.
Yeah, this is a big 14 minutes, Darren, isn't it, for both sides, really. Australia searching for a breakthrough, and if they can get that, you know, if they West Indies go into the lunch break on day 2 6 down, then Australia will be really happy. But if they can, West Indies on the other side can just go in to the break still 5 down with this partnership still going, and the Australian bowlers maybe just starting to get a little bit more tired, then they'll be happy.
Let's appreciate the beauty of this island country in the Caribbean. The Eastern Caribbean, an island that offers so much as a tourist destination. Lovely beaches, white sand, beautiful hotels around the coastline. If you go up to the west coast, you can enjoy fine dining, some of the best cuisines on offer. There's a rich sporting legacy too. They work through the onside. And just putting on my captaincy hat, I did mention previously that when you're moving into a break as a fielding side, it offers you an opportunity to get a little more attacking in your intent. Earlier I mentioned the use of the short ball, so maybe a consideration for Pat Cummins is of course to use that square leg, plant a different seed into the mind of Shai Hope. Just try to muddle his approach to batting, and that ease that we're seeing him use going onto the front foot.
Yeah, I reckon that'd be a great change in tactic right now. And as we say that, square leg is going back. So there's 2 now out on the leg side, fine leg and deep, just backward of square, I think. That's Sam Constas. So either we are going to see some short pitch bowling, or the Australians just trying to plant a little bit of doubt into Shai Hope, who's on strike at the moment, to Mitchell Starc.
I like this. That's a great read of the game by Pat Cummins. Short.
At this stage in the game, though, with just over 10 minutes to go, I think the Australians could probably go all out and just have virtually no one in front of square and have a fly slip and really send a message to Shai Hope that just about every ball is not going to be in your half.
End of the over, 129 for 5. Good attritional test match cricket at the moment. No team far ahead on day 2. West Indies still trailing by 51 runs.
Been to the Caribbean a few times now, Darren, and I absolutely love this place. And just looking at the water, just a couple of things come to mind straight away where I prefer swimming in the ocean here more than Australia, and that's the temperature of the water and also the fear of sharks. In Australia, there's this species called the great white shark. I don't think they're over here.
Nicely played with an open blade. Fabulous work by Nathan Lyon. I just want to check that again. as we have another look. Great to see bowlers showing that commitment, supporting each other. Good work, just releasing at the right time. Yeah, Craig, I was just going to add to that. Had the real pleasure of living, training in Australia as a 19-year-old alongside Chris Gale, Ramnuri Sound. We're in your neck of the woods in Adelaide on Henley Beach. And part of our program there, under the leadership of Rod Marsh, Wayne Phillips, of course, was an agenda called wading, where as players, when we trained during the day, we had to go into the ocean. We were scared. You spoke about that great white element in the water in Australia. Well, we were very scared of going into the water to do wading. And folks, if you didn't know what wading was, it was getting into the water and doing some athletic movements to help with your recovery. It was a very, very integral part of the program that we were put under as young cricketers in that Australian Institute of Sport. It was back in 1999, I reckon.
Yeah, since, well, it moved up to Brisbane from Adelaide. But yeah, actually before I came over, there'd been a lot of shark sightings in those waters where you were wading. So, yeah, I would have only really been going up to about knee height if I was you. They can come in, they're big animals, but they can come in quite shallow.
131 for 5. Before the lunch interval. Game nicely poised. West Indies still trailing by 49 runs. It's been hard work for the Australian bowlers in terms of wicket taking. Just 1 wicket so far in this first session on day 2.
Yeah, just the 1 wicket that's fallen. So the West Indies, I think at the start of today would have taken that after what's happened in this match so far, being so low scoring. And it was Josh Hazlewood who dismissed Brandon King, who's on debut. Looked encouraging, but just a little lapse in concentration. That was way too tight to leave, and obviously didn't help when it just nipped back in a little bit as well.
Contest between Stark and Hope continues. No deep square leg. The fielder is inside what would traditionally be called that inner circle.
Yeah, I reckon it's really worth this over, just really changing the tactics and even bowling around the wicket and bowling everything short. Just try and change the momentum, because at the moment they really don't look like getting either batter out.
Haven't seen too many horizontal bat strokes from these two, and that's the beauty of Test match cricket. Every single session provides information for you as a captain, as a player, for you to chart your approach as you go forward. Allows you to think on your feet, to strategize, and then to execute. And for the Yorker, good response from Hope.
Really encouraging signs here for Shea Hope. That was pretty well dealt with. May have just swung back a fraction, but good enough to just jam the bat down. But more importantly, get his score now into 30s. But spent a lot of time outside of Test match cricket, and he's now moved into 30. He's getting the support too. Looks like support, or is it a lecture?
That's instruction. One of the common elements of cricket here at the Kensington Oval in Barbados. The local crowd so knowledgeable about the game, not just locally, regionally, but internationally too. They follow the world game. They have a great sense of pride with the rich legacy from the island in West Indies cricket.
No!
133 for 5. Roston Chase 7 away from half century. Remember, this is his first test as captain, newly appointed captain of the West Indies men's test side. Also his 50th test match as a player. So well on his way to making it a special test match for himself. Of screen, President of Cricket West Indies, Dr. Kishore Shallow. You're talking about special, Greg Bullitt. Test match century on debut for you in your hometown. That's very, very special, eh?
Well, I thought you were going to add the second test as well. It was 2 in 2, and then it was all downhill from there.
I left that for you to see.
Hook, line and sinker fell for that one.
This should be the last over before the lunch interval. Roston Chase, the skipper, knows it. Just moving down to have a word with Shea Hope to reinforce how important it is for him to remain unbeaten. That will add more pressure on the Australians as they go into the break.
Yeah, I thought at the start of the day that if the West Indies could get somewhere near the Australian total, then that would be a pretty good outcome. But the way they're going at the moment, just 45 runs behind, and if they can get some sort of lead, you know, I'm talking 60, 70, and they're able to make some inroads into that Australian top order, game on.
Yeah, it will be a second innings affair, second innings contest. No issue with time in this first test. Yes, in the first session of day 2. What's pleasing to see is the fabulous weather conditions we are experiencing here in Barbados. See that because further south in Trinidad and Tobago it's been raining a lot. And there we are, bail off, end of the first session on day 2, and a mini victory for the West Indies in terms of how they've played, just conceding 1 wicket, and a solid partnership between Ross and Chase, the captain, and Shea Hope. Partnership Wood 63. It's been brilliant to watch the application, the shot selection from these two, that commitment to wanting to get their team in a dominant position. Ross and Chase in particular will be very happy with this first session, and so too the entire West Indies team. Pat Cummins, on the other hand, will have to think about that second session. Maybe more plans of wicket taking. At the moment, you would say session 1 by the West Indies. The only wicket to fall, that of Brandon King. He was bowled by Hazelwood for 26. Of course, his debut innings. But the session belongs to Chase and Hope. Both players doing exactly what their team needed. And for the Australians, they persisted. They showed real discipline with the ball. Only success coming off the bowling of Hazelwood. 2 for 23 so far, which will start 2 for 58. And the skipper with that solitary wicket. So this is where we close at the stroke of lunch on day 2. West Indies still trailing by 45 runs. But we're going to take a break and we'll come back with some analysis.
Back here in beautiful Barbados, and the West Indies have progressed to 135 for 5. Their respective captains, Test captain Roston Chase and white ball captain Shea Hope, at the crease, 44 and 31 respectively. Only Brandon King fell this morning. 2 wickets to Mitchell Stark from yesterday, Hazelwood with a couple, and Pat Cummins with 1. So it means the deficit is a 45. Hey, as the music starts blasting in the background, crop over is not too far away. I'm not a crop over man, but Greg Blewett is warming up. Carlos Brathwaite is here. He'll be a crop over. And as we revisit the session, the first session of this second day's play, you were hopeful this morning, no pun intended. How has it gone?
Much like crop over, a proper Bajan celebration in the middle.
Oh,
Roston Chase, Shea Hope, they've done admirably well. And we'll be sure Greg will be looking at me very, very hard with a little bit of disdain. The job is not yet done, but I've loved how they've gone about their work so far. And up until now, they've been faultless.
Just speak to that partnership and how it has, in a sense, blunted what Australia were hoping for.
Yeah, it's so important, I think. You know, at the start of the day, they would have been thinking if we could get some sort of partnership going, and I think more importantly, get the total up towards what the Australians made in their first innings, then I think, you know, it's very much game on, and that's exactly what they've been able to do. But I think more importantly, Bish, they're getting overs into the three Australian quicks, which is good for this game, but also good for the rest of the series. So very, very encouraging signs for the West Indians.
Yeah, like Greg Blewett to look ahead, but let's keep reflecting and just some of the footage of this impressive partnership.
Yeah, Shea Hope came in and he was the aggressor of the two. Beautiful shots, as we are accustomed seeing from Shea Hope, but it was definite intent. You can see chipping down, and then Roston Chase with probably the shot of the day for me, just with the level of difficulty going over long off for 6 against Nathan Lyon. But I think Shea Hope came and brought a real impetus to the partnership, and Roston Chase, dogged as ever, built on the foundation of his solid defense to then blossom a little bit later.
The real disadvantage of this time of year is I can hear nothing you said there just now, because the DJ has gone into overdrive here and is blasting from around the speakers here. But the fans are really passionate, and as is the case here in Bridgetown, the advice comes from everywhere, Carlos.
Well, he doesn't have any coaching badges, but he's probably one of the best coaches you can get. They know exactly what you should and shouldn't do, and you have to listen. You have no choice. If you butt him just below the stand, you have to listen to every word he has to say, and no doubt there'll be some throwaway comments to West Indies in the times past, and I'm sure that's what Roston Chase and Shea Hope are trying to do. So listen to the old man. Listen to the old guy. Wisdom.
Are you saying listen to the uncles? Because I know you have a thing about the uncles around the Caribbean. Don't get yourself in trouble now. We leave it there for the moment, Greg. There was a success for Australia this morning.
Yeah, it was, and it came from Josh Hazelwood, and Brandon King, I thought, showed some really encouraging signs on his debut. And I just put this down to a bit of a lapse in concentration, really, because that ball was far too close to the off stump for Brandon King to leave alone. Maybe he thought, Bish, it was going to bounce over the stumps, but yeah, Josh Hazelwood just operating on a pretty good length, got one just to nip back in towards that off stump, and that was a very good breakthrough for the Australians. But that's it. There hasn't been anything since.
And just looking at this pitch map here, it tells you, to me, how good the partnership has been because of the relentlessness of this group hitting that good length.
Yeah, and I think for me, that's what stood out with Roston Chase's knock so far. We spoke about having to believe in your defense. Your attacking game comes on the back of a solid defensive foundation, and the ability for Roston Chase and the belief for him to think this is the best bowling attack in our era, and I will go out there coming back into Test cricket. I'll trust my defense, I'll leave good balls on line and length, and I'll back whoever's at the other end to come and be a little bit more proactive, be attacking, and we'll blend well together. Shea Hope did that, but it was off the back of Roston Chase and his defensive foundation.
All of you white ball cricketers who believe attack is the only way to go, trust your defense. You hear it from Carlos, you've been hearing it for a long while. Australia did have some moments where they created some anxiousness.
Yeah, they did. They've had some sort of half chances. The Australians actually sent this upstairs. Just looked like an inside edge that went down to fine leg, and the Australians thought that it may have just clipped the pad on the way through to that inside edge, but it went upstairs and was adjudged not out. And I think Josh Hazlewood was a little bit concerned. He thought there might have just been a little bit of a spike that it hit the pad first, but I actually think the right decision was made. So the batter survived.
And there were a couple of catching opportunities, one pretty difficult, Carlos.
Yeah, I mean, we say as if it goes to hand, it's a drop. But to be honest, I think this was good reflexes from Sam Constas. He's one of those that either sticks or he doesn't. Did it on that occasion, and Alex Carey and Usman Khawaja giving Brandon King one back. He was -3, and they have given him one back. Didn't cost him too much in the end, but we know Australia to be a team, to be very efficient in the field. This is unlike them, especially that one. I'd say the Sam Constas one, I think there's a little bit hard, but for that one for sure, first Alex Carey, then Usman Khawaja, they'd have wanted to take that one.
Let's look forward. Greg, as you often like to do, and what's in your crystal ball for session 2 on day 2?
Yeah, I'd like to see, possibly half an hour, 40 minutes of some good hostile short pitch bowling. We haven't seen that yet from any of the Australians. I thought it was really worth a go just before the break. So I'm just wondering whether Andrew McDonald, the coach, might just have a word to Paddy Cummins and say, listen, it just might be worth it for 30 minutes. I think on this particular surface, it can be hard because it's a little bit up and down. But at the moment, the ball's got a little bit softer. So they haven't really looked like getting a breakthrough for the last sort of 30, 40 minutes. So I think some short pitch bowling just to try and change the momentum.
We love short pitch bowling, Carlos, don't we, here in the Caribbean? What are your perspectives for later in the day?
Yeah, I think West Indies come back up with bat in hand, especially in start over. It's the start of a new session. We know how good the Aussie quicks are, and we know that a capitulation is always on the cards. Don't get deterred from being as dogged as you were, and don't get complacent thinking that the job is done. I want to see the same consistency, the same defensive nous, and then the scoring shots will come. And once you get close to 180 and even surpass it, if they do, I think that would be a better performance to be proud of.
I think you were the first one this morning to ask the question about whether the pitch had settled.
Yeah, I think it has. It really does. Like, it's changed in colour a little bit. It's a little bit lighter, which suggests it's a little bit of moisture has gone out. I think the fact that it may be just a little bit firmer and the ball's gotten a little bit softer has just made batting conditions a little bit easier at the moment.
All right, thank you very much, Greg. Thank you very much, Carlos. We love a laugh here in the Caribbean, but we also love memories, because on Sunday gone, we had a celebration in a gala ceremony celebrating 50th anniversary of the West Indies winning the inaugural World Cup back in 1975. After the short break, we will relive some of the memories from that glorious ceremony. But on the way there, let's look back. We love defeating the Aussies to that glorious day in 1975, that Saturday, June 21st. Enjoy these memories.
What bad luck that was. Played a magnificent shot, tread on his wicket, and that's it, go behind, and there's a flick. Not the greatest of shots.
It's a good catch by Rodney Marsh. The new batsman coming in now is Clive Lloyd, the West Indian captain.
So you have to remember that the West Indies team were batting, I think it was 50 for 3. And he came in and played with such authority and dominance.
Magnificent hook shot out of the ground. Superb shot there by Lloyd. And really hammered that square before. And there's no way you can bowl to a man like Clive Lloyd when he's in this sort of form. Whipped away to mid-wicket. 4 more. He's found the gap so beautifully. That's hoisted away into the backstop.
I've always said that if you put in the effort, that you will do well. And the only time that success comes before work is in the dictionary. So you've got to put in the work. And if you put in the work, you will be rewarded.
And what a delightful exhibition this has been by Clive Lloyd. You couldn't really wish to see a better 100 than that in any form of cricket.
He made a century in 1975 of 80-odd deliveries. We're talking about 50 years ago.
And he's bowled it. And they possibly think that the cup is now theirs. That's a critical wicket there for Clive Lloyd to take.
Who we are as West Indian cricketers and the style of play that we have is pretty much an extension of what we saw from Sir Clive Lloyd in that 1975 World Cup.
Sir Clive was an exceptional leader, and the legacy he left, Sir Vivian Richards, Richie Richardson, all the guys down to myself, we try to follow.
From Bridgetown, Barbados, this is the CWI Weeper Awards at the historic Wyndham Grand Barbados, Sam Lord's Castle. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause. Welcome to the stage, this evening's host, former West Indies Vice Captain Darren Ganga, alongside television personality Caroline.
Well, to get us started, we call to the stage the Chief Executive Officer of Cricket West Indies, Mr. Chris Daring.
This year is a special and significant treat. We stand in awe in the presence of the West Indies team of 1975, who etched their names in history by lifting the very first Cricket World Cup. That final victory at Lord's and the many memorable moments, iconic moments along the way. Gentlemen, your contributions to cricket and Caribbean pride will never be forgotten. Your legacy lives on in every maroon cap, every boundary hit, every wicket taken, and every West Indian cheer heard in the Caribbean and around the world.
So tonight, we honor our giants. Those present, Sir Viv Richards, Lancelot Gibbs, Collis King, Derek Murray, Sir Andy Roberts, Alvin Kaliteran. You are not just cricketers, but you are revolutionaries. In addition to the medals that you will collect this evening, we are going to give every single member of that team $10,000 US. This is certainly not the value that you have brought to cricket, but this is just a token of our appreciation. And to the awardees tonight, congratulations. This is not just a recognition of your achievement, but a charge to continue leading with purpose. Our past is legendary, our present demanding, but if we remember who we are, our future can still astonish the rest of the world. West Indies cricket is alive, my friends.
We now honor the 1975 World Cup champions with a special presentation by President Dr. Kishore Shallow.
These handcrafted awards are 25-year-old aged and cured Barbados mahogany, designed and crafted by award-winning artist Reginald Medford. Each sculpture was made specifically for each of the awardees and is a representation of their individual identity and contribution to the game. We understand that the artist is also one of the most treasured in Barbados and also praised by Prime Minister Motley herself. What a moment this is.
We did say a standing ovation kind of night, and thank you to our audience for delivering once again. We now invite to the stage award-winning Barbadian fine artist, Shane Eastman, who's actually the grandson of the late Antiguan cricketer Sir Sidney Walling, to join us as Sir Clive Lloyd makes a special presentation to the President of Cricket West Indies. This gesture, made on behalf of the heroes of the 1975 team, expresses their heartfelt appreciation for the hosting of this evening's commemorative event.
Tonight, we honor the T20 standout stars.
And now it's time to see who will be the West Indies Women's T20 Player of the Year.
The nominees for the Women's T20 Player of the Year are Hayley Matthews, Shemaine Campbell, Chanel Henry, Affy Fletcher, Karishma Ramarak.
And the winner is, not surprisingly, Hayley Matthews.
And let me say, I could not be prouder than to have to give this trophy.
And now onto the West Indies Men's T20 Player of the Year. Here are the nominees.
The nominees for the T20 Player of the Year are Rovman Powell, Nicholas Puran, Brandon King, Alzari Joseph, Akil Hussain.
And the T20 Player of the Year goes to Alzari Joseph.
No, 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 no weapon, no weapon, no weapon. They have one big smile on their face, you know, but the heart have not one good intention towards me. I know they don't love.
And now we have the man who has assumed the throne, Ruston Chase, the new West Indies captain. As you take on board this responsibility for the first time of leading a test team, the West Indies test team, how do you see this opportunity?
Yeah, it's a great opportunity. I mean, I'm privileged and honored to have this great job. I mean, all these greats before me came and did the job, so it's heartwarming for me. It's a proud moment. I mean, when I first got the news and then I saw the Honorable PM, she had a big write-up on me on the social media. My mom was more elated than me to even see it. So it was a proud moment for me. I mean, I'm looking forward to the challenge. I know it's going to be a tough job, but I'm looking forward to the challenge. Yeah, but I learned mostly to believe in yourself. I mean, as you said, I've had some ups and downs, but it's not about how you fall and stuff like that. It's about how you rise back up, like the PM said. Despite whatever may happen, I always want to continue and just try to rise from it and be the best that I can be.
Continue living the dream.
Thank you very much.
Ruston Chase, the new West Indies Test match captain, ladies and gentlemen, and we continue, obviously, with this Gala Awards ceremony. It has been beautiful tonight.
Indeed, we are here already. President Shallow will now present the category West Indies Women's ODI Player of the Year. Who will it be?
The nominees for the Women's ODI Player of the Year are Hayley Matthews, Stephanie Taylor, Chanel Henry, Zeta James, Affy Fletcher.
The West Indies Women's ODI Player of the Year goes to Hayley Matthews. Now, one-day cricket demands grit, flair, and consistency. And this next award celebrates the player who brought it all, match after match.
Can you guess who will be the West Indies Men's ODI Player of the Year?
The nominees for the ODI Player of the Year are Shea Hope, Shafane Rutherford, K.C. Carty, Gudikesh Moti, Alzari Joseph.
And now, the winner is Shea Hope. And this next award goes to a player whose skill, patience, and passion has stood tall.
And for the final award, the moment we've all been waiting for, West Indies Men's Test Player of the Year.
The nominees for the Test Player of the Year are Kavem Hodge, Craig Brathwaite, Jaden Seals, Shamar Joseph, Alzari Joseph.
And the winner is Shamar Joseph.
And just like that, we bring the curtain down on another unforgettable celebration of West Indies cricket excellence. Indeed, to all the winners and nominees, thank you for raising the bar and inspiring future generations across the Caribbean.
And of course, a big thank you as well to our partners, our supporters, and of course, all of you, our viewers, for joining us for this very special night.
From the legends of the past to the stars of today and the rising talents of tomorrow, West Indies cricket continues to shine.
glorious sunshine. There's Kensington Oval here in Barbados. We are about to enter session 2 of day 2 of this first test, but a reflection on how session 1 of this second day went with the West Indies captain and Brandon King starting proceedings. It was a nervous moment as a review was drawn. A little inside edge ensured that the umpire's decision was correct initially. Sharp chance, if you want to call it that, to short leg, but a sort of more straightforward one off the bat of King. And it didn't cost too much because soon after he departed, Shea Hope, though, arrived at the crease in a very positive manner, driving with fluency and poise. Occasionally a little bit of fortune. But a partnership of 63 between the West Indies white ball captain and the red ball captain repelled the Australians' barge and charge in that first session. Confirmation that Brandon King was the only wicket to fall in that morning session. Chase and Hope still there, the ball 46 overs old, the partnership 63. Cummins with 1 wicket, Hazelwood with a couple, and Stark picked up 2 yesterday. West Indies trailing by 45. Sun is out in all its glory. Australia had some chance to reassess. Another battling session on the way. Final words being reinforced by Captain Pat Cummins. The pitches look to have settled a little bit more than was the case on day 1 when 14 wickets fell 24 hours ago. Seals and Joseph had a great time yesterday. Stark picked up a couple. So did Hazelwood and Cummins. But today, a little more challenging Shakira Selman for the bowlers in the first session, quote unquote.
Yeah, certainly. And West Indies will be very relieved that they've only lost that 1 wicket. You'll accept that given the conditions yesterday and what everyone expected this morning, in particular Roston Chase, captain of this team for the very first time, alongside white ball captain Shea Hope, have been excellent. Shot selection has been key. They've been positive when given the opportunity. Yeah, there seems to be a ball change at this point. The second one, a few overs earlier, the ball was changed. Now it's being changed yet again. The Australians, they will hope this ball change will bring some wickets for them and a bit of resurgence, hoping to take charge of this contest. But for now, West Indies large and in charge. Half the team down, but a partnership of 63 means these two are going well.
Shea Hope has gone well after a couple of bold, aggressive shots. He's settled into a sedate role leading to lunch. Chase looks solid, but change of ball. And a rested Australian bowling group will try to initiate an opening. Doesn't look all too pleased with it. Replacement ball, Josh Hazelwood. First ball change in the 26th over, now 46. Strap yourselves in, folks. What may they, or the two batters, the two senior batters, captain and Shea Hope, white ball captain, what would they have been processing during the break?
Yeah, they're probably feeling as though the pitch is flattened out. So they think this is an opportunity for them to really surpass that total, but take charge of this game. Yeah, perhaps a bit cautious for the first 5 overs, but they'll still be thinking they have to remain positive. And whenever the bowlers of a pitch in particular, these two batters love to drive, they'll want to cash in. Yeah, certainly they'll remember yesterday after that partnership between Khawaja and Travis Head. It was when Khawaja was dismissed that West Indies were then allowed to get back into the game. They wouldn't want to replicate that. Yeah, just Justin Graves and bowlers to come. So it's important these two carry on for much longer. You heard Darren Sammy and Roston Chase speak about where the previous test team would have fallen short in that last test cycle. Just 2 batters were able to score centuries in that cycle. It's key they get off to a better start in this cycle, and these two have a start. They will be hoping they can cash in.
Just love the little gauge that little patch of grass gives you about what a good length is. West Indies used it impressively. Just offers you a little visual as to what is a good length. To be able to be on it there again. Just there. I'm sure that the Australia will start the post-lunch session differently from the way West Indies went, which is not a criticism of what West Indies did, starting with Graves and a senior bowler. I'm sure the 2 senior bowlers will start this session. There's one of them over complete, maiden, 135 for 5. Two of the 3 senior bowlers, frontline bowlers, Cummins and Hazelwood. 3 slips and a gully in place. Short leg.
Yeah, this variable bounce. Just watch, this ball doesn't carry through to Alex Carey. This is why it's so challenging for batters on this surface.
Just not quite sure if you can leave on length. The message across this test match has been trust your defense. That is defense. You know, Roston Chase, just knowing where his off stump is.
Those of you who aren't aware, that's Roston Chase's father. It's what I like about this partnership, Shakira Selman. We've described in detail the challenge that this Australian attack poses. So to repel them, it takes the best teams doing the best things for longer. And so they still have a lot of work to do, the West Indies, but just in the increment of time, they've shown good composure. And that's why I'm saying you have to do the good things for much longer against this attack. They never stop. Who would want to be a parent of a cricketer? Well bowled, well played. Back-to-back maidens to start the post-lunch session. 1-3-5 for 5. First runs after lunch.
Slightly overpitched, allowing Shea Hope to just drive it into the gap. Good again from these two, just keeping that positive mindset. From an Australian perspective, though, you're wondering what the tactics are going to be like post-lunch. What plans have they come up with to dismiss one of these batters? And have just gone on a length, that goodish length to start with, just on top of off stump, perhaps hoping to bring that cordon in play. And there's also the option of going straight at Shea Hope, trying to see if he can get a few to just nip back. He is susceptible to balls swinging into him.
The square leg drops back to the boundary. Now is it a bluff, or will the short ball come at some stage? Three of the over one, 3-8 for 5. Cummins continues looking for some inspiration to break this partnership. There goes again. One's that nip back into Shea Hope. He closes his body off at times, meaning that his left side doesn't always open up as the ball comes back into him. And therefore, oftentimes he looks discomforted when the ball nips back like that with no leg gully.
Yeah, deficiency sometimes of batters who love to score heavily through the offside.
Cummins has found it. It's reviewed straight away. Chase thinks he's edged it, maybe.
TV umpire to director. Replay review for LBW. On-field decision out. Checked about his feet. Fair delivery. Front on, please. The ball's close to the bat. Could you Aldridge confirm bat or no bat, please? Just standing by for Aldridge. Just roll it back a few frames, please. Roll it forward, roll it forward, roll it forward. Roll it forward. Just go back a frame, please. Roll it forward. Just roll it forward. Just go back and forth. Just roll it slowly, please. And just run the frame. Just keep going. There's a clear gap between bat and ball. Just roll. Just go back frame, please. Thank you. I just want to go back 2 frames. Just roll it slowly, please. Just go back a frame. There's a spike, but the ball's a long way from the bat. Just keep going 1 more frame. There's a gap between bat and ball on the left-hand side. No bat involved. Ball tracking ready, please. Pitch out off, impact in line. Wickets hitting. Richard, you can stay with the original decision of Art. You're on screen signal now.
The decision will be out. I disagree with the decision. I disagree with the technology there. I thought he hit that, but somehow it's worked against Ruston Chase. 44 to him, 139 for 6. Nevertheless, Justin Graves replaces Ruston Chase. One of only 2 centurions for the West Indies in 2024 in Test match cricket. Local boy himself. Pat Cummins has initiated the breakthrough. It'll be a talking point, as was the case yesterday.
Yeah, this one really jagged back at Ruston Chase. Seemed to have taken the inside edge of the bat. Yeah, just right there, we all felt there was an edge before it came into contact with that back pad. Given LBW.
I feel sorry for the officiating team there, but in my view, that was clearly, should clearly have been not out. Apologize to the officials, but I'm in total disagreement as he is in bewilderment.
Oh!
Just a reminder to our viewers that have a closer look at it again. You see a deflection, the change of direction of the ball as it approaches the bat just there. If you've watched the game for long enough, you can see it. If you're new to the game, maybe you don't notice it. always go by a batter's reaction, but we're just showing you the footage. They do go for the review again.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for caught behind, on-field decision, not out. I'll check the bowler's feet, fair delivery, front on please. Ball passed close to the glove. Can I go to Ultra X please to confirm glove? No glove please. Keep rolling through for me please, keep going through. Keep rolling through, all the way through. No glove involved, there's a flat lines ball pass to the bat. Richard, you can stay with the original not out decision. Stand by, your on-screen signal now.
.139 for 6. Hazelwood. Deep square in place. Targeting the stumps as well. Hazelwood, as much as Cummins is, those nip backers working overtime. Graves has to be aware.
Well, this is a contest we're all looking forward to. Justin Graves has had his trouble against Josh Hazelwood, dismissed twice in the 3 innings he played in Australia. But at home, he's been very good. Averages above 40 in the Caribbean. Scored that century against Bangladesh, so he'll be full of confidence.
And he has the ability to get the ball to hold its line. With the nip backers that he serves up, so it's something that Graves has to be aware. You're looking for scoring shots, but there are gaps there to just get off strike as well, if needed.
I'm just thinking that one that holds its line perhaps is the more dangerous one. The ball is coming back, coming back, coming back. You feel as though you have to play. Then it holds its line and it takes the outside edge.
.140 for 6. Cummins. That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't think anyone saw that coming. There's still a recognized batter at the crease with Shea Holt. So where did this come from?
Flashback of leading the ODI team there. Was he trying to throw Pat Cummins off that remarkable consistency of length? They often say that fast bowlers don't make good captains. I've never heard such bias in my life in the game of cricket. Always argued against it. I think fast bowling captains know how to handle their bowlers best.
Yeah, Pat Cummins of all captains. And I miss all that controversy a few balls ago when he dismissed Roston Chase. He just edged past Richie Bernard from Australia, getting second on the list of most wickets as captain, 139 for Pat Cummins, and remarkable average also, 22.8. Yeah, just third on that list if you think of the averages below Sean Pollock with a 21.4 and Imran Khan 20.3. It's always a challenge rotating your bowlers as captain, and more so, many people believe you always find it quite difficult to know when to bowl yourself. Many people think some captains overbowl themselves or underbowl themselves. I found more often than not they underbowl themselves, wanting to give opportunities to other players. But Pat Cummins has been so good across his career. He knows he's key to this Australian side. He knows he's the man who has to bowl lots of overs. It's never been a problem for him.
Very short ball to hold. I think it comes with confidence. It comes with confidence in your leadership. Having done it at the lower levels myself, that's your initial, I suppose, trepidation. Imran Khan did it very well for many years. Wasim Akram, Waqar Younis, Courtney Walsh, Jason Holder. So I think the perception will always be there from the outside, but once you start having a bit of success, as Pat Cummins has done, it becomes an irrelevant conversation if it ever comes up again. Our analyst says Kapil Dev. 140 for 6.
run scoring continues to be difficult on this Kensington oval surface. Just look at that. Before that, there's 6 runs now in 6.1 overs. Just underlies how tricky it has been, how good the bowling has been as well. So it's a combination of the two. And as was mentioned before, the Australians with their senior pair resuming after the luncheon interval. We've seen a different length at times in the post-lunch session. Carlos Brathwaite alongside me. And that little half an hour after lunch so far, Carlos, they just continue to peg away, haven't they?
Yeah, and they've brought the class to the fore. They've also had 2 ball changes in the first 46 overs. West Indies fans might feel a little bit aggrieved that every time we hit the ball out of shape, a new one comes. It's probably harder and better for the Aussie bowlers. But with ball in hand, you still have to execute, and that they've done to precision.
They pulled away, there is protection there, so they've sort of decided to go to that short ball against Shea Hope. Very well played though. Just rolling the wrist on it to get it down. He knows that there are 2 fielders out in the deep. So good technique from Hope.
Yeah, with that short ball plan, you have to make a decision. You're either going to ride the bunks and duck, or you're going to go after it. Nice tuck into the leg side by Justin Graves, but it's a tactic we see employed by the Aussie Quicks. Anytime the game gets a bit boring, and I faced it myself in Australia, from around the wicket as well, you feel as though you have nowhere to go. You have to make, or have, a very solid plan. I'm either going to take this on, or I'm going to duck and potentially wear a few. But it's only so long. This is a phase, this is a period. Can you see it through?
Soft hands and perhaps some pace being lost on the surface as the sun bakes on it. So the edge not carrying. Lower bounce, slower pace. And these two, or these few, are also baking in the sun. They're relaxed as if they're in the beach. There is the white sand. What a space to be at here at Kensington Oval. .143 for 6. Webster taking up the attack. Economical, just playing that holding role. And this is what Ruston Chase did well in his innings. Those deliveries that were close, pretty close on that 4th stump and on the stumps, he defended well. And the moment they went a little bit wider, he was able to leave. So good judgment from him, not lured into playing at those deliveries. And if you're a batter, you're looking on at what has worked so far. That has.
Good start.
Gardening from Justin Graves, but Bo Webster into the attack and instant impact. Good length. A little bit of movement.
He's very good down the ground. A little bit unlucky. Ruston Chase would feel aggrieved.
The job of an umpire is never easy. But I think at times today, both Australia and West Indies would feel aggrieved. Both occasions, Ruston Chase on that one, the Aussies would have felt it just brushed the front pad. And I was told by the technology that you have to look at the spike in the middle. The spike to the right is in between frames, that one. And then you had the actual dismissal. You had the actual dismissal of Ruston Chase. On this occasion, West Indies fans would feel aggrieved. And a little bit of mix of the technology not painting a clear enough picture, and potentially the necessity to have to go back to the old eye test, what we've grown up trusting. Sometimes a key tell is when a batter straight away calls for the review, looks at the bat or points the bat to the umpire. There's a little bit more indecision when the striker goes to the non-striker and asks the opinion. And off the eye test alone, you could see a deviation. Adrian Holstock decided to go with the technology and gave him out. 145 for 6.
Yeah, Griffin really captivating in this test match. Australia 180, they're fighting back gamely with the ball. 145. West Indies still in deficit. 35 runs. Cummins from the Ghana end. Another scrutiny on that man on screen batting in that number 3 position, and whether or not he has what it takes to be there. A lot of Australians look at this series as a precursor to the Ashes. 2 wickets apiece for the 3 strike bowlers, fast bowlers. Just away from the fielder. Will not get to the boundary. Should be 3. But I've gotten a hand to it. It was in the air for a while.
This would entice the Aussie captain and The fast bowling unit just felt in the game. With Nathan Lyon just in front of square. Shea Hope trying to break the shackles, trying to get a bit of momentum into his innings and the West Indies innings. He was the aggressor in the previous partnership, trying to add some intent to this one as well.
Yeah, Justin Graves, it was mentioned before, one of two batters from the West Indies to score a century last year. Kavem Hodge the other. He has sort of reinvented his game since he left Barbados. Carlos, you've played quite a lot with him. He journeyed northwards to play with the Leeward Islands. Since then, he's been very prolific in red ball cricket as well as white ball cricket, registering 3 consecutive centuries in our domestic 50-over tournament. How have you seen his reinvention and his reinvigoration?
I think the move has been great for him. Sometimes in Barbados, because of the amount of all-rounders that we have, some guys are forced to play almost as an opening bowler because you can see his prowess with the seam. You know he can bat well, so he gets slotted in at 7 and 8, and that doesn't show what Justin Graves is capable of. As a result, he went to the Leeward Islands and was able to give a better account of his ability. He even went to the top of the order to show his batting prowess. Had some injuries bowling wise, and it kind of helped him to refocus on his batting. He's a batting all-rounder first.
Glorious all along the carpet. It will challenge the boundary. Another 3 for Hope. Yeah, just to speak on those stats, Carlos, since he made that move, he's averaging 46.1 in 15 innings with the Leeward Islands. You mentioned those 3 centuries in succession, 151, a career best. So he is in a sort of purple patch and will want to continue in that rich vein. Expansive, 152 for 6. Eating into the deficit in the West Indies. Greg Burke mentioned at the start of the day, if they can surpass that score and get a lead of their own, anyway in the vicinity of 50 to 100, and then they can make some early inroads. They can put tremendous pressure on this new look Australian team. Getting ready for the festivities here in Barbados. Crop over not too far away. Webster continues.
Oh, geez. Yeah, just back on Justin Graves, sometimes you find players who could be a jack of all trades, good enough to open the ball, good enough to bowl first change, could bat at the top, bat in the middle, be a bowling all-rounder, and that sometimes work to his detriment. Obviously, going to the Leeward Islands, he would have been able to focus on his batting once he couldn't bowl. We also kind of saw it in the ODIs a few weeks ago. Batted at, I think, 6 or 7 in one of the ODIs in the UK. Bo Webster. With Justin Graves' role, getting Justin Graves himself. His vigil comes to an end. Good channel once again by Bo Webster. A little bit of movement and extra bounce. Enough of a feather. An easy catch for Alex Carey, making amends for his earlier drop. Bo Webster playing his role to perfection. Justin Graves gone for 4. West Indies 153 for 7.
New batter for the West Indies, Alzari Joseph. Couple wickets falling in quick succession. Yeah, that line again. Did he have to play? He'll reflect on that dismissal, thinking that maybe he could have left that both on line and on length. Yeah, look at the smile on his face, as well as his teammates. He enjoyed that, didn't he? And it's always a bit of a bonus when someone who plays this role can get you a wicket, whilst your strike bowlers have a little bit of a breather. Off the mark straight away. He has a best of 86. Alzari Joseph. And he does fancy himself as being proficient with the bat. And they have Shamar Joseph and Jaden Seals as well, who can contribute. How does this affect the way Shea Hope plays now? Does he trust Alzari and the others?
Not sure trust is a word you'd use. But there will be slight belief in the ability that Alzari Joseph has, Shamar Joseph and Jaden Seals. We've seen glimpses at times. And I think the onus is on them to show that they're capable enough to withstand the onslaught from the Australian quicks. And speaking of Australian quicks, and then Bo Webster comes to the fore, and I've loved how he's gone about his work. Very quietly, been very consistent. He's put it in the area and asked the batters to play shots. I am the weak link, have a go. And as soon as Justin Graves had a little bit of a flirt outside off stump, he perished.
Hey.
Successful over from Webster, 155 for 7. Yes, starts, a few of them, no one really pushing on. We've seen that in the Australian innings as well, a couple starts for them. And it is that type of surface. Josh Hazelwood mentioned it at the start of the day, that as a batter on this surface, even though you have some runs under your belt, you don't really feel as though you're in. So 56 overs faced by the West Indians. And those are the successful bowlers to date. Alzari Joseph will know how important these runs are. If he can manage to string together a partnership, Carlos, we saw the Australians, they sort of faltered with their lower order. Pat Cummins got some runs, yes. And if we look at that test match in England as well, it's something that the Indians didn't do well. They had centurions, but no contributions from their lower order, and that is always an important thing, not only from a team totals perspective, but it deflates the opposition when the lower order can keep them at bay. Educated Edge will get a 4.
Soft hands from Isaiah Joseph. Definitely not intended for it to go there. But the beauty of Test cricket, Samuel, is not only runs and wickets but time. How can Alzari, in partnership with Shea Hope, put some more miles in the Aussie legs, keep Constance and Kawaja distracted? Spoke to Darren Ganga about when 8, 9 and the 10th wicket are about to fall, how difficult it is to concentrate firstly on what's going on and potentially take your catches and make good saves in the field just like this. And how much of an eye do you have on your main role, just to face the new ball, hopefully in short succession.
I did an interview with Justin Graves too at the start of the day, and he mentioned that one of the most pleasing things for the West Indians was that they were able to wrap up that first innings quite quickly, because in the past they've gotten 5-6 wickets and then there was a resistance from the opposition's lower order. And so that was something that they will focus on when they get themselves into a good position, ensure that they finish things off. And Jaden Seals and Shamar Joseph did that excellently. Looks solid.
Yeah, I think this is a real test now. I don't want to see Shea Hope in dialogue with Alzari, but he's a senior player. This is where cricket smarts come into play. He's very exuberant as a batter. If you think back to that 80-odd, it was filled with strokes. That's not what's required now. Until you get the bowlers a little bit more wary, a little bit more shine comes off the ball, and you get in. But how can you now sacrifice your ego to build a partnership with Shea Hope?
Well watched again, 160 for 7. Different day 2 than day 1 in terms of wickets being lost, just the 3 as compared to 14 on day 1.
Yeah, Bo Webster has been able to get the ball to angle in and just hold its line. That's inside edge. That's a wonderful catch from Alex Carey. That is superb. Shea Hope is walking, and Bo Webster again with another important breakthrough. Absolutely brilliant.
Fair delivery, front on, please. Okay, there's a clear deflection, so no need for ultra. It's just best angle for the catch, please. Thank you. Just rock and roll it there for me, please, and just freeze it as the ball is by the wicketkeeper's glove. Just roll forward. Keep going forward. Yeah, please, thank you. Just a bit of zoomer, please. Yeah, ball's in the keeper's gloves. Just do you have another angle for me there, please? Okay, just slow it down for me, please. Thank you. Okay, ball's in the keeper's glove. Just roll slowly, slowly. Can you zoom? I just want to make sure that ball's inside the wicketkeeper's gloves and it doesn't make any contact with the ground. Keep rolling forward, keep going forward, keep going forward, keep going forward. Okay, thank you. The ball's cleanly in the wicketkeeper's gloves. Ready to make my decision for the big screen.
Well, there are not many fans of Adrian Holstock in the West Indies at the moment. Flabbergasted. 162 for 8 at the Sunny Drinks break.
Jamar Joseph, new batter. West Indies still trailing by 18 runs. Eventful last phase, the last wicket, that of Shea Hope. He was well set off the inside edge. Alex Carey diving away to his left. Clear evidence that the ball was grounded, especially with the slowing down of the images. Crunched. Nice sound off the bat. Good result for Joseph.
It's a beautiful shot, and I think the emotions at the ground are a little bit high at the moment. I think the West Indies have been on the receiving end of some of these calls. That is a really nice shot. It was a wide half volley, deserved the treatment.
And for more. Went aerial on that occasion, opened the blade. Looked intentional from Shamar Joseph. And 2 consecutive boundaries to end the over, 170 for 8. Very little between both sides. West Indies 170 for 8. Australians will think that they can close this innings out in quick time, get stuck into batting. Change in bowling, which on Stark comes with the ball.
So back-to-back boundaries in the previous over for Shamar Joseph, just showing he has got some ability with the bat. The previous boundary was a beautiful cover drive. That one a little bit more streaky, thick outside edge that flew over point.
Negotiated. Now we'll have a look at that catch again by Alex Carey to dismiss Shea Hope. The quick version and then the slow version. That's a quick version.
Yeah, you see that replay, and you know, for me, instinctively, I just think that's out. You know, there's no doubt really. But then, when you really slow it down, like this. So it's just hanging onto the glove there, and then it's stopped there, which is what the third umpire saw. It appears as though it touches the ground.
Yeah, the further slowing down of the images, and there, evidence that the ball was grassed. So, which version to interpret and conclude on?
I think having played the game, and I'm not sure what you think, but as a cricketer you just accept that that's out. But to the letter of the law, it does appear as though some of that ball touches the ground.
Another very good delivery from Stark.
So this is real time, and when I saw this, I just thought, great catch. How good a catch is that? And then when they went upstairs, I thought, why are they going upstairs? And then you saw the really slowing down of that catch, and there's some debate, obviously, and I agree with the sentiments of the West Indies cricket dressing rooms that they feel like they've been on the wrong end of some of the calls today. The other one I'm referring to is the Roston Chase LBW, and for me, it appeared like there was a little deviation from the bottom of the bat onto the pad, and I think the Snicko just didn't prove it was, the West Indians were on the wrong side of the spike, and when it happened.
Yeah, the timing of the spike, the graphic that is supposed to indicate when contact was made, was a little bit off. Ball in. A deflection surely before the ball made contact with the stumps, but importantly, there is another wicket for the Australians.
Yeah, there can't be any debate about that one. That's what Mitchell Starc was trying to do. He was trying to go falling at the stumps. Didn't quite get it right. Hit the front pad of Shamar Joseph and then ricocheted onto the stumps. So the Australians keep making inroads now into the West Indies. It's going to be just about even Stevens after both first innings. Shamar Joseph goes for 8 off as many deliveries. 171 for 9.
Jaden Seales, star with the ball for the West Indies in the first innings. Now being asked to contribute with the bat, and he can. Shamar Joseph not negotiating this delivery from Starc.
Well, the feet were going everywhere, weren't they? There were about 4 or 5 different directions before the ball hit his pad. So whether he was just premeditating a little bit, maybe, where he thought it might be coming from, but he just made a bit of a meal of that delivery.
It's still 2 slips and a gully. There is a long off. It's Hazelwood.
Yeah, Bo Webster's done his job really for the Australians. A couple of very handy wickets, and now he's straight out of the attack and get one of the trump cards back in, see if the Australians can knock over the West Indies as quickly as possible.
Very good from Joseph. At this stage, it's important to take every run. Some might be thinking about him taking more strike and not exposing Jaden Seales. But this is the right approach.
Well, we've got a decent game on our hands. West Indies have fought really hard today. You do feel like the pitch is playing a little better than it did yesterday, so it's going to be fascinating to see how the Australians now bat on this surface.
Oh!
That confidence that we could put on the pressure on them this afternoon. And who knows, if we get 4 wickets this afternoon, we could change this game on its head. I got me faith in West Indies, and I will support them till I die. Thank you.
Wow, loyalty at its very best. Some may call him Nostradamus, if he predicts right. Everybody, surely no bat involved, so stifled appeal from the Australians. Hey, Greg and viewers, 8 times we've seen in Test match cricket both teams in the first innings finishing on level scores. I'm told one time, it was back in 2003, I played in that Test match. West Indies, Australia. 240, even Stevens in Antigua.
And can you remember the result of the game then?
Indeed, I can. A memorable Test match for the West Indians and for us. Was the last time we defeated Australia in the Caribbean back in 2003, the highest successful run chase in Test match cricket achieved in the 4th innings by the West Indies, 418. .172 for 9. Stark might be thinking about sticking with that plan of going fast and full. Talzar Joseph to good effect against Shamar Joseph. Well, Greg, this was a scorecard. We'll take everyone down memory lane back in 2003.
Some familiar names there. Look at that run chase. Unbelievable. I'm looking for Ganga. I can't see him there.
Scored all my runs in the first 2 Test matches. Six and 8. I think it's an important point to make, having had the experience of playing in those 4 Test matches in that 2003 series. One of the great things we identified from the Australians was their ability to strategize and to plan as a series unfolded. Scored 200s personally in the first 2 Test matches, and then the attack and the way they worked me out was fascinating to see. And to me, that is a significant part of being successful in Test match cricket, how you take information and how you use that information to inform the way you play, both individually and collectively as a team.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And I think the great Test teams from different eras and even currently, I think those teams believe they can win from anywhere. You know, Test matches go for 5 days. There's a lot of things that can happen. And I think those really, really good international Test teams always feel like they can win games.
Piece of bat in that one. Maybe it delayed. See, it's getting off the mark. Greg, as we look at this back end of the second innings for the West Indies, Australia will of course have the chance to bat a second time around in this Test match. Again, that top order will be in focus. Maybe next over you can tell us, are there a few other Australian cricketers back in Australia looking closely at proceedings, thinking that there might be an opportunity around the corner in time to come?
Yeah, possibly. No doubt about it. I mean, especially within the next 12 months, there's definitely going to be some opportunities, particularly in the top 3, top 4. Who knows how long Stephen Smith's going to play for? He's back in great form. I'd love him. We Australians want him to play for as long as possible.
Another well-executed Yorker by Stark. 175 for 9. Still trailing by 5 runs. Batting pair will try to drag the Australians for as long as possible in the outfield. It's been a real spectacle here at the Kensington Oval in Barbados. Kids dominating at the venue, looking on, being inspired by their heroes. Many of them with a favourite. Of course, more West Indians than Australians. But great to see. Maybe the next generation of world cricketers are being groomed, being inspired. Thumped down the ground, and it will go all the way. Clean strike by Alzari Joseph. And now the West Indies team goes ahead.
Like that from Alzari Joseph. He's a good striker of the ball. I've seen him bat before, and obviously he just thought, well, if this is going to be anywhere near my stumps, I'm going after it.
edged. Unintentional. But Alzarri Joseph recognizes that it's an opportunity for him to make hay while the sun shines.
I was watching Josh Hazelwood here just after that edge flew away, just turned around, walked back to his mark. It can get very frustrating, but Joseph just throwing caution to the wind and getting away with that one.
That's been watchful on that occasion.
Yeah, showing those kids in the crowd and talking about the next generation. I've got two boys at home, 8 and 10. When they found out I was coming over here to the West Indies, I was under strict instruction to get something signed by one of the Australian players. Now, all the great players that are playing in the Australian team at the moment, but the one autograph they want, Sam Constas. All the ramp shots, and so yeah, there you go. He's not sure whether you saw that debut innings against India at the MCG, but
yeah, maybe that's the influence of the Big Bash League and the draw for the young generation of that format of the game back in Australia. To be fair, it is the wildest, most exciting version.
yeah, a lot of people in Australia have sort of been waiting for Constas to get his chance again and just to see how he's going to go about it in the second round of Test match cricket. And I think we'll see a slightly different version than the one on debut. 186 for 9.
Innings end for the West Indies. Quite a bit of enterprise from Alzarri Joseph, who's unbeaten on 20 at the moment. Jaden Seals appears to be switched on and able to provide support to Alzarri Joseph in this last wicket partnership. Message to Alzarri Joseph during the changeover. Spoke about Sam Constas, and we can glean from afar that there's a certain investment in him as a young player. Very much the trend that we've seen in Australian cricket. You think of Shane Warne, Ricky Ponting, Michael Clark, talents that were pretty much identified and invested in at a very young age.
Yeah, and I think you could throw Glenn McGrath in there as well. Hadn't played many first-class games for New South Wales before he was thrown into the Australian team. Pat Cummins is the other one. I think he debuted for Australia when he was 17. So yeah, I mean that's the Australian way. I'm not sure what happens in the West Indies, but I think the Australian selectors, they sort of earmark certain young individuals, and they think it's worth the gamble, just get them in as quickly as possible, and obviously Sam Constas is one of those.
Any others in the pipeline?
Well, there's a young man in Victoria by the name of Ollie Peake, who made his debut the season just gone in Australia, 18 years of age, made 52 on debut. Now Australia have got some Australia A games coming up against Sri Lanka, and he's been picked for those. So having only played one first-class game, he's playing in the second Australian team, if you like. So maybe he's one to look out for. Young left-hander from Victoria, Ollie Peake.
Yep.
Good height. Jaden Seals, well negotiated in the end. That's a shark you were speaking about earlier, Bluey.
Yeah, I was talking about the differences between swimming in the ocean here in Barbados compared to South Australia, where I'm from. Yeah, definitely feel safer here in Barbados. You ask the surfers, though, in Australia, and no problem.
Looked away nicely, so creating frustration, these two West Indian batters.
Jaden Seals berating himself. He missed out there. 189 for 9. Van Dyne. West Indies leading by 9. Nathan Lyon wicketless. Wicketless in the World Test Championship final as well. And an opportunity here to get his name on the board. Carlos Brathwaite alongside Neva Lee. At the moment, negligible. Things have sort of flattened out as far as the pitch is concerned compared to yesterday, so how many more can these two add? Does fall now, it will be T. Very well taken. But Webster was coming in and that was travelling, and Nathan Lyon has his first wicket of the match, and it is the end of the West Indies innings with a lead of 10.
Always thought this would be the challenge. Can they hold the nerve? The answer is no. It was flighted, it was full. Eyes lit up. Head tilted back. Jaden Seals gone for 2. West Indies all out for 190. A lead of 10. And they'll take tea.
Porcelain session was entertaining, it was action-packed, it was filled with controversy. 5 wickets in this session after just 1 in the first session, a couple of dismissals that will be talking points for some time to come. Pat Cummins, though, won't be disappointed with the way things have gone for him and his team.
Casey Carty, Brandon King, couple 20s, couple starts. But the real partnership, Roston Chase, Shea Hope, 44 and 48 respectively. Both questionable decisions by the third umpire with the technology. Azai Joseph tried to rally with the tail, got 23 not out. 190 all told in a lead of 10.
Stark with 3 wickets continued to probe, so too did Hazelwood and Pat Cummins. Nathan Lyon picking up the last wicket of the innings. Crucial interventions from Bo Webster, who got the ball to deviate laterally, swing and seam and bounce. 2 for 20. So things in the balance with the lead negligible, just 10 runs, 180 and 190. 1 session to go on day 2. We'll take a short break, but don't go too far away because there'll be a lot of analysis coming up during this tea interval, and it is worth your time to have a look and a listen.
Let's look at where this test match is at. Of course, during the tea interval on day 2 of the first test between the West Indies and Australia. Australia trailed by 10 runs. The West Indies being bowled out for 190. Of course, 5 wickets are falling in that post-lunch session. And the excitement continues here at the Kensington Oval in Barbados. I'm joined by Shakira Selman, Samuel Badri. Let's first reflect on that post-lunch session. 5 wickets, the West Indies being bowled out. How would you assess that phase of play?
Yeah, wonderful from an Australian perspective. Just the 1 wicket in the first session, 5 for 55, bowling the West Indies out and managing to keep that lead to just 10. I think that's precisely what they wanted, not allowing the West Indies to get too far ahead of the game. So that was brilliant from them in that phase to pick up those 5 wickets. And like I said, for just those 55 runs.
Yeah, there was that significant partnership with Roston Chase and Shea Hope. Shakira, a great collective effort by the Australians too. All the bowlers in and amongst the wickets.
Yeah, certainly. And so much focus was on Josh Hazelwood, Mitchell Starr and Pat Cummins. But then Bo Webster was able to come in and make crucial breakthroughs. And I think that was the difference. It was a complete effort by the Australians. And now they'll think that they're in with a chance of getting back in charge of this game.
Yeah, the Australians will be pleased. Now let's all reflect on the 10 wickets to fall. Samuel Badri, take us through those eventful dismissals.
Yeah, familiar fashion for Craig Brathwaite, just getting himself in a tangle, squared up by the ever-impressive Mitchell Stark. And then John Campbell perhaps playing at one he should not have played at, feathered through to the wicketkeeper. That one jumped, really did. Casey Carty had to go. And the night watchman, well, he only lasted a couple balls. So that was at the end of play on day 1. And then today, Brandon King, a bad bit of misjudgment there. This one, though, was a little bit controversial, the wicket of Roston Chase, and then it was a sort of a procession. Justin Graves off the bowling of Bo Webster, one that just held its line. And a good take, another controversial one. We'll talk a little bit about that. Alex Carey, Shamar Joseph with that full delivery. And then the final one to fall. Well struck, well connected, but straight to the fielder. So overall, as you mentioned, DG, everyone contributing to that bowling effort. And I think Australia will be very happy with where they are at the moment.
Shakira, one significant partnership with 67 runs. If you had to offer a word of advice to that West Indies change room, what would that be, batting-wise?
Yeah, they'll want to be better initially at the top of the order. They'll want to know where their off-stump is. About probably more like Shea Hope and Roston Chase did. They were quite cautious, but they were still very positive. Shea Hope, especially, from the time he came to the crease, he was very positive in his stroke making. Probably confident on the back of a good white ball for him. And he was able to make it easier for Roston Chase to get through what could have been a very tough period for West Indies. So that 67-run partnership that really helped West Indies to get into a good position. They would have wanted it to go a bit further, but they'll be pleased with the effort from those two.
Yeah, that might just be the blueprint for the West Indians batting the second time around. Now, Samuel Badri, you did allude to the fact that we've had some controversial decisions throughout the course of this test match. Let's elaborate a little bit more about those events. First, we had Travis Head being adjudged, caught by the West Indians. There was a review, and then he was allowed to continue his innings. How would you reflect on this incident?
Yeah, well, Shea Hope initially said he wasn't sure, but upon reflection, it looked as though it went straight into his gloves. So they're disappointed that Travis Head was not given out. But this one, there seemed to be a clear nit before it took the pad. And West Indians, you can understand why they're aggrieved by these decisions. Roston Chase looked straight at his back after reviewing this one, though. A really good effort by Alex Carey, but right there, you can see the ball does make contact with the glove, just in between the glove and the ground. Yeah, he shouldn't have been given out. Shea Hope won, but I don't think upon reflection those decisions were right, and they were not in the favor of West Indies, and West Indies will be very disappointed that everything seemed to have gone against them.
Well, West Indian fans, and I'm sure Darren Sammy, will feel that all these decisions didn't go in favor of the West Indies. Samuel Badri, how would you sort of interpret this, and then
communicate this sort of scenario with the players for the remainder of this test match?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It really is unfortunate, especially when the third umpire, the television umpire, have at his disposal the technology, and it feels as though everything, and as we've all said continuously, everything seems to go against the West Indians. But there's little that you can do about it at this stage. You just have to focus on the job at hand, put that behind you, and hope that things change and that you get some bit of the rub of the green in the second innings.
Yeah, well, I can clearly see that, there were a couple of them that should have gone the West Indian way, but you understand the fact that technology is meant to enhance the decision making and bring that decision to it being the correct one. So we're going to go into a little break, and when we come back, we'll continue the action here at Kensington Oval.
Sunshine continues to beat down on Kensington Oval. We are ready for the final session of day 2 of this first test match between West Indies and Australia. It has been a closely contested test match so far. Australia bowled out for 180. West Indies bowled out for 190. Alzari Joseph had a back end with 23, but a couple of 40s for Chase and Hope.
Wicket shared, start the pick of the bowlers with 3. But cast your eyes to the bottom. Big Bo Webster with 2 for 20. Timely scalps. An important spell. These are the wickets, first few from last night. Craig Brathwaite not getting out, looking the ball seeming away from start. Got one. Bad judgment by John Campbell. A difficult delivery to face late on the evening. Rising, especially when you saw the ball before. Jamal Ward-Can, a delivery too good for the night watchman. And then this morning, poor judgment by Brandon King. Controversial. Roston Chase. And Bo Webster. Important strikes. First removing Justin Graves and then Shea Hope. What on the face of it looks a good catch, but on reflection, once again controversial. And then it was a bit of a procession with the lower order. A good effort from the West Indies. And as you can see it, till now, still only one half-century maker in the game, Travis Head. The West Indies a slender lead of 10 going into innings number 3.
Usman Khawaja on the right says that he still thinks that he has a big part to play for Australia, not only in run scoring but mentoring the young man to his right, Sam Constas, 19 years of age. The West Indies will be hoping that the eyes of the cricketing gods can gaze upon them and allow them some favour, because they haven't had the rub of the green with decision making in the test so far. Such is life. Head down, chest out, and keep going forward. Roston Chase will try to garner his troops for the final session of this second day. While Constas and Khawaja will try to stave off the West Indies on a surface that still has something in it, not as much as day one. So time will tell whether Shamar Joseph and Jaden Seals can apply the same discipline and the effort, Carlos Brathwaite, that we saw from them in the first session of day one.
I love your reference, Mr. Bishop. Chest out, chin up like a Medina pigeon, stand tall. The challenge of Test cricket is not being able to do it once, but being able to back it up. And young Jaden Seals on screen just now, he would look to the fast bowling unit that we would have just seen and realized how long those guys had to do it to get the reputation they have. He's making his way. A strike rate that only one person with more Test wickets can better all time in Test cricket. So he's well on his way to becoming a legend in his own right. But right here, right now, can he follow it up? And this young man, you feel as though the whole of Down Under is on top of his shoulders. 19 years old, such poise, such potential. And at the other end of the spectrum, Usman Khawaja, always smiling, soft-spoken, very, very determined.
I think Jaden Seals' first port of call will be to see whether he can find some outswing. That could so easily have gone back onto the stumps.
Continuing as he left off in the first innings. And you'll say well played late, but I think that's a little too late. Almost playing it right on to his stump, Sam Constas. There'll be a bundle of nerves hidden by a fairly calm exterior. There's a lot of pressure.
That's his stock delivery. Stock delivery on the wing. Look at the seam position, young folks at home. one of the best seam positions in the game as far as I'm concerned. So what you're looking at with that is to use that as your stock delivery. But too far from your mind should not be the fact that he has a little wobble seam where that's his outswinger, and he's got a little scramble seam and nip backer that he can bowl, which we've seen a lot from various bowlers across the game, just to try to exploit that LBW and bold. Because Sam Constas has had a history of being susceptible to that. Good player, saw his 100 against the West Indies in the Under-19 World Cup. We saw him on Test match debut go crazy against India at the MCG. Andrew McDonald says he doesn't think that he'll see that type of aggression from him in this Test match as he showed on his debut.
Yeah, I don't think anyone that watched him on debut or in the Under-19 tournament would deny that there is a bundle of talent there, and you felt as though on debut it was a little bit of imposter syndrome. I want to come out, I want to make my mark against Jasprit Bumrah, one of the best bowlers in our generation, and he entertained. But since then we've seen him be a bit more calm, calculated, a little bit more reassurance, as though he now believes he belongs, and he'll be searching for that big knock that would solidify that idea in his mind.
I have to hold my hand up when I saw him make that 100 against the West Indies in the Under-19 World Cup, and then I didn't see him again until his Test match debut. It was like night and day the way he played for that 100 in an orthodox manner in the Under-19 World Cup, and then what I saw in Test match debut didn't strike me as that guy. That was so different. He can play. You know, guys like Harry Dixon, Sam Constas was at opening pair, Hugh Weidgen led the team, Oliver Peake. It's a straight line they're looking to attack. Good from Jayden Seales, a maiden to start. Better places to be in the Caribbean. Shamar Joseph starting round the wicket immediately.
Touch, man.
The elder statesman on strike. And the trainee at the other end thrown into real life. As Constas comes on strike, coach Andrew McDonald had his own thoughts and views on how Constas would go.
We're not sure what to expect is the short answer. We've seen him at Test match cricket Boxing Day against India, where he lit up that first session with some entertaining cricket. We'll probably see a more traditional approach, I think. I think in that series, you know, he was really amped up, and you know, he brought out some shots that we weren't expecting as early as he did. But he's an exciting player.
He was part of that under-19 World Cup winning team, and there's some orthodoxy about him. As I mentioned, Shane Watson has mentored him quite closely, or instrumental in him changing clubs. That delivery right there is the one that he battles against. And it nips back sometimes. It brings the stumps and the LBW into play more than most.
I can tell you what, there's something about character. There's been a little bit of argy-bargy off the field between these two. A contest we'd hope to see for years to come. Shamar Joseph got the better of him in the first innings.
Oh no, my goodness me, John Campbell. And Shamar Joseph again. What is it that this young man has to do for them to hold on to his catches? Seriously.
There's tremendous hard work and graft, planning, execution by Shamar Joseph, and none of the above by his fielders. And all the talk in the lead up to the test was about getting him LBW. As a result, he's advanced down the track. Shamar's dragged his length back, induced the edge, straight forward catch again, grasped again. That's 4 between Brandon King and John Campbell. And all that young man on screen could do is just walk back and try again.
Oh my goodness me. And of all people, Justin Graves, supposedly the best of those catchers. Shamar Joseph needs to go to church. One without loss. This is ridiculous. It really is unacceptable. Twice in the over. My goodness me. Some things are non-negotiables. As is the case, a lot of the bowling prefers to earn the side of full to Usman Khawaja.
You come into this third innings, you have a slender lead, you want to make automatic inroads. Your premier fast bowler creates 2 chances straight forward. You've literally just taken these catches 5 minutes before. Is it a lack of intensity? Why can't this be transferred in the middle? At this level, you can't give good players 3 and 4 opportunities to have a knock. When your batters are batting, they have the best bowling attack against them, and some would say, even people upstairs, there's 11 of you up there, you have to fend for each other. And their regulation slip catches is unacceptable to ask your fast bowlers to run in ball after ball, over after over, create chances, and then you grasp them in the slips.
Joseph should have done better. feelings about this. He said he wasn't sure you'd see this in Sam Constas, but with the pressure, you're right, Carlos, that has been built on him, he's just trying to offset the bowlers rather than just sit and be a standing target. Stationary target. A little chat between himself and Usman Khawaja, and this is part of Khawaja's role, mentoring the young man. He said it openly, Usman Khawaja.
And it's not always what is said in that moment. Sometimes it's just taking the sting out of the game. Just had a couple balls in the last over, back-to-back drop catches. You've just used your feet, come down the track to the first ball. Sometimes you come down and you can ask what's for dinner. Make it a little lighter, allow it to switch off, switch back on, tune back in. Just take the sting out of proceedings. You can feel as though the walls are closing in. So good job by Usman Khawaja.
Six without loss. Six for none doesn't tell you the entire story. If you've just joined us, 2 catches going down in Shamar Joseph's last over. We'll be hoping to get the ball to straighten from round the wicket and Khawaja occasionally. Put catches down. If it was a guy at practice that I knew worked hard, and I watched him working hard as a teammate, I didn't have a problem. And if it was a guy or a couple of guys, and I'm not saying any of these guys are slacking off, I don't know that to be a fact, certainly with Graves. May want to have a look again. They've run 4, so Constas off the mark after a couple of lives.
Yeah, good running. That's slightly shorter part of the field. Good effort by Jamal Warkan. No need to check the boundaries. Constas and Khawaja completed 4. What I love about the approach from Shamar Joseph so far is that Constas, players always say we don't read the news, and players always know. There's been a big talk about tracking the ball back, running it onto his pad. So he's wary of ensuring that there's bat on ball. So Shamar Joseph has gone the other direction. He's keeping it on a good line and length still, but shaping it away and bringing the edge into play.
Shades of his test match debut at the MCG against India. Walking down the track. A dismissal in the first innings.
Talk about that ball tracking back. And this was after beautiful setup of balls, straightening and seaming away from him, pulling that and those hands away from the body, creating that separation between bat and pad for the in-swinger to get between.
Great resolve by Shamar Joseph, 11 without loss. 6 catches have gone down behind the wicket for the West Indies this test match.
And there is a common denominator, bar this one from Jaden Seals, the other 5, Shamar Joseph. And there are very easy chances at this level should be taken. And that, Mr. Sammy, is how all West Indies fans would feel, especially after watching a reel such as that one, knowing the position your team could have been in.
Oh, a couple of people contacted me about the numbers we put out yesterday on drop catches around the world since 2024. KG Rabada was up there initially before yesterday. Shamar Joseph has jumped ahead of him from just 204 overs compared to 298 and 362 and 410 for Rabada, Stark and Bumrah. If nothing else, gentlemen, think about your teammate. Still got to hold his length, Jaden Seals. One of the things we often talk about is, as the pitch eases out, don't always go searching. The spread of your deliveries as the pitch eases out has to be a little bit wider before you look for your wicket-taking delivery. Smiling assassin.
It has the smile of a man that's accustomed to taking wickets. Mr. Bishop, I never took many wickets in my time, so I was always aggrieved if any chances were put them off me.
Still smile down there with Johan Lane on the left. No! I think just from my own experience, it mentioned that if it were guys who I know working hard at practice, I'd be a little more forgiving. But for me to be smiling when I played it, that wasn't me. I was very intense. And I couldn't have as much. I hear guys talking about having fun on the field. I couldn't do that. To me, this was business. Yeah, I just thought it was, and it's a fault that I had, in that this was my job. This was my passion, and I found it hard to relax on field or during a game, as I so enviously see other people doing. It doesn't mean that they're taking it any less serious than I was, but I had to be locked in and intensely focused almost all the time once the umpire said play, until he said end it. 13 without loss. Converse of that is one of the most serious face men in the history of the game, Curtly Ambrose, who most people feared because they didn't know him. He was one of the most jocular guys on the field. And he's at a mid-off away. One wicket in the morning session, 5 in the middle session. None yet, although there was opportunity. Find out now if the game itself can repay strong faith. Need I say good take?
You know, it's important to keep the emotions in control. It's high emotions after a few dismissals with the bat. You're using that pent-up energy and being pumped, and you create a couple chances. It's quite easy to let it go awry and try to get a wicket every ball, but you have to remember what worked in the first innings. Build pressure by bowling good areas. It's a better pitch. You're not getting as much laterally. You have to string balls together for a longer period of time. I know fans will be saying, if we had gotten Constance out, you had Cam Green coming in, that was an opportunity to get back-to-back wickets, and it was, but that's gone. And players out there, you can't change that. How do you move forward? How do you regroup?
Good control of length, actually, admirable. So I take my hat off to him. I know a few fast bowlers who would have blown a gasket, and he's gone back into a length. Don't do it, Carlos.
I would have bowled one of my hoppity drop short balls at 75 miles an hour, and then I'd been good.
Boundary. Is it runs or leg buys? Leg buys.
You can see Shamar Joseph looking for that one that tracks back. A little too short, a little too straight. None to his figures. 4 to the Aussie total, and hasn't got that one as perfect as he did in the first innings.
I think if we see a pitch map, admirable good length bowling from Shamar Joseph, through it all, the back edge of a good length. And he's finding himself after his hot start to Test match cricket in Australia. I think he lost the knowledge or the insight of what is his ideal length as a short skinny bowler. In this Test match though, I think we're starting again to see the best of that. And his understanding of what that length is, 17 without loss.
hard spot to be in the pool and the party stand here at the Kensington Oval. Jaden Seals. And they've continued with that ploy around the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja. They've produced a couple opportunities of Sam Constas. They haven't held on, and they'll feel aggrieved with the third umpire not going in their favor. So it's been a sort of unfortunate series of events from a West Indian perspective. They will feel quite fortunate though to be here looking at test match cricket after a decade between these two nations. Greg Blewett alongside me. Greg, in the second innings, haven't seen what we've seen in the first from both teams, and the way the pitch has, I suppose, settled down in a sense. What can we expect from the Australians?
Well, I thought it was really important for the West Indies to get off to a good start, maybe do some damage with that new hard ball, because there's no doubt, I think after about 20-25 overs, the ball will get a bit softer and batting will become a lot easier. So yeah, a couple of drop catches, not ideal for the West Indies, but that ball is still doing a little bit, so they've just got to make sure that the next chance that is provided is taken. But you mentioned Seals coming around the wicket to Usman Khawaja, and that is exactly the right thing to do. It's also very important to try and move the ball away from Usman Khawaja when you're coming around the wicket. He really enjoys the ball coming back into the stumps, but if you can move it away, that's what troubles him.
I'll tell you what, Greg, as we see that one dribble into the boundary for four, one of the best exponents of exactly what you're talking about there is Kemar Roach. He has the ability to bowl from around the wicket and then leave the left-handers. He's taken quite a few wickets with that plan. Of course, he's not part of the West Indies squad. Legend of West Indies cricket, Kemar Roach, such a wonderful servant over the years. He really executes that well. Same angle that Jaden Seals is operating from, but then to leave the left-hander. Generally, Jaden Seals will get it to arc back in.
Yeah, those last two deliveries is exactly what he wants. And this is what we're talking about. The ball moving away from Usman Khawaja from that angle of around the wicket. That's what will trouble him. That was the wicket, the shorter one, the little under edge. And again, in the World Test Championship final, both dismissals from around the wicket.
Yeah, that one just holding its line, exactly what you were talking about. 23 without loss. Yeah, it really doesn't have to do too much with the angle. You naturally expect it to come back in at you as a left-hander. So if it just holds its line, it's a very tricky delivery to contend with.
Yeah, if he can't swing the ball away from the left-hander, then he's better off just bowling with his scrambled seam rather than swing the ball back in.
New look Kensington Oval, those stands there installed for the T20 World Cup last year. That final that was hosted here at the iconic Kensington Oval. Yeah, that should be leg byes. Not much Shea Hope could have done there, but he's worked diligently in the first innings. Shamar Joseph just on Sam Constas though. pretty new to Test match cricket. Greg, what have you made of his technique and what would allow him to flourish in this version?
Well, he's obviously riding his luck at the moment. He's surviving. He's been already dropped twice. The thing that concerns me a little bit from the limited time that I have seen him, he's obviously very young and only just starting out his Test career, is sometimes when he strides forward to defend a good ball around about off stump, it's just a half a step. It's not a full stride. I think when he commits to a good, solid forward defence, it all looks pretty good. But on occasions, it's just a half step. And then that's what sort of makes him a little bit vulnerable when he does that with the outside edge. Already he's changed his technique a little bit from when he made his debut. He's really opened up his front foot.
One of the things that I noticed about him, and as you mentioned, the very limited time that I've seen him, is that left foot seems to come across. So he has to play a little bit around it. And those deliveries that nip back in might be a little bit problematic and troublesome for him. It's just a limited sample size, obviously, as we've alluded to, in the embryonic stage of his career. Very much a learning opportunity for him as Australia look to solidify an opening partnership. But it is such a difficult job opening the batting in this format. Your defenses will be tested, your technique will be tested, your temperament will be tested. Yeah, first time the West Indies have taken a lead against Australia in the last 20 instances. That just goes to show how good they were in the first innings with the ball. Just a 10-run lead, so not much to talk about there. 27 without loss. Ever-present cannons here, ubiquitous here in Barbados. Azari Joseph replaces Seals.
I was very interested to see some of the body language in the West Indian outfit when these catches went down. That was the first one, both off the bowling of Shamar Joseph. I was very impressed with the bowler, and I wasn't sure about the coach's reaction, Darren Sammy, who is probably quite emotional, but as a leader, I'm just not sure whether that was maybe the right thing to do, but the bowler, Shamar Joseph, so impressive. And I got the chance to interview him after yesterday's day's play and asked him about some drop catches which happened on day one, and he had a big smile on his face, and you know, no one, same old line in cricket, no one means to drop catches and just get on with it, but for it happen again today, it was 2 and 3 balls and still smiling, and because it's very easy as an outfit to get really down as a team. And just going back to Darren Sammy's reaction as the leader of the outfit, probably depends on the team as well. I mean, if they've employed him as that sort of guy, he's an emotional coach, then I suppose you just have to wear it. But there's not many coaches around where outwardly they show that much emotion.
Huge shout, finger goes up, wicket for West Indies. They'll think about the review. In fact, he takes the review. Is this the first one? We'll have to find out.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision out. I checked the bowler's feet.
Well, Usman Khawaja reviewed it straight away, so he must think it was too high.
It doesn't appear to be any bat, but just ultra to confirm bat or no bat, please. There's a clear gap between bat and ball, no bat involved. Ball tracking ready, please. Original decision is out. Pitching out it off, impact in line. Wickets, umpires call. Nothing you can stay with original out decision, stand by. On screen signal now.
Yeah, it is the first wicket for the West Indies, the first wicket in this test match for Alzarri Joseph, and reasons to celebrate. Usman Khawaja goes for 15. 27 for 1. For the West Indies means that Cameron Green gets another opportunity at number 3. 2 centuries to his name. Nervy start. This is the wicket, Greg.
Yeah, definitely straight enough and hitting in line, and absolutely fair enough that Usman Khawaja reviewed that. But just a little bit of luck going the West Indies way. Finally, just clipping the stumps. So umpire's call given out on field, and they get their man.
It's so important to get that on-field call in your favor. We saw a nervy start from Cam Green in the first innings. Perhaps looking to get bat on ball to deliveries he shouldn't do, was dropped early. and then settle down a bit. This is such an important little passage of play here. Can the West Indies get further into this Australian batting lineup? Good stride off the mark. 28 for 1. The batting to come. You can find that almost every part of the island, the coconut trees. Good press, confident press from Cam Green. Wants 3. Really good running. Just a few strides for him and he's down to the other end.
A nice positive start from Cameron Green. Beautiful push. And in a very good position. He's been backed in. I think no matter what happens in this innings and next test, he'll remain at number 3 for this series.
Yeah, you have some strong, I suppose, sentiments about him and in this particular position for the Australians. What's your take on it?
Yeah, we're talking about Cameron Green and batting at number 3. For me, the jury's still out whether he's good enough, if he's not bowling, to bat in the top 6 in this batting lineup, let alone 3. So, I mean, he's immensely talented. He's very well thought of. But I think he's getting that stage in his career where, you know, the output probably needs to lift a little bit. And that's the positions where he has batted for Australia. He made a great 170 in New Zealand batting at number 4 when Stephen Smith was batting at number 3. And he got injured with his back, and now Stephen Smith's gone back to number 4 and played remarkably well. So I don't think Stephen Smith's going anywhere. So where does that leave Cameron Green? So those, yeah, the back injuries haven't helped. You know, he's had stress fractures a couple of times, so he's had long periods of time out of the game. And now he's coming back into the Australian setup and has been moved around a little bit, and he finds himself at number 3. So it's been a torrid start in that position. His first game at number 3 was the World Test Championship final at Lords, where he made a couple of low scores. And a low score in the first innings here. 31 for 1.
can do with some coconut water now, some chilled coconut water. It's quite hot here at the Kensington Oval. Joseph Alzari continues. Yeah, full energy, that's the motto for this series. And they're relaxing in the court's fan cabana, watching cricket in comfort and style, lounging really as if they're in their living rooms at home with a little beverage. Greg, I think you should find yourself there at some point. What a place to be. Greg, we saw those drop catches, we saw the disappointments and so on. One of the most iconic cricketing images for me when I was growing up and looking at West Indies play against Australia, as we see a no ball there from Alzari Joseph, involves you actually. As a youngster back in the day, as many West Indians would, enjoy looking at this contest. Shane Warne, Brian Lara, Glenn McGrath and the like. I just want to know if you remember, I'm sure you do, a particular moment when you were dismissed for 99. I think it was Cameron Coffey, the bowler, who got you out bowled on 99. And then the next day, there was a sign. Someone in the stands, they had a sign. Greg blew it. He blew the opportunity of scoring 100, and that has been indelibly etched in my mind. I just see that sign in my mind. Greg blew it, out bowled on 99.
Yes, I do remember that. I've just got a little story too about that particular innings. One, I got dropped very early. I think I was about 15. The easiest caught and bowled you've ever seen was dropped by Courtney Walsh. So then I thought any runs I got after that were a bit of a bonus. But when I was on 99, I was batting with Michael Bevan, who was at that stage quicker than Usain Bolt. He was lightning between the wickets, and I dropped one just to the offside on 99, and there was no gully. And I said yes, took off, got about 3/4 of the way down the pitch, and Michael Bevan sent me back. And I went, okay, righto. Well, I thought you meant to back up a little bit further for your mate who's on 99. The next delivery, I got a juicy leg stump half volley, and I smashed it straight to mid-wicket like a tracer bullet. And that was at that stage where it's like this little thing popped into my head going, maybe it's not meant to be. And then I was out next ball. So, yeah, one sort of rattled through the defence onto the stumps.
Yeah, sign similar to that, but the sign read, Greg blew it. Wow, wonderful. What's the approach? How do you achieve success on this surface, a surface that offers something for the fast bowlers? Your patience will be tested, knowing where your off stump is and not playing at deliveries that you don't need to, particularly early on in your innings.
Yeah, I think as this game goes on, it's going to be more stump to stump, so I think you've really got to start protecting your stumps and get your alignment right as the ball gets a little bit softer. But still at the moment, there's just a little bit of movement for the bowlers here.
$34 for 1. They're trying to build a partnership. Constance has faced 36 deliveries for his 5 runs, so he's demonstrated a lot of patience.
Yeah, a lot of Aussies in Barbados this week. All sorts of different kinds of supporters. Getting in the spirit of the Caribbean. It's like Travis Head. A lot of tour groups. I reckon there's about 4 or 5 tour groups. Gone! He's chopped it on! As Shamar Joseph finally gets his man. He dismissed him in the first innings. Couple of catches already off Constance went down in this innings, and he gets him, courtesy of a chop on.
Yeah, decides to take matters in his own hands, Shamar Joseph. And this will go down as bold. And ricochets onto the stumps. Just loves getting wickets against this opposition. Constance goes cheaply and goes for 5 and 34 for 2. And the heat of Kensington Oval, everyone needs a break. And they'll have Dasani water break.
End of the Dasani's drinks break. He's just beginning. It tastes very good. Fascinating test match. Fascinating bowling. 34 for 2. Australia. Lead of 24. Got to give it to Shamar Joseph. He's got a heart of gold, the heart of a champion. 2 catches put down of Constance in the face or space of 2 deliveries, and he still comes back. A little bit shorter than 1 or 2 dismissals nipping back that we've seen in his career, but even that one came back off the surface. Debating that one this time. Josh Inglis arrives at the crease. Shakira Selman, hello, good afternoon to you. I know as a former bowler yourself, you're loving this Test cricket.
Certainly, 22 wickets have fallen already across this Test. We're just on the day 2. Yeah, 23 of them to seamers.
This guy just keeps coming. Wicket of Constas again.
Yeah, certainly. Second time in the game he's dismissed Constas. Yeah, you can understand why he's pumped up. Twice Constas was dropped off him. He's been excellent. Shamar Joseph, yeah, they're pleased as well. He deserves every wicket he gets. And he just loves bowling against the Australians.
I just love, folks, and I'm sorry, we're talking fast bowling. I've talked about the Australians, talked about the West Indies in the first innings, but I love the length, the control of length that I'm seeing from Shamar Joseph. I think he's starting to understand what his best length is with each way movement. Probably should have had 10 wickets in the Test match already.
Deep backward square employed now.
Bat delivery as well, and some of these deliveries are over 142 kilometers per hour. Just looking at this, the marginal deviation again into the bat. Inglis off the mark. 36 for 2. It's a marginal movement. The blue is the original line. And just indeterminate footwork from Constas, some work to do. Shakira, and I know you're enjoying it as well, all the fast bowling, the seam bowling that we're seeing, and to me, just as Harry Joseph is bowling a good spell, he's into a good spell as well, and the sequence, the build-up to his dismissal of Khawaja, I thought was also very instructive. He went full, and then pulled his length back. Whoops.
Yeah, almost a third for West Indies. But just in time. Just English.
No ball from Alzari Joseph. Had a couple of nice strides into the ball from the start of his innings, Green. That's a good example of it. It's right up there.
He started his innings quite positively, Cameron Green. You understand why West Indies are bowling full to him. So often he's caught on the crease. Yeah, it was a super shot indeed.
That's a better length. And speaking, Shakira, of better length, what I was talking about with Shamar Joseph is 59% into that good length. Occasionally you're going to drift past it, and then you set things up by just pulling back your length occasionally, which was the one that got Sam Constance. And that's where I mean Shamar is starting again to find his range, which will please Ravi Rampal. Love to see young cricketers around the world, not just West Indians, understanding their craft.
Yeah, and it really is impressive, you know. He's making a conscious effort to bowl slightly fuller to get into that good length area, but only 5% of the deliveries he's actually over pitch. It means that you said he really is improving. He really is improving in his control, and he spoke about it yesterday after the game about how hard he's worked on understanding what length works better for him, but also being able to hit that length and just hammer away at that length more consistently.
And show the patience to do it, which has not always been something West Indian fast bowlers have shown. Control and patience. 41 for 2. Into his 7th straight over. Shamar Joseph. Still on the money. Shakira nods ahead in appreciation. to the Khawaja, and think what you want about umpire's call, but I think Shakira and I were sitting in the green room next door, and the sequence of deliveries from Alzari Joseph were full, then wide and full, and then full again, which isn't bad. But just about here is when my hands went up and said, pull the length back. Shakira did the same behind me. I could feel it in the green room. And automatically, as former fast bowlers, he pulled the length back. So similarly here with the other Joseph, we often look at wickets in isolation in the highlights package. We don't always understand what has gone before to build it up.
Yeah, we've said it time and time again, it's about constructing overs. Really is about planning. Whether it is you're going to pull the batter forward and then push them back, or you push them back and then pull them forward. It's really pleasing to see young West Indian fast bowlers being able to do it.
I'll tell a tale out of school here, and I'm going to disappear after I tell this story because he'll be angry with me. There's Ravi Rampal on the left there. I've known him since he was like 14 years old. Seen him come through Trinidad and Tobago under 15, then under 19, West Indies under 19, into West Indies team. And we used to have this discussion. I'm sure he'll acknowledge it. He said, how are you getting a wicket? I want a wicket every ball. I said, yeah, but how are you constructing the process? I just want a wicket. In the early days of his international career. And then he grew to understand the reason that a strike rate of the best bowlers are, let's say, 40s into 50s is because there has to be a build-up. And he learned to understand that, and I'm absolutely sure that's what he's imparting to Shamar, to Jaden, even to Alzari. As the pitch gets better, you have to have a longer investigative period and longer sequence of deliveries because batsmen at this level are good. There should be a couple. So even in my faults in my cricket career are a learning to pass on to the next generation. 43 for 2.
Edmond Anderson comes on to the field to replace Shamar Joseph after an extended spell of bowling. 7 overs. Yeah, we spoke about Shamar's growth as a bowler over a short career. He's only played 8 test matches before this one. And you want to see the same growth from Alzarri Joseph, whom I think we all believe will be the leader of this attack. He has the skills that are required, but you want to see him be patient as well, build overs. And a big question for Alzarri is what length does he need to bowl to keep the stumps in play without overpitching? Of course, viewers, it's a different length depending on the surface you're playing on and also on the height of the bowler. Alzarri quite tall, so very often you see balls going over the stumps. And another ball check.
Better, we've had a number of ball changes, and the type of ball that's being used, the brand has been double coated. It used to survive West Indian conditions as opposed to English conditions, which might be a little softer. Double coated it to try to make it more adherent to the tougher, more abrasive pitches in the Caribbean region, and you do get a backlash occasionally. This is strong again, Kawaja.
Yeah, really good spell of bowling from Alzarri Joseph. Full, and then pull the length back. Reviewed. Yeah, just had to be umpire's call because it was given on the field. Kawaja disappointed, but West Indies finally can look going their way, and then a bit of indecisiveness from Sam Constas. Dropped on 2 occasions before off the bowling of Shamar Joseph, but this time Joseph deciding he'd do it on his own. Again, he struggled with one nipping back slightly at him. Sam Constas, clearly there's work to do, but Shamar Joseph outstanding across this test match. Joseph stirring in this innings for West Indies.
It's always a battle who takes a new ball. Shamar Joseph has worked in this test match. Bowled it for the first time. Jaden has to bowl it, I think. But I also like to see Alzarri with it. I think his wonderful wrist position, his bounding athleticism in his run, and his action lend itself to a problematic opponent when he gets it right. For those reasons, he can swing it away, he can scramble it back. He can test you with his short delivery because he has pace. So he's trying to hit into a good length off stump at Cameron Green without over pitching. That sort of thing. His athleticism is the envy of a number of people around the world. The arms drive forward nicely, nice little bound, and he gets over that front leg well enough. It's a very springy, whippy action. And the wrist position is something you won't necessarily see as clear here, but I love how he locks the wrist and then unlocks through delivery. Nice length. guys, I was talking to, is it Greg Wade I was talking to yesterday? Talked about the Kookaburra ball, which I don't send any Christmas cards to the manufacturer, to be quite honest with you. And they've kind of double coated that in Australia as well. I always like the proud scene of Duke's readers before it. Kookaburra scenes used to be very flat. Very good over from Alzari Joseph. Very testing maiden over. Will it be from the next end? 43 for 2. And I'd love a ball tracking. That's a great view, folks. I'd love a ball tracking. I heard a noise. Did hear a noise. Not sure what it was. Good indication of a late movement. I'd love to find out what that noise was.
Yeah, nothing. Not sure what we heard, but nothing. Jaden Seals to replace Shamar Joseph. Good from West Indies, good from Roston Chase. Keeping his best bowlers on.
Shakira Selman was there at the gala the other night as we celebrated the 50th anniversary of the West Indies winning the inaugural World Cup. Bernard Julian, the left-arm seam bowling all-rounder from Trinidad and Tobago, 4 wickets in the semi-finals, 10 wickets in the World Cup. I think that would have been the most, second highest for the West Indies. Semi-final was a walkover because they only just got past Pakistan in the game before with Derek Murray and Andy Roberts, Sir Andy, with that last wicket half-century stand. One of the enlightening things to me, Shakira Selman, you wouldn't have been born yet, 1975. The game before that against Pakistan, Derek Murray and Andy Roberts put on 63 for the final wicket to see them home. Derek Murray's vital runs Gandhi got 23 in that half-century partnership with Derek. The most important 23 runs he ever scored. Sir Vivian said there had been no World Cup win without Sir Andy and Derek, who got 61. And Derek didn't get the Player of the Match award. Safraz Nawaz, the Pakistani seamer, got it for picking up 4 wickets. 61 not out in that 63-run 10th wicket partnership with Sir Andy that took them across the line into the semi-final and ultimately winning the World Cup. Shakira was there when they were introduced on the stage on Sunday night. Shakira, you were part of the audience that gave them a standing ovation to see Sir Clive, Sir Vivian, likes of Andy, Alvin Kalicharan, Lance Gibbs, Collis King. I hadn't seen Collis for years. Derek Murray. It was a moving occasion for all who were there and watching. 46 for 2. Graves, I think, for the first time in the match from this Malcolm Marshall end, he should get some away movement.
We saw what Bo Webster was able to do when Australia were bowling. That should be a reminder to all batters that you just can't settle regardless of the pace of the bowler. And we've seen Justin Graves has remarkable control. Significant height difference there, and as a bowler now in Justin Graves, you have to be aware that you maybe have to pull your length back slightly to Green as compared to being fuller to Josh Inglis with that lateral movement on the wind. You found playing here at Kensington that the difference in bowling from the various ends. You wanted this end to get the away swinger going and struggle from the other end with the wind pushing it in. Yeah, there is a strong breeze blowing from east to west, which assists that outswinger from this Malcolm Marshall end. And they much prefer to bowl with the new ball from this end because it generally look to outswing the ball. And with the older ball, then they wanted to bowl from the Gerald Gardner end to get it to shape back into the right-handers. 47 for 2.
piece of paradise, you can say. 169 square miles of beauty. The island country of Barbados in the Caribbean. Most easterly island in the Caribbean. Splits the Caribbean Sea with the Atlantic Ocean. Many great West Indian players hail from this part of the world. Gary Sober's most prominent, in and amongst the two great West Indian openers, Gordon Greenidge, Desmond Haynes, Wesley Hall as well, another prominent name from here, alongside the likes of Malcolm Marshall, Joel Garner. The three W's, one name etched on this trophy. And Carlos Brathwaite alongside me. We can go down the road of history, just to remind everyone that these two teams are playing for the Frank Worrell Trophy. Former West Indian player, someone who played 51 test matches for the West Indies, 9 test match centuries. One of the famous 3 W's. Worrell alongside Weeks and Walcott. We'll talk about the significance of what he has done.
And while history may not be my strong suit, Darren, as a cricketer, one thing you would have heard growing up were the 3 W's. And what I've loved about how Kensington has been rebuilt and how past players have been celebrated, they not only know a figment of our imagination, they're emblazoned on all the stands for us to see, for inquisitive minds to ask questions. So there's Hall and Charlie Griffith.
Is that sliding down? Shehoop and Roston Chase indicating such. Look at that again. Just wide on the angle from Jaden Seals, that intent to push the ball into the right-handed Inglis. Just over the stumps. That was very, very close. Even Shea Hope was surprised by that delivery.
This is absolutely gone. Decent length. And I don't think anyone expected that, not even Jaden Seals. And Brandon King will be thinking, I remember when I made that decision a little bit earlier, he wasn't lucky enough to survive.
Just confirm what we indicated, the ball sliding down the leg side. Very close. Just doing too much off the seam.
You understand why it happens, but it always fascinates me when the ball goes up and everyone is, how's that? And then when you have the chance to review it, everyone says, no, it's too high, or it's sliding down the leg. And
gets more time to think. The beauty from Seals. An extra bounce, beats the outside edge. 48 for 2.
Another fabulous delivery from Jaden Seals. The collection of deliveries, a couple of balls early in the over, Jigging back prodigiously on this occasion, just hitting and moving away slightly, enjoyed by Shea Hope.
Landmark tests for Richard Kettleborough. Joint number of test matches with David Shepherd. Another Englishman, famous umpire. Worked nicely through the onside.
Good running. Good attacking intent from Josh Inglis. It is not much is happening, but as a batter, you have to keep that attacking intent to be able to pounce on anything. Granted, it was a bit aerial. I'll tell you what, I love the return to Test cricket of what has become an anomaly in the modern game, the three. Love that.
Yeah, Carlos, I had the opportunity on Monday to attend the 23rd Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Lecture. And that's a lecture that honors the great man. Of course, Sir Frank Worrell, the first black captain to lead the West Indies in a full test series. Famously played in that 60-61 test match against Australia, the tied test, as it's known. There's an outside edge. Appeared as though there was a deflection. No further questions being asked by the West Indians. It's just full. A little bit of swing on that delivery away from the right-hander. Yeah, and I attended that event, and the keynote speech was given by Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies. And he spoke extensively about Sir Frank Worrell, even elaborated on the book that he wrote on the great man. And the title is Cricket's First Revolutionary. His name immortalized in that 3W stand. As was mentioned, played 51 test matches, 9 centuries, a high score of 261. Also took 69 test wickets too. Played for Empire Cricket Club. Rosson Chase hails from that said club. Even Jamel Warrican. Worked onside. In the gap, that's 4 more. A rare loose delivery by Justin Graves. And the over ends on a high, 55 for 2.
Yeah, Justin Graves trying to go wide and angle it in. Neither nailing the line or the length, and ended up being just a nice handy full toss on the pads, easily picked off.
Lead growing by Australia, 45 thus far.
Jaffa from Jaden Seals, building real pressure. It's been exceptional control of line and length, exhibition of skill. Jaden Seals is the present, and we're looking at the future. The one on the right, Nyasha, a neighbor of mine, came to prominence a year or so ago, playing some shots on social media that made some persons ask some questions. Who is that? And a wave from her and a wave back to you. The Barbados Royals Girls Club doing a lot for female cricket in Barbados. Hopefully it can be spread throughout the region and you can create the next Hayley Matthews.
Hayley Matthews recently led the West Indies women's team to victory in a T20I series against South Africa at the 3Ws Oval here in Barbados, winning the series 2-1. Outside edge found. Good work in that slip cordon by John Campbell, just diving away to his right.
Good work. Good opening of the hips and diving behind him. And yes, you want him to take the catches when they come, but when it bounces in front, you also want him to save runs. Good job from John Campbell. And albeit not a catch, fielding behind the bat and even in the outfield in front of the bat, and you drop a catch, you want to field ball in hand, so that'll give him some confidence.
That's close. He got a big stride in, and the finger goes up, albeit delayed. He'll consider the review, I'm sure. Cam Green, and he goes for it.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision out. I've checked the bowler's feet. Fair delivery. Front on, please. Doesn't appear to be any bat. Ultra-H confirmed bat, no bat, please. Keep going through, keep going through. Keep going through all the way to the pad. No bat involved. Ball trackman ready, please. Original decision is out. Pitching out sort of impact in line. Wickets missing. Which I need you to reverse your out decisions, not out standby. The on-screen signal now.
A decision reversed. The evidence of the ball bouncing over the stumps. You can understand why. Got a stride in. He's a tall man. To the delight of that Australian and that one too. 56 for 2. We'll have a look at this from side on to just show clear evidence of the stride. He's a long way down beyond that crease. So the distance the ball had to travel from impact to the stump, just getting too high to make contact with the stumps.
Yeah, Cam Green has chosen to advance to counteract the seam. It's been prodigious movement from Jaden Seals, and it saved him on this occasion. And rightfully reviewed by Cam Green. He felt as though he was far enough down, that there was enough doubt, and the technology agreed.
Yes, Carlos, just to finish on Sir Frank Worrell and the Frank Worrell Trophy. Of course, the trophy was named in recognition of his leadership and that iconic series back in 1960, 1961. You often hear a lot of West Indians speak about that series and the importance of it, and the adulation that the West Indies team received when they played down under. You don't often see a tied test match. But yeah, just in recognition of him, they said that cricket wasn't as big as him in terms of what he achieved in the Caribbean. He had great positive impact even beyond the cricket field.
Famously said his country needs or lacks a hero. He stepped up to the plate and became the hero that his country needed, and not only his country but a region. And I just love to see him amongst others being immortalized. You always think back, and whenever you travel the world, you hear about, you know, stories of legends past. Well, the legends are still here with us.
He served as a senator in Jamaica. Don't often hear about a memorial service in Westminster Abbey. A rare honor for a sportsman. He received that. And then throughout the Caribbean, various grounds named after him. I know in Mona, Jamaica, there is a Frank Worrell Cricket Ground, so too within the University of the West Indies in St. Augustine, and here at the 3Ws Oval at Cave Hill, where he's laid to rest. The pace there, a blemish from Shea Hope, allowing a bye. End of the over, 57 for 2. Carl Hooper on the shirts of this touring group. And there he is in flesh, alongside Jason Gillespie. Welcome to you, sir, former West Indian captain. Great contribution to West Indies cricket. Fabulous personality. Had the pleasure of playing alongside him too, Carlos.
Greg Blue will be happy that he's not wearing a shirt with his face on it. One of my favorite players as I was growing up, a touch player. I'd even go as far to say he's loved more in Barbados than he is his native Guyana. And there's a famous Carl Hooper late cut, and we had a show in Barbados that would air 1 minute after midnight called Matlock. And the whole legend is that Carl Hooper played the late cut so late it was into tomorrow. We used to call it the Matlock from the great man.
It's just short of John Campbell. Maybe Roston Chase might want to suggest an adjustment. Seen a few deliveries fall short of that slip cordon. Again, maybe the pace from this surface just slowing down.
Yeah, it's difficult to have third slip creeping forward, but I'd suggest that Justin Graves at second slip come in front of Shea Hope. You'd see less a flash going to second slip. You see it peeling more to third and gully. Can he come forward and catch a forward defense? And you've seen it more now in modern day. No one cares what it looks like anymore. So if Justin Graves is to go 2 or 3 steps in front of Shea Hope, you'd understand why he's doing it. If Jaden Seals can bring Inglis or Cameron Green for that matter on the front foot and catch the edge because of the dying nature of the pitch, the softness of the ball, it hardly carries to the normal stagger at second or third. Can second slip take a few steps forward?
In similar fashion to Brandon King, Jaden Seals gets one to jack back and hit top of off. Delicious delivery.
There was a warning a few overs ago, this time a little bit fuller and top of off. That is the request of every captain, every fan, every coach, and that is the aim of every seam bowler. And Jaden Seals, what a delivery. Josh Inglis gone for 12, Australia 57 for 3.
batters getting starts, not being able to carry on. The Australians 3 down. They lead by 47 as we come to the end of the Dasani Water drinks break. This is what transpired just before that interval. English just misjudging the line of this delivery and calculate for that inward movement from Jaden Seales, to the delight of Darren Sammy, the coach of the West Indies team. Yeah, nice Dasani water break for both teams. Russell Chase during that little lull had a little conference with his players. I guess strategically plot the remainder of the day's play. In comes a game changer. Travis Head, the top scorer in the first innings for Australia. He's at the crease. Theoretically, just under 25 overs remaining in the day's play. Sure, that's not going to affect the way he plays.
I think this is the game for the West Indies.
3 slips and a gully. In comes Jaden Seales.
West Indies absolutely need this wicket. There should be no misconceptions about how important getting Travis Head is. Cameron Green at the other end is struggling for form, a little bit of pressure. If there's one player who'll come out and play with freedom, who's in good nick, good form, and can take the game away from the West Indies, it's Travis Head. And as a result of that, West Indies need to get Travis Head out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, there's a deep point. There's a man catching square offside. Seen a lot of deliveries played in the air in that region. 57 for 3.
Graves. Greg Blewett alongside me. We've looked at what Seales has been able to do from that Joel Garner end is, in my view, different from what he's bowled with the new ball from the Malcolm Marshall end, the opposite end, where he swung the ball away largely. From that end with the wind, he's been able to seam it away and nip it back at the stumps, using the differentials of this ground. I have to say that I've talked about the relentlessness of Australia's bowling attack over a long period, but today for me, this young West Indies attack and in this game so far have shown good indications of relentlessness of accuracy.
And also, Bish, for me, some resilience as well after the initial start of this second innings and the 2 catches that went down off the bowling of Shamar Joseph. So yeah, just to hold things together and keep the pressure on the Australians has been really impressive. I think that dismissal too of Josh Inglis, I think his natural instincts of playing a lot of his cricket at the whacker where the ball does bounce a lot, you can just leave the ball on length, but not here in the West Indies. There's not as much bounce, and I think instinctively maybe he just thought where the ball pitched, it was going over. I mean, it was angling in, and right there he's thinking, oh no, please miss the stumps, but took a lot of the off stump. I mean, it was about an inch below the bail. But Jaden Seals, very, very impressive, Bish. Very, very impressive. I mean, he bowls, you know, in between 135, 140, but just his skill, and as you say, just relentless. He's just, when the ball's swinging, he can got a beautiful shape on the ball, but that seam presentation, he's got the scrambled seam as well, but a lot to like.
Good work from Shamar. Lead is only 48, remember that. I think Jaden Seals has one of the best seam positions in the game. We won't talk about it a lot because he's not from one of the bigger countries, but he's got one of the most upright seam positions in the game. And we see a lot of cricket. Should I say one of the most beautiful seam positions? Landing gear down, Justin Greaves, 59 for 3. Around the wickets, Travis Head with a deep point and a short point. Another thing Greg Blewett and folks at home is the difference. You mentioned his swing. When he bowled from the opposite end, the Malcolm Marshall end with the new ball, he'd swing it. And by his own confession, he said that he bowled terribly in the first innings for a 5-wicket haul because he never felt his rhythm was right and he overpitched a lot more than he wanted to. He did it today again. He overpitched a few more times than he wanted to. However, from that Joel Garner end where he's operating now, I think he's held his length better into a good length more often. Like this. But he's also managed to nip the ball into the right-hander. That's from the Malcolm Marshall end. Look at how many deliveries, front edge of a good length, and 29% into the full length. Whereas from the end that he's operating now, 76% into a good length, only 12% to full or full. So I think he's consistently hit a better length with a better rhythm, and you get the chance to ask him later, Louis, as you did to Shimon yesterday, that he's felt comfortable from that end. There's a rare time that he's gone too full from that end, and Travis Head needs no second invitation.
Yeah, it's a nice shot here from Travis Head. I mean, wasn't that much over pitched really, but he's just got beautiful hands through the ball. I mean, all of the Australian batters so far have struggled to time the ball. And Travis Head's just able to come straight in and just get through the ball. Just doesn't look like there's much power there, but they ping off the bat. Just talking about the lengths too that Seals were bowling, and I'll ask you, Bish, do you think that the change in length has also got something to do with, I know you're saying, you know, sometimes you're more comfortable from different ends, but maybe with the newer ball he was trying to swing the ball more, so you probably err on the fuller side, and then when it does stop swinging you probably bash your length a little bit more?
That's a good question, and I'll answer it conclusively actually, because I spoke to him this morning as well. And I can tell just by looking at him. Remember when we saw him in the Under-19 World Cup back in 2020, he just looked heads and shoulders above. He said, and sometimes he ran up from this end yesterday and today, and he bowled full to Khawaja, which you don't mind bowling full, and he kicked the ground in disgust even though the ball didn't go for runs, because he knows that sometimes he has to hold his length back. But he said, I felt no rhythm from the Malcolm Marshall end and I was over pitching too much. So definitely he likes to go full, but he's understood now when to go full and when to hold his length back like that. 63 for 3. This is a key time here. Green's battling. He's battling for 14 from 44. He's looking for a break. Close. Was their bat involved? Was their bat involved? They're going upstairs, so here we go. Maybe the height for me.
TV umpire to director with a player review for LBW. On-field decision, not out. Check the bowler's feet, fair delivery. Front on, please.
I think I saw Green hold his bat up and tap the inside edge.
Ball's close to the bat. Can I go to Ultra Edge confirm bat and no bat, please? Just go back a frame for me, please. Okay, there's clear spike as the ball clips the inside of the pad. Can I go to ball tracking ready, please? Just rocking all that for me. I just want to make sure that the noise is not the back pad as well, thanks. Just keep going forward, please. Just keep going forward. You go back a few frames. I want to make sure that just go forward, go forward. The back pad makes contact with the pad. Back makes contact with the pad. Keep rolling it forward for me, please. And then inside edge onto the pad is clearly bat involved. Mitten, you can stay with your original not out decision. Stand by your on-screen signal now.
Adrian Holstock needs work today. A little scramble that we saw before the ball hit the bat, he's saying, is the bat hit the pad and then ball onto bat.
Well, you could also make an argument that the ball was very close to his front pad as well. Has it shaved the front pad first? At the same time the bat hit the back pad.
Let's get a look at it again, actually. So the thing to look at is, when does the bat hit the back pad? Yep. And hits it there. The question is whether it brushed the front pad before it went on to the bat.
Let's have a look at ball tracking in case he didn't hit it, and enough of the ball would have been hitting the stumps. So a lot of these decisions have been, I'm not saying weird, but there's been a number of decisions, haven't there, that most going the Australians' way so far.
The word that I hear emanating from downstairs is contentious. Umpiring isn't easy even by television. The decision there was whether the ball brushed the front pad with what caused a score. That's in real time. We'll see some bowling in this test match, haven't we? Some seam bowling in this test match. Batting has been challenged. This time, Justin Graves, brilliant, the catching sound. And the West Indies, with their hard work and discipline, continue to reap dividends.
Oh, this is huge. The West Indies have taken another wicket short of a length, and Cameron Green will be really disappointed with that shot, just lunging onto the front foot. It was short of a length, just throwing his hands at the ball, and he's got the outside edge, so struggled for his 15 off 47, 65 for 4.
game in the balance. The lead is just 55. Bo Webster comes to the crease. Giant of a man. And this West Indies seam bowling group has been just as good, if not better, than Australia so far in the game. Green was dropped off this very shot in the first inning.
Yeah, he's almost on the move. I mean, he's lunging forward, and then as he's playing his shot, you can see him lose his balance. And good catch, and they're up and about. Yeah, you say that the game's in the balance, Bish. I've got the West Indies slightly in front now.
We've seen Travis Head strangle down the leg side before, because his head tends to fall across sometimes the off stump and the hands go at the ball.
Yeah, you're right, Bish. He does get caught down the leg side a lot. I also think it's because he doesn't open up that front hip at all. He stays very side on. A lot of people, when the ball starts going down that leg side, you know, really open up, and your hands then go with the ball.
Come on, go Aussies. Well done. Get here.
It's a great opportunity for the West Indies. The lead, just 56 runs. Travis Head is new to the crease. Such a big player now in this game. Bo Webster yet to face a delivery. They've got Shamar Joseph up their sleeve as well, who hasn't bowled for a while, Bish, so it's almost time just to let him loose. Give him 5 or 6 overs, run in hard. Game's on the line.
Yeah, Australia need to do more of that. What that does, folks at home, is that it doesn't allow Seals, who's homing in on a good length quite often, to bowl to the same batsman over and over and over. Remember, we go back to the first innings, very early in Green's innings, he was on naught actually. And Greg Blewett, you talked about this, that's a shot that was dropped by Brandon King. Look at the shot in this second innings. Almost a carbon copy. Patterns in his game with dismissals are quite illuminating and disturbing, I think, at number 3.
Yeah, I think off the front foot, he's prepared to let more balls go that are wide of off stump, but when it's a little bit shorter, he wants to throw his hands at the ball. 68 for 4.
Greaves.
I think the slightly concerning thing out of what we've seen so far out of this first Test match against the West Indies is life without Stephen Smith. Such a brilliant player who's played mainly at number 4 in this Australian side. Just offers that stability.
Young man in the middle of the picture there, Naeem Young, and Shane Dorridge on the left of the screen, former West Indies wicketkeeper batter. Naeem Young was outstanding in that 2020 under 19 World Cup. I think he got a 5-wicket haul. Was it against England or Australia? Young cricketer Naeem Young, good all-rounder. So many talented youngsters, Louis, around the Caribbean region, just waiting to mature. I love him as a cricketer. He's been grooving his leadership as well on the domestic scene. To your point, again, early in the over that Green fell, I think it was the second ball. Look at the shot. Punched it for 1 or 2. And that shot, and I'm sorry we can't superimpose the wicket over that shot. Very similar. Very similar. Feel guilty about initiating our guys downstairs into when to do a split screen. Similar shot from the tall Bo Webster. Must look Cam Green in the eye. They're both giants.
Yeah, this is one of Bo Webster's favourite shots. He's a tall man, but short of a length, he loves just getting up on his toes and then pushing that ball through in between cover and point. Wasn't that short either, was it? Just looking at that from side on, that was probably bail height. A bit more conviction in that shot than what we saw from Cameron Green.
Does Graves go fuller then? Does he go fuller and look to attack the stumps without over pitching?
Yeah, just a little bit tighter.
Yep.
Perfect right there. Gets the single because points back. 74 for 4.
apologise, folks. I'm not looking at the graphic in the foreground. I'm looking at the background. I'm not coming to work tomorrow. And if you need to find me, I'll be there. Shamar Joseph is back. Greg Blewett wanted him back. He's back. I don't think it's impossible that we'll see Alzari Joseph from the other end either.
So another look at Cameron Green and that dismissal, Bish, and look at the previous ball that you pointed out, and it's very similar length, and he gets a single, and then the dismissal doesn't appear to be a lot different in terms of the way he plays it, but there's just a little, with his balance on the right of screen, just that you can see him just sort of falling away to the offside. But he's definitely playing at balls outside his eye line. But yeah, I just feel in general though, Bishop, early in his innings he was leaving, the ball was swinging, and when the ball was fuller and he's more off the front foot and he gets a stride in, he's prepared to leave the ball a lot more. As soon as it's a little bit shorter in length, he wants to throw his hands at it. So you could argue that the ball before that he did get the single off, that was a risky shot as well. Here's Michael Divenuto, the Australian batting coach, will be probably writing down a few notes. And as part of his job, he would have an iPad in front of him, and he's able to, probably create his own split screen, and he's got a lot of information that he can gather. But he's obviously looking at something there, and for a bit of feedback tonight, probably not straight away. Not many batters want feedback about how they got dismissed straight away, probably none. So you're better off probably doing it either later on tonight or probably even the next morning.
Really good accuracy from West Indies once again with the ball. 74 for 4.
A few times already in this test match, the ball being looked at, scrutinized. Gregory Brathwaite, the fourth umpire. Yeah, really nice to see the crowd. I was very pleasantly surprised to see the number of people that came in for this test match, and they've been quite vocal. Everyone has a bit of advice. That's the passion. This gentleman, he's very close to the players' balcony. In the Australian balcony, to the left and in front of him, there's also the dugout as well. So every chance he gets, he's letting them know exactly what the position of the game is. And he also wants a cap, I think. Really wonderful to see. Shakira, do you know him?
I don't. Yeah, very boisterous and really good to see how the players have interacted with the young people who have come out to support them.
Yeah, that's a strange tonic. If it's made out of the sargassum seaweed. Yeah, they've had a great time, a grand old time. Maybe not the way the test match is shaping up for the Australian fans, certainly for the locals. It's been an exemplary effort from Ruston Chase and his troops. His first test match as captain, remember. Justin Graves doing a really good job. Mentioned the role that he has, Shakira, sort of holding one, allowing the others around him to get a little bit of a break. But he too has been exemplary in his line and his length.
Yeah, so important a role he's given. And he's done a really good job, very disciplined. And in between, he's been able to take a wicket as well. Got a wicket in that first innings. And he has one already in this second also.
Nice Gary. You hear that so often from behind the stumps when Nathan Lyon is bowling. And maybe inspiring these youngsters to take up off-spin bowling. I really like what Ruston Chase has done too with the field, particularly for Travis Head. And even though there's protection in the deep, he's hit it so well, Bo Webster, that Jomel Warrican didn't have a chance, not too far from him, but four nonetheless.
Yeah, picked the line so early, got into position. Yeah, just look at the way he gets on top of the bounce. Crunches this one through point.
He really is a strong back foot player, Bo Webster. Loves to play the pull shot. He's had a real consistent run in Sheffield Shield and back in Australia. In the last 4 seasons, he's scored over 2,000 runs at an average of 50 with 600s. Only Usman Khawaja has a better average than him in the last 4 Sheffield Shield seasons, so he's forced his way on the back of a prolific few seasons. to the right of Jomel Warrican, and yet again he can't get there. Off the back foot and off the front foot, a couple boundaries for Webster. 83 for 4. Yeah, West Indies started the day on 57 for 4. They lost their further 6 wickets for 190, which gave them an overall lead of just 10. And Shakira, these are the wickets that fell.
Yeah, misjudgment on the part of Brandon King. Perhaps lost his focus after being dropped, and then this, one of the contentious decisions today. Justin Graves continuing to struggle against Australian bowling, dismissed on a number of occasions without really making an impact. This one, though, you think this was the biggest wicket and the biggest contention. And Lord Erda showed some respite, a little bit of respite, but then Jaden Seals with the final one, hit it crisply, but picked up by Webster at long on.
Yeah, Stark with 3, Hazelwood with a couple, Cummins with a couple. How often have we seen those 3 amongst the wicket? And Webster, don't discount his couple wickets as well. And Lyon picked up the final one. Yeah, playing a miss. Really likes the field bat on ball, likes to score square off the wicket. Travis Head. Almost. Good pace from Shamar Joseph. Yeah, very different from the last test match that was played here, Shakira. West Indies against England in March of 2022. Day 1 and day 2 saw just 10 wickets falling and almost 58 runs a wicket. So 14 wickets falling on day 1, 10 wickets falling on day 2, 24 wickets at an average of 19 runs a wicket. So that is a stark difference since the last test match that was played here. I remember Craig Brathwaite in that particular innings, it was a long vigil for him. I think it was somewhere in the top 3 in terms of minutes spent out in the middle for Craig Brathwaite. And then the wickets from Australia, Shakira.
Yeah, we've seen throughout this test match Bahar's techniques being tested. Khawaja the first to go to Alzari Joseph, his first of the test, but then it was Shamar Joseph yet again, much deserved after having Sam Constance drop twice off his bowling. Again, a bit of misjudgment, top of ball stump hit with a Bahar leaving alone. And Cameron Green struggling with his footwork once more, continues to struggle at number 3.
West Indies rotating their strike bowlers from that Joel Garner end, and Justin Graves doing that aforementioned good job from the opposite end. So these guys have the license to run at the Australians, a short, sharp burst. Make it just about 17 minutes before the close of play on day 2. So it's an anxious period, nervous period, tricky period. And for Travis Head, they have the protection on the boundary, Jamal Workan position backward of point, so they don't want to give any easy runs. They know how much of a premium those runs are. You know, just to the far right of your screen, that's Jamal Workan looking to protect anything that's smashed square. Now there's another change. Might be Casey Carty going towards that deep backward square position. Just making sure the batter knows that he's there. I wonder if he's going to go short. fourth maiden for Shamar Joseph, 83 for 4. Every one of the West Indian bowlers with something to show for their efforts. Azar Joseph, after his 4-over burst, reintroduced. They've captured one. The Pirates of the Caribbean, they've gotten one youngster with them.
Alzari has had a long break since he last bowled. I haven't seen him since the 16th over, so 14 overs he's been able to rest. I suppose Roston Chase is asking for a quick but a fast burst. A burst of maybe some hostile bowling. Still be asking him to keep the stumps in play. But he wants a quick burst now. They want to get at least one wicket before the end of play.
Yeah, that's crunched, really well placed and timed. Bo Webster on the front foot, elegant.
He's done the ball really nicely, you know, Bo. It's really timing it. Able to just press on that one. Seems equally good off the front and back foot.
Yeah, that steer, that familiar steer from Alzari Joseph. He just has to adjust his length because of the height of Bo Webster.
Why?
The delivery might normally be a good length. Might be full for him because of his reach. Quite a few tall batters in this Australian lineup. Cam Green and Bo Webster.
Just with a tighter line the last two deliveries after being struck for a boundary.
Return to Test match cricket for Shea Hope. Had a good little innings. West Indies would be desperate for another. If they can get one more late here this evening on day 2, can set them up nicely for day 3. I think they're in a very good position. That overall lead of just 78, if they can get Travis Head and into the bowlers, wicketkeeper Carey as well. There is some depth in this batting lineup. West Indies did a good job of cleaning up in the lower order in the first innings. Wrong the wicket for head.
Yep.
89 for 4. Not much between these two teams in the first innings, just 10 runs as a matter of fact. West Indies having that slender lead. Australia 89 for 4, so overall 79 runs ahead, 6 wickets in hand. How many will be too many for the West Indies? And what would the West Indies be happy with chasing? Shamar Joseph, who has been exceptional throughout this Test match, continues. Where do you see things, Shakira? Balance of power with the West Indies, how much so?
Yeah, you earlier said you feel as though West Indies are in a decent position. I think they're slightly ahead. One more wicket will leave no doubt about the fact that they are ahead in this match. Almost had it there.
You just feel as though every time this man has that ball in his hand against this opposition, something's going to happen. It's a no ball, so it would not have counted, but it went agonizingly close to the stumps. So Sam Constas being dismissed with one that ricocheted. Yeah, confirmation of that front foot going over the line, but how close was it at the other end? Bat onto the front foot. Yeah, so nearly.
It's all happening. And you're right. Whenever Shamar Joseph has the ball in hand, something just keeps happening.
Yeah, will require a bit of treatment. Yeah, that ball just spitting at him from that good length. We've seen that variable bounce as well throughout the Test match. Some going through a little bit loose, some bouncing. It is a patchy pitch. Some spots of grass and then some bare areas. So you aren't too sure what you're going to get when it hits in the different areas on the surface. Where does this hit? A bit of the grassy area, yes. And so the extra bounce. You just see from that image as well, the bare areas that surround the grassy area. That's never a good feeling, those fingers being struck. The gloves these days are much better than they used to be, much more reinforced, more padding, more protection. So Steve Smith, his finger being injured whilst trying to take a catch in a very short position in the slip cordon in that World Test Championship final. He's out. Not entirely sure for how long on the road to recovery. And lots of cricket to be played on this Australian tour of the West Indies 2025. 3 test matches. We'll leave these shores and head to Grenada and follow that with a trip to Jamaica. And we'll also start the T20Is in Jamaica, a couple of them there. And then we'll culminate in St. Kitts with the final 3 T20 internationals. There will no doubt be a change in personnel for the shortest form of the game, but for now the focus is on this first test. West Indies looking for a rare home victory against this opposition. He seems to be okay, Travis Head. And what he did there as well was chew away at a few precious minutes on the clock. Just about 5 minutes now remaining. Just being fed some information here from our analyst. Fall shot induced in this test match. No surprises. Who's at the top of the list? Shamar Joseph, 31.1%. Fall shots being induced. Hazelwood next on the list, 26%. So he's created the most problems of all bowlers. Jaden Seals got the 5-wicket haul, but he did the bulk of the damage in the first innings. And everyone knows of his story. Shakira, the security guard back in Guyana, he had to leave that to pursue his dream. Saw him at the CPL a few years ago, not having made his international debut, and you can see the hunger, the drive and the passion in this young man, 25 years of age, shouldering the responsibility of an entire region. Really is a remarkable story of his rise to success. And all of Barakara in Guyana would be proud, continues to be proud. 91 for 4. Potentially the final over of day 2. Azari Joseph with it. And Travis Head not too happy with something behind the bowler. And what will they do for his wicket this evening?
I hope it wasn't Bish that distracted Travis Head. We know we want a wicket, Bish, but come on, get out of the way.
Jamal work on his 100th first-class match Didn't see him with the ball in the first innings, just a couple deliveries with the bat in the second, so he's had a couple days off. Is it Ian Bishop again behind the bowler? No, it's not. Someone else is trying to help the cause. Yeah, just look at the lead. The lead is just 81, so this game hasn't gotten away from anyone. The West Indies will feel very much that they're in it. Australia too will know that if they can get close to 200, if not more, on this surface, they are in with a shout, given the way it has played. What are you thinking, Shakira?
Yeah, Travis Head has gone about this innings quite differently. And I suppose it's because the Australians have realized he is key to them getting close to 200. So they just want him to get into day 3.
That is aggression from Alzari. Something upstairs.
Some music from Alzari Joseph, hoping to catch Travis Head off guard.
Yeah, last ball of the second day here at Kensington Oval. Safely negotiated by Travis Head. And they will end day 2 with an overall lead of 82, 6 wickets in hand. And this session yielded 92 runs for those 4 wickets. So another gripping day of Test match cricket. We had those 14 wickets yesterday. We had 10 today. Another wonderful contest. Bo Webster unbeaten on 19. This is the way things panned out. 78 runs, 1 wicket. West Indies started off splendidly. Australia fought back after lunch, and then a shared session for the final one. 4 wickets, 92 runs for Australia. Smiles for Ruston Chase and Shamar Joseph. Jaden Seals continue to put in the effort, and some dutiful work from the West Indian fast bowlers. A rising group of young men who are taking on the world's best. 5, a couple 15s and 12 for Australia's top 4. Head and Webster, though, partnership of 27. Carey and the bowlers, they'll have to contribute.
And speaking about contributions, there've been contributions all around from the West Indian bowlers. Each bowler used today by Ruston Chase has taken a wicket. Jaden Seals, 1. Shamar Joseph, as always, miserly, aggressive, 1 for 15. Should have had more, but they'll be pleased that Justin Graves was also able to get a wicket along with Alzari Joseph, his first of the Test match.
And he has such a phenomenal record here in one-day international cricket, Alzari Joseph. This is where things stand. 180, and played 190, a lead of 10 for the West Indies. Australia, second turn, 92 for 4 overall. And they lead by 82, 6 wickets remaining. Yeah, let's take a short break and do stay with us. Another absorbing day of test match cricket. Australia 180, West Indies 190. Australia, their second turn, 92 for 4. 10 wickets falling today. Australia an overall lead by 82. Now let's head pitch side to Darren Ganga.
I have the pleasure of Mitchell Stark alongside me. Mitch, thank you very much for your time. You led Australia's bowling today. Your reflections on that effort to shut the West Indies out for 190?
Yeah, they obviously had a partnership through the middle there and played pretty well. But overall, I think it's an indifferent wicket. So I think throughout the 2 days, it's shown if you bowl the right areas for long enough, there's enough chances. So even when the ball got a little bit older or got changed again, it still did some sideways stuff. So I think the bowlers have been in the game throughout the 2 days and no doubt continue tomorrow.
You did mention a different wicket. How did the conditions today change as compared to day one?
I'm not sure they changed too much. I think we saw in sort of back end yesterday that there's a couple that stayed low, a couple that jumped up. I think that was something that continued today. So obviously there's some bare patches and some grassy patches. So it obviously does a little bit different depending on where the ball's pitched. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see how and if it changes tomorrow. But I think over the course of these 2 days, it's been somewhat similar.
I'm going to put you on the spot. A couple contentious decisions in that innings against the West Indies, the dismissal of Roston Chase and Shea Hope. What's your take on those two?
We can only ask the question. So no, we obviously ask the question, and then it goes to the officials. So yeah, there's a few there. Obviously, one went against us, but a couple against the West Indies. But yeah, I guess that's what we've got technology for, and then the questions can be asked of that, not of the players.
Indeed, at the moment, Australia leads by 82 runs. What, in your estimation, will be an unassailable target for the West Indies?
700. It's only the end of day 2, so there's obviously a lot of time. As I said, the wicket still has enough there for bowlers. So yeah, we'll try and get as many as we can, and you know, if that's back in tomorrow or whenever it may be, then hopefully it's a total that we can defend as bowlers and make it tough for the West Indies.
I'm going to dig into your experience as a batter to being a bowler yourself. What would be your advice to batters? You mentioned it's bowling-friendly conditions to score runs in these conditions here at Kensington Oval.
If you're getting batting advice from me, you're in trouble. So, no, we've obviously got a couple of guys that have put a little bit of a partnership on there at the end of the day. As I said before, there was a partnership there between Ruston and Shire there to put a nice. They didn't have to score quickly, but they showed if they maintained or absorbed some pressure, there was runs to be scored. So I guess that's a bit of a blueprint for the next few days. And if you can just withstand some pressure, there are some runs there. It's just not going to be easy.
Well, thanks for that advice. So well done today with the ball. All the very best to you.
Thanks.
Yeah, no batting advice from Mitchell Stark. This is the West Indian effort, though. They started the day on 57 for 4. King and Chase were at the wicket, and they were looking quite good. 44 for Hope, 44 for Chase, 48 for Hope. They looked really good as well. Zari Joseph unbeaten on 23. Shakira Salman, the West Indian wickets.
Misjudgment on the part of Brandon King after being dropped a few deliveries ago. Then Roston Chase, a judge LBW to Pat Cummins. Justin Graves didn't last too long coming up, taking an edge. Bo Webster into the wicket. Bo Webster wants more. Excellent grab, diving to the left by Alex Carey. This one off the pad and onto the stumps. Unlucky for Shamar Joseph. Bit of a partnership at the end as Zari Joseph got going, but Jaden Seals tried to join in, picked out Bo Webster at long on, and that was the end of the innings for the West Indies.
Yeah, wickets for everyone there, shared up quite nicely. Stark with another 3, Hazelwood and Cummins with a couple each, along with Bo Webster. And that 67-run partnership between Chase and Hope, giving West Indies a slender 10-run lead. And then the Australian, in their second innings, they lost a couple early. Constas batted for 38 deliveries but didn't get going. 1 for 5. Kawaja and Green 15 apiece. Inglis, another low score for him, just 12. But Head and Webster, unbroken 27-run partnership. Their wicket, Shakira.
Kawaja got one that was just trimming the top of the bills. Good from Alzari Joseph, adjusting his length. Sam Constance, though, he had to contain with the fired up Shamar Joseph and did not have an answer for it. Eventually played on, caught on the crease. Josh English, though, another bit of poor judgment, leaving on length, the ball taking the top of off stump, and what a good grab from Roston Chase. Justin Graves joining the wickets, 1 apiece for the West Indian bowlers.
Yeah, another couple drop catches for Shamar Joseph. He's had to endure that quite a bit in his young career. This is where we stand after 2 days. Australia won the toss and got to 180 first time around. Seals with another 5-er. West Indies 190. Hope and Chase with a couple 40s. Australia in their second turn, 92 for 4. They lead by 82 runs. Yeah, we'll be back here tomorrow for day 3 action, 9:45 a.m. local time, and the way these 2 first days have gone, you don't want to miss day 3. For those viewers in the Caribbean and Australia, do stay with us. We have the ESPN Around the Wicket post-match show and analysis. The rest of you, thank you for your company. Goodbye for now.
Absolute pleasure to have you joining us here for ESPN Around the Wicket. If you're just waking up in Australia early morning again, or around the region, if you've just come back from a stroll or from work, then we're happy to have the pleasure of your company after another enthralling day. Second day's play in this first test between the West Indies and Australia. To my left, we have our guests here, Greg Blewett, Carlos Brathwaite and Jaden Seals. But let me update you about the situation of this match as it stands right now, with Australia bowled out for 180, the West Indies replying with 190, with Shea Hope and Roston Chase getting into the 40s, Mitchell Starc with 3 wickets. And then Australia, in response, a deficit of 10, they have finished on 92 for 4, with Shamar, Alzari and Seals amongst the wickets. Yeah, as we said, Jaden Seals is here. He's taken his time to come across here after another strenuous session. Jaden, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, the situation of the match, in your summation, would be what?
It's a good pitch for the bowlers, I must say. Yeah. It's hard work to score runs on. It's a bit slow. There's still a bit of movement once the ball is new. And I think both teams utilized the new ball very well, and then they kept building pressure in the middle overs. And then today we came back. We had to bowl again after not much rest yesterday, but getting to come back and bowl and build pressure on the Australians and get 4 wickets at the end of the day was a good thing for us.
Let me come down the line here and get a summation, Carlos, from you about the overall perspective of day 2.
I'd say even Stevens. West Indies would have loved an extra wicket tonight, but that's been slightly greedy after how well the bowlers have strung together their plans. But I think even Stevens, they think if they can get 2 wickets early tomorrow, they're well in with a shout to chase less than 150. I think between 150, anything under 200, West Indies will have to think that they're in with a real chance to win the game, however difficult that may be.
You've jumped too far ahead of me. That was session 4, Carlos. No one asked you to go that far ahead, Greg Blewett. So he thinks it's even Stevens. What do you say?
Yeah, I probably have Australia maybe just in front. Sorry, Jaden, but I think it's going to be a tough chase, whatever Australia do get in front. I think that the key at the moment is Travis Head. He looks a different sort of gravy at the moment out there. All the Australians, the top 4 have sort of struggled again in the second innings. Usman Khawaja looked okay, but I think Travis Head's looking really calm, and we know that he can score really quickly. So I think if the West Indies are able to knock Travis Head over early tomorrow, they are right in this game.
So Greg Blewett's done it. He's jumped ahead as well. So we will look back. We are the disciplined ones, Jaden Seals. We will look back at the 4 wickets that the West Indies took in this second innings. And give me your thoughts on what transpired here.
All right. Yeah, I think Alzari, when he came on to bowl, he was just trying to find the right length, and he got that one to swing back a lot. And that was the plan initially to Khawaja, getting him to play at a lot of balls, coming back into him or leaving him just from around 4th stump on that good length. To Shamar with Constas, I think he was working him over all the time, either beating the outside edge, bringing the odd one back, and as you can see, this one nipped back a bit. I think he was a bit late on it, I'm not sure, and it just took the inside edge.
Carlos, as we sort of move on with Jaden Seals coming in to play here, I'll stick with you, Jaden. Talk us through this, and then Carlos.
My rhythm felt really good from that Joel Garner's end. I felt like I could have put the ball on the length anytime I wanted to, either with it going away or coming back in. And just the natural variation with the ball just holding its line and coming back into Inglis. He left one before that went over the stumps and beat everyone, and this one came back in just on the right line at the top of the off stump.
A very good catch from Roston Chase, Justin Graves. Did a little bit to Australia what Bo Webster did to the West Indies. Just being really stingy, really disciplined, and giving the big fast bowlers a rest.
There was one question, and I'm happy we didn't know you were coming here, Jaden, to be quite honest with you. We were told someone else, but Greg and I had a discussion on it, and we're so happy that you came, because I was referring to something you said to me this morning and something you said in the media, that you thought you were too full and weren't hitting the right length so far in the test match from this Malcolm Marshall end, even though you got 5 wickets.
Yeah.
And Greg was asking, is he going full deliberately, or was he just missing his length?
No, I was missing my length. Even coming back to start this afternoon, I know that I didn't need to be full. I needed to just hit the pitch on that good length, be as straight as possible. And for some reason, the ball just wasn't coming on my hand right from this end. I'm not sure if it's the wind factor just holding me back a bit and making me a bit uncomfortable in my run-up, but from the Joel Garner end, it was much easier to just hit that length.
Okay, absolutely superb, Greg. You've got your answer.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I did. It's interesting, isn't it? You know, the quick bowlers are more comfortable from different ends. I want to ask Jayden about how proud you are of your team, because there's been drop catches, there's some decisions that have probably gone against you where you know they easily could have gone the other way, but it seems like the feeling in the team is really strong at the moment, and you're taking on a very good side, but just to be able to stay up and about and stay in this contest.
Yeah, I'm very proud of the boys. You know, we're fighting hard, we're giving it our all. We know how important this Test series is for us in the World Test Championship. And we know that if we keep putting out good performances day in and day out, regardless of what the decisions from the umpires may be, drop catches, we can only control what we can, and that's putting the ball in the right areas and forcing the batsman.
We'll get into that more in the next session when Jayden is gone, so he doesn't get fined. I love how you held your composure there. Before we get into Shea Hope's partnership with Roston Chase, has this team, in your memory, quickly, as a group, this bowling unit, have they ever bowled better since you've been in this team?
My dad actually told me this last night. He said it's probably the best he's seen us bowl as a group, as a unit. We bowled 3 extras, I think it was, in the first innings. And today I think it was like 11, and 8 of them were leg bys. We're not giving batsmen a lot of chances to score runs, whether it's been short balls, wide balls, full and wide balls. We've been on the money most of the time, and it's something that we spoke about leading up to the Test matches, where we want to be a lot more on that good length and a fuller percentage. From 40 something I think we are now, we're trying to get up to 50 and get closer to 60 at some point in the future.
I have never seen you bowl better as a group, and there have been some good times in the past. Carlos, that Hope-Chase partnership, your thoughts?
Loved it. We spoke a little bit earlier about the defensive foundation that Roston Chase had, and it allowed when a Shea Hope came in, who was a bit more expressive and played some tantalizing strokes, to help him in the partnership. He was the more proactive one. He kind of added some impetus, and Roston Chase with steely determination. He joined in on the act, Roston Chase, with a lovely lofted drive for 6. But I just think a foundation of doggedness, unerring determination to not give your wicket away. And unfortunately, as we will get to, and I'm not being ill-disciplined, Mr. Bishop, not jumping ahead, their dismissals, as controversial as they were, spoke again to 2 players not wanting to give the wicket away and batting, sacrificing the ego and the love and the propensity to get on the front foot, to play the traditional sexy shots and actually put the ego aside and do what was needed for the team. A selfless set of stringing together of shots, whether it be defensive or leaving the ball to do the job for the team that was required. 2 leaders as well, and they showed the leadership in the middle.
Yeah, final question of this segment, because I see Jayden's eyes cutting to the dressing room, knowing that he has to go quickly. Just quickly encapsulate that partnership for me, and Jayden, you can jump in on the Hope.
Yeah, the thing I was really impressed about was I think it definitely coincided with the ball getting a little bit softer, so I thought the conditions were a little bit easy, but they made the most of that. But the thing that I really liked about it was that they were putting, you know, overs into the Australian bowlers, which is really important for this game, but also, you know, the remaining Test matches as well. So the fight and just making Australia earn it, which was what I was most impressed about.
Jayden?
Yeah, it was something that we spoke about. We knew that Nathan Lyon would be the bowler to come and give the big fast bowlers a rest. So when he came on, we didn't let him settle. We didn't play expansive and reckless shots. It was more about just milking him, and when the bad ball does present itself, you take it in full toll. And yeah, I think they both batted really well. They put a prize on their wicket, as Carlos said. They really didn't give anything to the bowlers. The bowlers had to work really hard to get them out, and I'm very proud of them for that.
No expansive shots until you try to hoit Nathan Lyon down the other end. I'm only joking. Jayden, thank you so much for coming across. Yeah, I know it's been a strenuous day and more work to do tomorrow. You're very good with the mic, I must say that to you. So a very big thank you to Jayden Seales. He has to make his way back to the dressing room. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, much more to come, including Carlos's indiscipline in section 2. Welcome back to ESPN Around the Wicket as we continue our review of day 2 of this first test between the West Indies and Australia. Greg Blewett and Carlos Brathwaite still with me. The West Indies came into the day, Greg, 57 for 4, 6 wickets fell. If we go back to reviewing those wickets that fell from the top with Chase and King starting the day, let's get some analysis on that.
Yeah, the first wicket to fall was courtesy of Josh Hazlewood, and King, I think, was just a bit of a moment that he right back letting that one go. That was a contentious decision, and then a little outside edge just to get things going for the Aussies.
It was a procession after that. Shea Hope, another contentious decision, and then it was the bowlers. Shamar Joseph first, and as Bish alluded to earlier, Jaden Seals, final wicket falling for the West Indies innings. A little bit in disbelief.
I think he just got a good one there, Bish. Jaden Seals, there was not much he could do with that.
You talk about that, but in the midst of all of that, and there was some good bowling, in the midst of all of that, we had some real contentious issues throughout this day's play. Let's reflect on those decisions, Carlos, and I'll start with you and what you made of what happened yesterday with Travis Head and Shea Hope.
Yeah, the thing for me was, firstly, the pictures look out, but it was a statement made from the third umpire. It's not conclusive. This, you can see with the naked eye on the left of screen that there was a clear deflection. So albeit the technology may have left you wondering, the naked eye shows you that there was a clear deflection. On this occasion, it looked brilliant, and it's carry tip your hat. But when you look at it zoomed in, you can't tell me that that is out. And the first one we saw from Shea is not out. So there needs to be a bit of consistency. And then you can't tell me that Roston Chase is out, and this is not out. You can see the bat brushing the back pad. So for the ball to hit the bat, it has to brush the back pad. And there may even be concerns that it brushed the front pad as well. So regardless if they're all bad decisions or some right, there's definitely a lack of consistency, and I'm sure that a lot of West Indies fans, players, and myself felt aggrieved during the course of play.
Speak, Greg, to, I suppose, the officiating, the use of technology, how challenging or not so, how correct the umpires may or may not have been. Yeah,
I felt like the third umpire had some really tough decisions to make. Like, a lot of them weren't really clean or clear decisions for me. It was down to a little bit of interpretation. So I agree. Like, I think Australia got on the right end of a lot of those decisions. So, you know, that's why I asked Jaden the question about, you know, what was the feeling like out in the centre, because there were a lot of the times they were looking at the same replays we were on the big screen here, and it would have been really easy just to drop your head and think everything's going against the West Indies side. So yeah, it was a tough day for the third umpire, and yeah, Australia definitely got the better end of it. Yeah, look, I'm a big, I suppose, fan of the umpiring, because I think officiating is low-hanging fruit. You see players get applauded when they have a good 5-wicket haul or a good 100. If the umpires make a good decision, they don't get applauded anyway, but they get noticed when they make a bad one. So I think what needs to happen here, when I put my emotions aside, is the umpires perhaps need, and they probably do, have a meeting after the day's play. They will review these decisions, and I think we may get better interpretations. You have to get that going forward, because they're under scrutiny from headquarters. Make no mistake about that. They're under scrutiny. So I think they probably would have learned a few things on re-looking at that. Right, we'll take a short break here on ESPN Around the Wicket. Don't go away, though, because when we come back, Carlos is getting his hands dirty here with some catching practice.
Welcome back to ESPN Around the Wicket, and it has really been an exciting day, a contentious day. Greg Blewett and Carlos Brathwaite still here with me as we enter segment 3. Just to update you, 6 catches dropped, Carlos and Greg, by the West Indies in this test match. 2 in 1 over today. How challenging is it? What is the standard that is supposed to be applied?
Well, there's been a lot of catches behind the wicket. There's been a lot of opportunities, hasn't there, because of the nature of the pitch. And I think, you know, the West Indies got off to a rough start yesterday. And I think once a couple of catches start to go down, I think sometimes it can sort of, you know, filter through the rest of the team. So, yes, a couple of them were really tough, and Australia dropped some catches as well. But I think, you know, a lot of the catches they'd be really disappointed with in dropping. And it's a young side, and playing, you know, test match cricket, you want to take some opportunities, and everyone was frustrated. And yes, you can talk about technique and that sort of thing as well, but often it's quite mental, and you've really got to want that ball coming to you. And maybe sometimes, being young and you're in the spotlight, you're just a little bit timid. But yeah, there has been a lot of catches go down, mainly by the West Indies, but also, you know, the Australians have been a little bit guilty of that as well.
And great teams, as you would know, great teams, Carlos, as we would know, the great teams need good slip catchers because they've got good quick bowlers. So Bluey says it's not necessarily about technique, but we'll talk technique, actually. And you give us some insight into what you've picked up.
Yeah, and I've realised they're not seasoned slip fielders, so they're still a little bit raw. I saw Brandon King still approaching the gully fielding as though he was at point, so stutter stepping. But at gully, because the ball comes so quickly, his eyes are up and down. And if he can zone in on one of the other things, just more supple waist and hip movement. You look at Roston Chase, very chest on in his approach to try to catch the ball. So even though his hand may not hit his foot, it's restricting him from giving. Same thing with John Campbell. Although he dived on this occasion, he still is trying to intercept that ball with his hands before it reached him. So he did not allow it to come. And if you look at the good, you look at Roston Chase late today, he's watching it, he's intercepting it, and he's giving with it. And we talk about keepers and giving, and it's the same principle behind the stump. So at slip, you're trying to let the ball come. Chris Jordan is the best slip catcher of my time for sure. And you always watch him catch the ball to a side. You never want to be in a situation where you're so chest on that you have hard hands and you're grabbing at the ball. So with John Campbell, although he dived, his hands are still in front of his body. When Roston Chase took the catch well, what he did was allow the ball to come. And it's very difficult to move your foot out of the way, but can you allow your body to sway and allow yourself an extra half second or a second to catch the ball behind you? And you have this whole period here where you have direct eyes on the ball, you're trusting your hands and you're giving. We see it a lot with keepers, but it's also the principle and the technique for good slip fielding and good gully fielding.
Yeah, and Chris Jordan, he was talking about it. Of course, Chris Jordan was born here, but he ended up playing international cricket for England, and he's a solid human being, an excellent fielder. You had some excellent slip fielders, Mark Waugh, Mark Taylor, Shane Warne himself. Apart from the mental which you talked about, what else did you pick up?
Well, I picked up that mainly the really good slip fielders that I saw gave themselves a little bit of room. Now, what I mean by that, they had good bend at the waist as well. So they were out here, and so their hands would hang out in front of their legs and their knees. A lot of people like squat down like that, thinking they've got to get low, and then when they go that way, their arms get caught up with their knees. Whereas I think the good slips fielders give themselves a lot of room out in front of their bodies. So yeah, I noticed from side on the good slip fielders, yes, they're low, but also their body weight, their top half is almost horizontal with the ground.
That's interesting. So good teaching there for a number of cricketers coming through on how to improve and what to improve. And we'll take another short break. On the other side, we have more for you in ESPN Around the Wicket. No better place in the world than to be here at Kensington Oval, Bridgetown, Barbados, the Caribbean. Greg Blewett has flown all this way to be with us and to enjoy life. Carlos lives here in this paradise, and I say that grudgingly, actually, from just across the water. ESPN around the wicket. As we continue our analysis of this second day, Greg, I'm going to come back to you because I know that you've spoken eloquently about Sam Consas today and the challenges that he is facing.
Yeah, well, he's obviously just a young guy starting out his career, 19 years of age, burst onto the scene at the MCG and took on the best bowler in the world with some lap shots, and everyone thought, well, what have we got here? He's been left out of the side and he's found his way back in, and he really struggled today. I mean, that was his dismissal in the first innings. I actually thought he got a pretty good ball from Shamar Joseph. He was covering his off stump and the ball just nipped back a little bit. Today he got dropped twice in 3 deliveries, just flirting outside off stump. Just couldn't really get going at all. Charged the bowlers a couple of times, and then just tried to play one late. The ball just nipped back a little bit again and off the toe of the bat onto the stump. So, you know, Shamar Joseph really deserved that wicket, but also it's a young man just starting out his career and he's learning on the go, but that was a bit of a tough initiation today. So I'm sure he'll go back and talk to the batting coach and talk to some of the more senior players in the Australian side about how he went about it and try and learn from that. But he's made subtle little changes already in his career, but he's learning all the time.
Carlos, let's move forward now. Our producer tried to get me to say Chris Green, who's also Australian, but Cam Green had his challenges here today as well, and we've seen certain patterns developing.
Yeah, and he's a very tall man. I actually stood beside him just before the first day of the game, and he's a proper unit. And you normally associate tall guys with being front foot players, but he loves to get back and punch the ball. And in Australia, I could only imagine that where he's trying to intercept the ball would be hitting into it. In the Caribbean, he's coming out in front, a little bit away from his body as well. So it's a little bit of an adaptation. And I remember him mentioning one of the training sessions at Windies Cricket Club, which is one of the fastest pitches in Barbados. And he said it was a touch slow. And they said, Cam, relax your expectations. That's the fastest in the island. So it's a little bit of adaptation as well. Another young man. He's played a lot of cricket, but he's still a young man. He's had a lot of challenges. And it's how quickly can he adapt his favourite shot for these pitches in the Caribbean.
Just quickly, Greg, a last word for you. Look forward to tomorrow quickly for me.
Yeah, I mean, there's been plenty of action so far in 2 days of Test match cricket, so this game is right in the balance, so it's going to be an intriguing first half an hour
You
tomorrow.
chastised me when I said right in the balance earlier today. Carlos, thank you, Greg. Thank you very much. Well, just a reminder of how things are going here at Kensington Oval in Barbados. It's been brilliant. Test match cricket has been outstanding. Australia 180 with Seals and Shamar Joseph amongst the wickets. West Indies 190, a lead of 10. Shea Hope and Chase with a couple of 40s. And then Australia 92 for 4, leading by 82 with Bo Webster still there. Khawaja struggled, Green struggled, but the Josephs and Seals have been in the wickets. So that lead is 82, and tomorrow we will be right back here at Kensington Oval, and we're starting on time on air at 9:45 a.m. local time. Day 3, moving day in the Test match. Hope you'll join us then from Kensington Oval. Bye for now.
Welcome to highlights of day 2 of the first test. Brandon King misjudging that one. West Indies started on 57 for 4, looking to press on. Hope was elegant as he usually is on the front foot. And a few presses through the offside and then down the ground. And then look at that, almost like it is a one-day international. Ruston Chase just going one better. That one went all the way for 6. A good partnership was developing until this happened. A little bit of contention. Chase felt as though he got an inside edge. Upon review, Adrian Holster decided that that was out. Much to the dismay of Ruston Chase, the Australians were happy.
You're on screen signal now.
Yeah, that decision had to be overturned. And then Graves felt a feather through to wicketkeeper Kerry Bo Webster getting the wicket. Shamar Joseph has put on some lower order resistance in the past. A couple of boundaries fleeing away through the offside. The two Josephs were looking to get West Indies past that score until this one just ricocheted from the pads onto the stumps. And the final wicket, the wicket of Jaden Seals, giving West Indies a lead, a slender lead of just 10. And then Zari Joseph picked up his first of the test match. Usman Khawaja fell. And Sam Constas again falling cheaply. Cam Green looked elegant with that push down the ground. Inglis, just like Brandon King, bad bit of judgment. And another familiar dismissal for Cam Green. Head and Webster, unbeaten partnership. Test match nicely poised at the moment. Overall lead for Australia. They still have the 6 wickets in hand. And that lead is 82. We look forward to another enthralling day 3.
Yeah, they obviously had a partnership through the middle there and played pretty well. But overall, I think it's an indifferent wicket. So I think throughout the 2 days, it's shown if you bowl the right areas for long enough, there's enough chances. So even when the ball got a little bit older or got changed again, it still did some sideways stuff. So I think the bowlers have been in the game throughout the 2 days and no doubt continue tomorrow.
Beautiful cricket, man. Lord, that's